Chapter 505. It's not like what I imagined. The demon general laughed heartily and said, "So what? Oh, there's still a little nest here. I presume that in the past few days, you two have been having sex here many times. Sure enough, it's all because your mother cheated and gave birth to a bastard like you. Now it seems that you're even worse." The demon general's words were quite vicious. Lu Yi did not expect him to say such words. For a moment, she was at a loss as to what to do. Tears almost flowed out of her eyes. She had never been scolded like this before. Seeing her helpless appearance, Long Chen frowned and said, "Don't listen to this idiot's nonsense. He's just feeling unbalanced in his heart. Besides, you're not afraid of a crooked shadow. Why are you afraid of what he says? No matter what you do with me, that's your freedom. It has nothing to do with this old man." Long Chen's words made Lu Yi nod and calm down a little. Only then did Long Chen look at the demon general and say, "I know you're targeting me. The little girl didn't offend you, so don't make things difficult for her. Since you're willing to go all out in order to kill me, then let's end our grudge and let her go. How about it? Jiangcheng, do you think I'm a fool? I let her go so that she can get help for you. Since I've come here to stop you, it means that I won't stay in the ancient demons region any longer. After I kill you, why don't I enjoy such a little beauty? How can I not taste the meat in my hand? If I don't ravage this little beauty, how can I face Queen Qingli, that bitch?" The giant strength demon general laughed crazily. Long Chen gritted his teeth. He felt that the woman beside him was trembling with fear, so Long Chen gently held her hand and said, "Don't be afraid. I am here. I won't let him succeed." A warm power came from Long Chen's palm, which made the helpless Lu Yi finally calm down. Now the demon general was crazy and ferocious, which was really terrifying. Lu Yi gradually figured out the reason for his horror. Long Chen was right. Anyway, things had developed to this point. It was useless to be afraid. What she could do was to resist. At worst, she could die with Long Chen, which was also a wonderful thing. "It's okay. I am not afraid of him." Lu Yi nodded firmly. Long Chen's palm was warm enough. "When we fight later, try to see if there is a chance to sneak out. Only you can escape. I will absolutely have no problem." Long Chen said seriously. He did not want to expose the realm of void for the time being. Otherwise, he could directly get Lu Yi into the realm of void. In this way, he could use the blood escape. The demon general could not catch Long Chen with his speed. Therefore, Long Chen knew that although it seemed dangerous, he was still in an invincible position. Only by getting Lu Yi out of the realm of void would his mission tonight would be completed. "I won't escape. I want to stay with you," Lu Yi said subconsciously. "Do you remember my escape technique? As long as you can escape, I will be absolutely safe," Long Chen said in a low voice. Only then did Lu Yi react. She had forgotten about Long Chen's escape technique. Long Chen was right. As long as she escaped, Long Chen would definitely be able to escape as well. Their voices were whispered, so the demon general couldn't hear them. After having a plan, Lu Yi felt much more relaxed. She nodded and gave Long Chen a look that indicated that she knew what to do. Next, it was up to Long Chen to lure the demon general away. At this time, seeing that they were whispering to each other, the demon general's mouth curled into a cold smile. He took a step forward. His huge body made the entire cave tremble slightly. Lu Yi didn't know how strong Long Chen was, so she could only warn him. The demon general is called the demon general because he possesses a king-level body-refining battle skill, the true martial demon body. This is one of the top 3 body-refining battle skills in the ancient devil region. It is quite terrifying. Only those above the rank of demon general are qualified to cultivate it. Only a few grand elders can truly succeed. Among the demon generals, only the demon general has succeeded, so you have to be careful. True martial demon body, a king-level battle skill. Long Chen was a little surprised. A king-level body-refining battle skill created by a king-level body-refining battle skill was definitely stronger than Long Chen's current physical body. Since Long Chen had obtained 1% of the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence, this was the first time he had seen someone whose physical body surpassed his own. The demon general. As for King Qingli and the others, they were definitely very powerful. Of course, Long Chen didn't have a chance to fight with them. From the giant strength devil general's body, Long Chen felt a heavy sense of power. It was as if the current him was simply like a huge mountain peak, towering into the clouds, full of power. Compared to the demonic beasts, the giant strength devil general's body wasn't big, but the power it contained was probably not much weaker than those huge demonic beasts. With every step he took, the entire cave shook. Do you feel how insignificant you are in front of such a vast power? At this time, the demon general was only 10 meters away from Long Chen. He raised his head and looked at Long Chen with an evil smile. Then, he looked at Lu Yi with greedy eyes. Lu Yi was indeed very beautiful. Her skin was whiter than snow and her figure was exquisite. No wonder even an old guy like the demon general would be greedy for her. Long Chen took a few steps back. He had been looking coldly at the demon general. In the process of retreating, he had already used the dragon soul transformation. In the demon general's surprised eyes, blood-red dragon scales covered his whole body. The power in his body was rapidly increasing. This large increase could be felt by the demon general. What a terrifying beast soul transformation. Presumably, after you reached the reaching heaven realm, you absorbed a beast soul above the 9th grade of the heaven realm. It seems that even if you didn't come to the ancient demons region, your background is not small. The demon general said with some surprise. Indeed, it's not small. How dare you make a move on me? Long Chen said coldly. Humph, even if the heavenly emperor protects you today, I will still take your life. I haven't wanted to stay in this damned ancient demons region for a long time. With my strength, I will definitely be at the peak of those small countries. After that, I will sit on several countries and become the overlord of a generation. Beauties, I will have as many as I want. Thinking of the wonderful life in the future, the demon general smiled proudly. Leaving the ancient demons region had been his idea for a long time, and Long Chen's matter had made him make up his mind. Before leaving, he would avenge Zhao Wuji no matter what. I heard that your physical body is very strong, the best of the younger generation. Today, I will let you see what a truly strong physical body is. At this point, the demon general no longer spoke nonsense. His eyes sank, and with a whoosh, his huge body stirred up a violent wind, whistling towards Long Chen. A simple punch was like an overwhelming wave of the sea. With a surging force, it pounced towards Long Chen. It could be seen that he was definitely using his physical body to fight with Long Chen. Begin. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He threw Lu Yi to the side. He had already agreed with Lu Yi that as long as she could escape, Long Chen would definitely be able to escape. In order to give her enough time to escape, Long Chen had to firmly entangle the demon general. Therefore, after throwing Lu Yi away, Long Chen did not retreat. He also quickly rushed towards the demon general and instantly collided with the demon general. In the process of advancing, he suddenly pulled out the demon emperor sword and burst out a terrifying huge sword chi, colliding with the demon general's fist. Huh, too weak. It's like scratching an itch. The giant strength demon general laughed maniacally. Long Chen's sword landed directly on his fist, but it did not leave the slightest mark on his fist. It could be seen how strong the giant strength demon general's true martial demon body was. Long Chen was secretly shocked. Fortunately, Lu Yi did not entangle too much. She directly used her fastest speed and rushed out of the cave while Long Chen and the demon general were fighting. She knew that the faster she escaped, the lower the danger to Long Chen would be. Therefore, although she was worried about Long Chen, she could only grit her teeth and fight with all her might. However, her eyes were completely wet. She knew that if Long Chen did not care about her, he could have escaped by himself first, regardless of whether she lived or died. But now, he let Lu Yi go first, leaving him to fight the demon general of the 9th tier of the Heaven Ascension realm. Long Chen was also looking at Lu Yi's situation from the corner of his eyes. At the same time, he was launching a storm of attacks at the demon general. The demon general was best at close combat. With his burly body, as long as Long Chen was hit by his punch, he would definitely vomit blood and die. Therefore, Long Chen chose to use the Demon Emperor sword, continuously attacking him with sword chi. "Oh, you want to let this little beauty escape first? How noble." Just when Lu Yi had just escaped, the demon general reacted quickly. At this time, he had already abandoned Long Chen, his main opponent, and burst out with a terrifying speed, chasing after Lu Yi. His speed was much faster than Lu Yi's. If he wanted to rush at Lu Yi would not have any way to dodge. Long Chen frowned. He did not expect that the demon general would be so focused on Lu Yi that he had forgotten about his main opponent. In this way, Lu Yi's escape plan was likely to fail. No matter what, Long Chen still activated the Heaven Punishing Sword formation at the demon general. At the same time, he also activated the Blood Devouring Realm. Although it might not be able to deal with Lu Yi, he still hoped to buy some time for Lu Yi. The huge fluctuation behind him made the demon general, who was about to capture Lu Yi to threaten Long Chen, feel his hair stand on end. At this time, he had no choice but to stop chasing after Lu Yi and forcibly turn around to deal with Long Chen. Impossible, how did this kid become so strong? Chapter 506. Based on the impression that the demon general had, Long Chen's strength should be around the 5th level of the Ascension Heaven state. This was because he had killed Zhao Wuji. To think that in today's confrontation, Long Chen would be able to unleash such a powerful attack in such a short period of time. So strong. This lad must have been hiding his true strength. The demon general had no choice but to run away from Lu Yi and turn around to deal with Long Chen. After all, Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword formation had already been fully formed and was descending on his head. At the same time, the range of the devouring world of blood directly shrouded the entire cave. The blood-red mist. The Herculean demon general could feel that there was a terrifying suction force acting on his body in this strange space. To be more precise, it was acting on his blood. What kind of technique is this? The demon general was taken aback. He hurriedly channeled a portion of his spiritual chi to resist the influence of that massive suction force on him. He had truly come to know how tenacious Long Chen was. This lad. If I don't give it my all, I won't be a match for him at all. The demon general muttered in shock. Now that he was under the Heaven Punishing Sword formation, he had no other choice. In an instant, his body burst forth with the pure chi of a level 9 Ascension Heaven state. That massive pure chi swept across the entire cave, causing the air to ripple rapidly. The Herculean demon general glared at Long Chen with a death stare. With a cold laugh, he punched out with a roar. Roar! An image of a ferocious tiger shot out from his fist. With lightning speed, it roared and charged towards the Heaven Punishment Sword formation. The image of the ferocious tiger was massive and majestic. The massive energy swept through the entire cavern, causing it to shake violently. At this moment, Lu Yi was already close to the entrance of the cavern. The huge commotion behind her made her want to turn around to take a look. However, she knew that as long as she turned around, she would likely slow down. By then, Long Chen would be in even more danger. Why are you so nice to me? We have nothing to do with each other. You don't have to risk your life for me. Lu Yi's eyes were filled with tears. Given Long Chen's stubborn character, she knew that only by escaping would there be a chance for Long Chen to be saved. Therefore, she could only grit her teeth and move forward. With a whoosh, she flew out of the cavern. Long Chen and the demon general sensed that Lu Yi had left. Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed, while the demon general frowned. Brat, you are forcing me to kill you as soon as possible. If Lu Yi ran out, it was likely that she would call King Qingli over during this period. If King Qingli came, even if the demon general could kill Long Chen, he would definitely die. Therefore, a crazy killing intent was burning in his heart. Roar! Under the Herculean devil general's punch, the image of the ferocious tiger instantly collided with the sky punishment sword formation. In an instant, a terrifying power swept through the cave. The sword image and the terrifying power shook off large chunks of soil in the cave. If they continued fighting like this, it was very likely that the cave would collapse. With your strength, even if you are 10 times stronger, you are still not my opponent. The demon general's punch directly broke Long Chen's heaven punishment sword formation. It shook Long Chen's body directly to the wall of the cavern and deeply imprinted it. At this moment, the blood in Long Chen's body was tumbling, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon general was really terrifying. A casual punch was much more powerful than Long Chen's heaven punishment sword formation. Is that so? At this moment, Long Chen let out a cold laugh. The demon general's punch had already injured him. However, Lu Yi had already successfully escaped. Long Chen could use the blood escape to escape, but he didn't. On the one hand, he wanted Lu Yi to escape further. On the other hand, he didn't want any of his enemies to live in this world. The demon general wanted to kill Long Chen, and Long Chen also wanted to kill him. 10 times the strength and I still can't kill you. What a joke. I haven't used this move for a long time. The strong confidence in Long Chen's voice made the giant strength demon general a little confused. In fact, not only had he not used it for a long time, but Long Chen had only used it twice ever since he learned it. Moreover, it was when he was being chased by the Cangyang Kingdom's royal family. That was the blood sacrifice. The blood sacrifice was actually quite terrifying. Its heaven-defying aspect was not the slightest bit weaker than refining blood into qi and dragon soul transformation. The blood sacrifice had a total of 3 levels. The first level was to burn one's true qi and raise one's true qi by 1 level. For example, if Long Chen used the first level, coupled with the effect of dragon soul transformation, he would have true qi equivalent to the 9th level of the heaven ascension realm. Of course, after using it, Long Chen's strength would return to the 6th level of the heaven ascension realm. The second level was to burn 2 levels of true qi and raise one's true qi by 2 levels. After using it, his strength would return to the 5th level of the heaven ascension realm. The third level was to burn 3 levels of true qi and raise one's true qi by 3 levels. After using it, his strength would return to the 4th level of the heaven ascension realm. The blood sacrifice was a secret technique. It was better not to use it unless it was a crucial moment. On one hand, it would cause one's strength to regress. On the other hand, it would cause a certain degree of damage to one's foundation. The first level of the blood sacrifice would normally cause very little damage, basically no damage at all. However, the second level of the blood sacrifice could not be used frequently, as it would cause a certain degree of damage. Back then, when Long Chen dealt with the city of Songzhong and Lin Zichen, he had used the second level of the blood sacrifice. As for the third level of the blood sacrifice, it would cause a very long period of weakness. It was best not to use it unless it was a moment of absolute death. Long Chen actually had a lot of life-saving skills. Time reversal, blood escape, and blood sacrifice could be considered as his top life-saving skills. It was just that the way they were used was different. It didn't matter much to use the first level of the blood sacrifice. Moreover, now that Lu Yi had left, Long Chen could do whatever he wanted to and get rid of the Herculean demon general to avoid any future troubles. At the thought of this, scarlet flames suddenly burned on Long Chen's body. As the flames burned, his strength grew rapidly. Coupled with the strengthening effect of the dragon soul transformation, his true qi instantly reached the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm. He was using the first level of the blood sacrifice. The Herculean demon general's eyes widened when he saw the true qi burning with scarlet flames. What the hell is this? He originally wanted to kill Long Chen quickly. However, when he saw the scarlet flames suddenly burning on Long Chen's body, he was completely dumbfounded. Something that will kill you. The first level of the blood sacrifice was completed very quickly. Not long ago, Long Chen had kept some corpses of the 7th and even the 8th level of the Heaven Ascension realm in the 3rd level of the demon realm. It just so happened that they came in handy today. At this moment, Long Chen's eyes were also burning with scarlet flames. Die. The Herculean demon general wanted to end the battle quickly, and so did Long Chen. Among people of the same level, because of the devouring blood realm, Long Chen had always been invincible. His true qi expanded, and the power of the devouring blood realm increased rapidly. Gradually, it reached a level that even the Herculean demon general would find difficult to resist. What? The Herculean demon general was shocked to find that the blood on his body seemed to be completely out of his control. It was boiling. He could only try his best to control it. At least half of his true qi was used to finally control the rioting blood that didn't seem to belong to him. At this moment, the Sky Punishment Sword formation, which was 10 times more terrifying than before, descended. Don't! The Herculean demon general let out a crazy roar. He threw a few punches crazily, but he found that his current attack was simply too weak compared to Long Chen's. Under the cold sharpness of the Sky Punishment Sword formation, the Herculean demon general was killed by Long Chen with a roar of despair. The only thing that could survive was his Cosmos sack. Long Chen quickly put away the Cosmos sack. The power of the blood sacrifice began to fade. Long Chen found that his Earth-Yang aperture, which he had already opened, was rapidly closing. Long Chen quickly sat down cross-legged and took out the corpse of the 9-will ghost fire beast. He used the blood-refining qi to swallow the blood. After producing a huge amount of true qi, Long Chen used the Reaching Heaven state again to break through to the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven state. He spent another 350,000 Reaching Heaven state, but Long Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. The Herculean demon general wanted to escape the ancient demon territory, so there should be a lot of things in his Cosmos sack. Although it was much easier to go back to the 6th level of the Reaching Heaven state and break through to the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven state again, it was still a rather uncomfortable feeling. However, if he wanted to kill the Herculean demon general and get his wealth, Long Chen had to give it a try. If he didn't understand, he had to ask others and absorb their knowledge. This was a way to become knowledgeable quickly. Killing people and getting their wealth was a way to become rich quickly. Long Chen's original idea was to let Lu Yi go out, and then he would use the blood sacrifice and blood refining qi to kill people and get their treasures in an isolated corner. Of course, such a risky thing couldn't be done often. Long Chen estimated that Lu Yi would come back soon. As he expected, at this time, Lu Yi reappeared in the cave. Her face was full of anxiety and panic. At this time, her face was full of tears like pear blossoms. Long Chen knew that she wouldn't find King Qingli. She ran halfway and thought that Long Chen would follow her. However, Long Chen didn't even see his shadow. She was suddenly in a mess. She knew that Long Chen was probably killed by the Herculean demon general, so she was full of self-blame. She could only run back in despair, because she thought that if Long Chen died, she would die with him. Because Long Chen died because he saved her. However, when she returned to the cave, what she saw really stunned her. Chapter 507. The cave was, of course, a mess. Lui's wooden hut had been reduced to ruins during the battle between Long Chen and the Herculean demon general. At the same time, a lot of mud in the cave had fallen off, filling the cave with a thick layer of dust. There was nothing on the ground amidst the dust. The person who occupied Lui's heart was sitting on the ground. He seemed to be cultivating, and he was at a crucial moment. As for the Herculean demon general, he had disappeared. It could even be said that he had been turned into dust by Long Chen. Lui looked at Long Chen, who was cultivating, in a daze. She could see that there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He must have been injured. However, from the blood-stained demon emperor sword, he must have won. The Herculean demon general must have died at his hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disappeared. Lui fell to the ground in a daze. She looked at Long Chen with an indescribable shock in her eyes. At that moment, sparkling and translucent tears were welling up in her eyes, quickly blurring her vision. Jiang Cheng, the image of this man had been deeply engraved in her mind, and it was difficult to erase it. She didn't know why it was like this. To be honest, she didn't feel that Long Chen was interested in her. It was just that in the process of interacting with him, everything about him, especially this final miracle, still made her so fascinated. After a long time, Long Chen stood up from the ground. He walked in front of Lui and looked at her strangely. He said, "It's over. Why are you still crying? The Herculean demon general is dead." Dead. Lui knew it would be like this. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and forced a smile. She said, "Jiangcheng, you're really powerful. You can even kill a Herculean demon general at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. However, the death of a Herculean demon general is a big deal in the ancient demon region. I have to let my mother deal with it, okay?" If the Herculean demon general dared to deal with Long Chen and Lui like this, even if Long Chen didn't kill him, King Qingli would. If Lui told King Qingli, Long Chen believed that King Qingli would deal with it perfectly, so Long Chen didn't have to worry about it. Then go and tell your mother. From today on, I'm not only going to practice the phantom doppelganger, but I'm also going to practice this. If you think I'm too noisy, you can leave this cave to me. What do you think? From the girl's eyes, Long Chen could see that she was obsessed with him. If it went on like this, it wouldn't be a good thing. Long Chen knew that he would leave sooner or later, so he couldn't be merciful and let this girl down. Therefore, he could only use a slightly more ruthless method. Lui didn't know that Long Chen had this idea. She just thought that Long Chen really wanted to concentrate on practicing and was afraid that she would disturb him. Moreover, she had nothing more to teach Long Chen about the phantom doppelganger. So she looked at the thing in Long Chen's hand. It was a secret book. It should be a handwritten copy from the Herculean demon general's universal sac. This is the secret book of Zhenwu demonic body. Lui was a little surprised, but she immediately reacted. Long Chen killed the Herculean demon general, so it was normal for him to get his secret book. I don't need any process to learn this Zhenwu demonic body. Is there any rule in the ancient demon territory that disciples can't practice this combat skill? Long Chen asked. Yes, but you are my mother's personal disciple, and the Herculean demon general is the demon general of the Qingli Palace. My mother still has the right to let you learn 2 king-level combat skills. However, there are still 16 days to learn the 2 king-level combat skills. Are you sure you can do it? Lui had already recovered from the previous matter. We'll know once we give it a try. Long Chen grinned. Well, I'll tell my mother what happened here now. Lu Yi looked at Long Chen reluctantly and said. After saying that, she left. Tut tut, boy, you really have guts. She threw herself at you, and you actually sent her away. I'm really speechless. Don't tell me you're not good in that aspect, that you'll throw away your armor after a little entanglement? In the great virtual realm, Kitten ridiculed. No matter what, I'm better than you, a fat cat who can only fantasize. Long Chen snappily said, then continued, you're thinking too simply. To her, I'm just a prodigal son. I won't stay here, and it's impossible for me to stay here. Right now, my life only belongs to fighting. She's a good girl, we can't let her down, right? Are you sure? I bet that as long as you say the word, she will definitely strip naked in front of you. Kitten laughed. Then there will be one more King Qingli in the ancient demon territory, Long Chen said lightly. Some girls, if it was destined that they couldn't be together, then they couldn't be hurt. Let's not talk about that. I feel that I can't control my strength, and I need some time to get used to it. It seems that I can't use the blood sacrifice carelessly. But the good thing is that I have nearly 1.5 million supreme elixirs and this king-level combat skill, Zhenwu demonic body. The Phantom Doppelganger and the Zhenwu demonic body are 2 king-level combat skills that I can rely on in the future. I have to learn them in the next 16 days, so that I can deal with Chen Feng, who is at the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state, on the day of the disciple assessment. Long Chen squinted his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. He started to practice hard again. There were only 16 days left, so Long Chen didn't waste a single day. He started to practice the Zhenwu demonic body while consolidating the genuine qi caused by the blood sacrifice. The Phantom Doppelganger had already entered the trap, so Long Chen only needed to spend 1/5 of his time on practice every day. If he could maintain this time, the Phantom Doppelganger would definitely succeed after 16 days. The most important thing was the practice of the Zhenwu demonic body. In terms of comprehension of the Zhenwu demonic body, Long Chen was unparalleled. In terms of physical aptitude, because he had absorbed 1% of the inheritance blood essence, Long Chen's internal organs were strong, and his bloodline was rich. His blood qi even surpassed that of a king-level demonic beast. Therefore, in terms of physical aptitude, if he was the second best in the entire Shenwu sacred dynasty, no one would dare to claim to be the best. Inheriting the essence blood was more to improve his inner potential, allowing his life to evolve again and again. The strengthening of his physical body was only a part of the evolution, it wasn't the root. Long Chen didn't cultivate any body refining battle skills, but he had a body equivalent to a heaven rank body refining battle skill. From this, it could be seen how powerful his body's talent was. The Zhenwu demonic body. In the whole ancient demon's territory, he could definitely be ranked in the top 3. In terms of attack power, the Zhenwu demonic body was absolutely terrifying. After practicing it, he would definitely have the power to shatter mountains and break rivers. Of course, it was not easy to practice the Zhenwu demonic body. The practice of the Zhenwu demonic body required a king-level primary elixir called Zhenwu poisonous rattan. It was a poisonous rattan with strong toxins. Of course, it also had a strong effect on stimulating the body. If the toxins of the poisonous rattan could be transformed into energy and solidified the body with a secret method, it would be possible to form the Zhenwu demonic body and achieve the goal of body refining. Of course, Long Chen didn't have the Zhenwu poisonous rattan, so he had to rely on King Qingli. The next day, King Qingli brought the king-level primary elixir, Zhenwu poisonous rattan, to Long Chen with Lu Yi. Although it's only a small piece of the Zhenwu poisonous rattan, it's worth more than 1 million reaching heaven state elixirs. You can only practice it if you are really sure. Don't waste my 1 million reaching heaven elixirs. Seeing Long Chen again, King Qingli was even more shocked. In her opinion, Long Chen had potential, but his potential had reached a level where he could become stronger. In every aspect, Long Chen was countless times stronger than other geniuses. Don't worry. Just watch. Anyway, I promise that he won't get married. Long Chen said with a smile. Although his smile was frivolous, the firmness in his eyes made it impossible for anyone to doubt what he said. King Qingli handed the Jinwu poisonous rattan to him. I've dealt with the matter of the giant strength demon general. I promise that no one will ask about it in the future. You can practice the Jinwu demonic body without worry. I'll wait for your results, King Qingli said. Thank you. Long Chen was really grateful to King Qingli. Although it was only a relationship of interests, Long Chen still had to thank her. Without her, Long Chen wouldn't have a share of the phantom doppelganger and the Jinwu demonic body. Of course, his current strength was also partly given by King Qingli. When you shine in the disciple assessment and bring glory to our King Qingli palace, I'll have to thank you. Jiangcheng, practice. Let's go. King Qingli chuckled. Then she left with Lu Yi, who was reluctant to leave. After they left, Long Chen began to focus all his attention on the Jinwu demonic body. The Jinwu poisonous rattan is the most difficult stage in the cultivation of the Jinwu demonic body. With the Jinwu poisonous rattan, the Jinwu demonic body is almost a success. The next step is to resist the poison of the Jinwu poisonous rattan and refine it with genuine qi. The poison will be turned into power to nourish the body. Then, through repeated trials, the Jinwu demonic body will be cultivated. Long Chen did as he said. He swallowed the poisonous Jinwu poison ivy without hesitation. After the Jinwu poisonous rattan entered Long Chen's body, it quickly melted. Just like the inherited blood essence, it instantly covered Long Chen's whole body, turning Long Chen's body completely black. In an instant, Long Chen looked like a piece of black charcoal. Pain. Endless pain. These poisons were like small thorns, piercing Long Chen's whole body. At this time, his whole body was full of such pain. At this time, if he didn't have strong willpower, he would definitely collapse immediately and then die under the Jinwu poisonous rattan. After all, the king-level medicine was not so easy to bear. Chapter 508. Wake up. Kitten's roar stimulated Long Chen's nerves, causing him to wake up from the pain in an instant. He understood that the most important thing now was not to endure the pain but to refine the poison. Part of the cultivation method of the true martial devil body was actually the method to refine the poison. The second half was the real cultivation method. At this time, the method to refine the poison quickly appeared in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen used this method to quickly refine the poison. Before this, Long Chen suddenly felt that his body was no longer in pain. At this time, he had not begun to refine the poison. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the poison that swept through his body was forced to a small corner, condensed into a ball, and gathered in Long Chen's chest. The thing that suppressed this poison turned out to be Long Chen's dragon blood. In your blood, there is the inheritance of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. With such a huge amount of dragon qi, how can a small poison invade your body? You are now immune to poison. Not to mention king-level poisons, even god-level poisons are useless against you. Kitten explained. Only then did Long Chen understand what was going on. However, this did not affect his cultivation. Therefore, Long Chen refined the poison that condensed into a ball in his chest like a turtle hiding its head. Because it was afraid of Long Chen's blood qi, it was very easy for him to refine the poison. It was almost 10 times or 100 times easier than others. Others who cultivated the true martial devil body had to endure the corrosion of the poison for about a month before they could finally transform the power of the poison. However, this process only took Long Chen a day because he had dragon blood. The Jinwu demonic body was not a good body-tempering battle skill. Because of the corrosion of the poison in the early stages, it would cause a certain degree of damage to the body. Of course, if one could truly master it, they would definitely have peerless battle strength. The reason why the giant strength demon general was killed by Long Chen was also because he had not mastered the Zhenwu demonic body. Under Long Chen's refinement, the toxins in his body quickly transformed into a power that Long Chen no longer rejected. It occupied Long Chen's entire body. One day later, Long Chen's body was filled with this power. At this time, he had successfully reached the second cultivation stage of the true martial demonic body. This was the true way of cultivation. In the true martial devil body, there was a set of fist techniques. This was not an offensive fist technique, but a fist technique for cultivation. At this time, Long Chen gradually stood up and began to practice according to the fist technique recorded in the secret manual. With his eyes closed, he seemed to be in a trance state. Hu! Boom! Again and again, Long Chen's body changed rapidly in the cave. Every time he punched, he could transform the toxins in his body into power and integrate it into his muscles and bones, strengthening his body. Moreover, as he used the fist technique, the rich spiritual qi of the earth also integrated into his body and strengthened his flesh and blood. With the huge amount of spiritual qi of the earth and the strange power, Long Chen's body became stronger step by step as he practiced the fist technique. The mysterious fist technique made him completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Time passed day by day. During this period, Lu Yi had come a few times. Every time, she saw that Long Chen seemed to be asleep and did not notice at all. He was still practicing the fist technique. Lu Yi could only leave with disappointment. When she told King Qingli about Long Chen's current situation, King Qingli gasped and said, "He has completely refined the toxins and reached that stage. As expected, he is a peerless genius." Few people who practice Zhenwu demonic body succeed, and most of them are tortured by the toxins. Although gigantic strength demon general succeeded, he is just a dabbler. I didn't expect that Long Chen could really succeed, and the time he spent on it is so short that he broke the record of the ancient demon's territory. King Qingli sighed and said, "Mother, you actually let him cultivate something that he doesn't have any confidence in," Lu Yi said with some blame. "That's because I have confidence in him. You see, he is now close to success," King Qingli said meaningfully. Lu Yi was lost in thought. When she went to see it a few days later, there was a gust of wind in the cave, and the sand and dust were rushing around. She could not see Long Chen's shadow. She knew that Long Chen must be in the cave, and he must be practicing the fist technique, but she just could not see where Long Chen was. On the one hand, there was too much sand and dust. On the other hand, it was because Long Chen practiced the fist technique too fast. Finally, 11 days passed. In the past 11 days, Lu Yi almost always stayed outside. There were only 5 days left before the disciple assessment. Lu Yi was a little worried that Long Chen had not succeeded in practicing at that time. If so, King Qingli's palace would be in trouble, and Lu Yi would be in more trouble. At this time, the cave where she stayed since childhood collapsed. With a loud bang, the whole ground was shaking, and a lot of smoke and dust rolled up from the entrance of the cave in front of her. Lu Yi was surprised. She thought that Long Chen was buried in it. At this time, a yellow figure rushed out of the cave and stood in front of Lu Yi. "You are so ugly." Lu Yi burst into laughter because Long Chen was covered with yellow soil at this time. Only 2 light red eyes could be seen, and other places were covered with a thick layer of mud. This was the result of 11 days of practice. Long Chen, who had forgotten his feelings, did not care about the mud at all. Therefore, when Lu Yi saw him for the first time, she could not help laughing. Boom! Long Chen used genuine qi to shake off all the mud on his body. Suddenly, he returned to his original appearance, and he could not be cleaner. Such Long Chen made Lu Yi's laughter stop. The man standing in front of her was sharp, like an unsheathed sword. Lu Yi, who was standing beside him, felt that she had already been pierced by the invisible sharpness he emitted. This feeling was like a rabbit standing in front of a lion. As long as Long Chen made a slight move, he could take her life. She didn't even feel such a strong aura from the Herculean demon general. Zhenwu devil body, you have succeeded in practicing. Lu Yi asked with a trembling voice. Yes. Long Chen nodded as if he had completed a trivial matter. Then he asked, how many days have I practiced? How much time do I have left? Could it be that the disciple assessment has already passed? This was the thing that Long Chen was most concerned about. If the disciple assessment had already passed, then he would be in trouble. There are still 5 days left. Lu Yi looked at Long Chen's eyes. She was already a little obsessed. In more than 10 days, he had practiced a body-refining combat skill. In the entire Wushu Sage dynasty, there was probably no such genius like him. Long Chen was full of endless secrets. These secrets attracted Lu Yi, making her somewhat unable to extricate herself. That's good. I have already finished practicing the Zhenwu devil body. It's just that I am still not familiar with the phantom doppelganger. In the remaining 5 days, I will continue to study the phantom doppelganger. There are still many questions that I want to discuss with you. Long Chen quickly made a plan for the next 5 days. Arranging his time reasonably had become a habit of Long Chen. Hearing that she could spend 5 days with Long Chen, Lu Yi's heart leaped in joy, and she quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing the infatuation in the girl's eyes, Long Chen did not know what to do. Once I get the Emperor Flame Bead, I won't stay in the ancient demon area any longer. I'm going to look for the archaic cemetery. I'm sure this girl will forget about me after a while, Long Chen thought to himself. After visiting King Qingli, Long Chen returned to his residence. In less than 2 months, his status in the ancient demon's territory had greatly changed. When he first came here, he was in the first level of the reaching heaven state, which was the lowest level. But now, in the King Qingli Palace, he had reached the peak of the disciples. Even Lu Yi, who was the strongest among the personal disciples of King Qingli, was not a match for Long Chen. So, Long Chen's status in the King Qingli Palace began to rise. Long Chen was the disciple of King Qingli, and he was the last one to enter the palace. He should have been the youngest disciple. But King Qingli had made a rule that Long Chen would be promoted to her first disciple, and the others would be demoted in turn. So, even Lu Yi had to call Long Chen senior brother. Of course, many of the direct disciples were still brooding over the fact that Long Chen had killed Qin Huanyu. However, they had no choice but to admit that the current Long Chen was terrifying just by looking at him. The others looked at him with awe. Of course, this was in the King Qingli Palace. Because King Qingli had blocked the news, the other palaces did not know about Long Chen. 5 days passed in a hurry. In these 5 days, Long Chen finally mastered the phantom doppelganger and the Zhenwu demonic body and reached the advanced level. With his talent, he could use the phantom doppelganger as well as Lu Yi. On this day, the disciple assessment officially began. This time, ordinary disciples had no right to watch the assessment. Only senior disciples, personal disciples, elders, and highest elders could enter the 4th level of the realm of demons. Of course, the demon generals were responsible for maintaining order. There were already about 3,000 of them. These people were the real backbone of the ancient demons area. Every one of them was above the 6th level of the reaching heaven state. This time, including Long Chen and Lu Yi, the Qingli Imperial Palace sent a total of 5 people, all of whom were in the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. Among the 7 Lord Palaces, there should be more than 60 people in total. Of course, among these 60 people, they were all above the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. From this, it could be seen that the Qingli imperial palace was indeed much weaker than the other lord palaces. On this morning, Long Chen and the other 4 people stood in front of King Qingli. Chapter 509. Today, Long Chen was very familiar with the 2 king-level combat skills. Of course, although they were not king-level offensive combat skills, they could still greatly increase Long Chen's attack. At this time, Long Chen, Lu Yi and other 4 people stood in front of Queen Qingli. The passage of the 4th Devil Realm had been opened. Most of the qualified people had already entered. Queen Qingli was waiting for today's protagonists. All Queen Qingli's attention was on Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen coming, she called Long Chen aside and asked, "Are you sure? Don't worry. I've asked for so many things from you. I'll finish them all." Long Chen said. "You really succeeded in practicing the Phantom Doppelganger and the Zhenwu Devil Body?" Queen Qingli said dumbfoundedly. Long Chen nodded. "Evildoer." Queen Qingli shook her head helplessly. Seeing that Queen Qingli focused all her attention on Long Chen, the other 3 disciples showed displeasure on their faces. They were older than Long Chen, but because of Queen Qingli's order, Long Chen's status was directly promoted to the chief disciple of Qingli Palace. Among the 3 people, one was the original chief disciple. He was the strongest except for Lu Yi. But now they had to call Long Chen senior brother. How could they be reconciled? Master's words really don't consider our feelings at all. Sigh, it's more than not considering. She doesn't take us seriously at all. I'm afraid our role in this disciple assessment is just to make up the numbers. In her eyes, the only useful person is Jiang Cheng. Master doesn't even care about junior sister Yi. I really don't know what's so powerful about Jiang Cheng. I think even if he has a fast promotion, he's just like us now. We can definitely do what he can do. The 3 disciples discussed among themselves. Because they had been ignored, their expressions were very ugly. Vaguely, there was a trace of resentment towards Long Chen. "Stop it, you 3. He is indeed stronger than us. There is no doubt about it. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we are still no match for him." Seeing that their discussion was getting more and more intense, Lu Yi reminded them in a low voice. "Junior sister, you must be joking. Even a person at the 8th level of the reaching heaven state wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the 4 of us," the former chief disciple said firmly. "You'll be able to see it during the disciple assessment later." Lu Yi stopped arguing with them and said softly. She knew that Long Chen had even successfully cultivated the Zhenwu demonic body. With his king-level Zhenwu demonic body, they wouldn't be able to hit Long Chen even if he just stood there and let them attack him. It should be known that Long Chen's Zhenwu demonic body was stronger than that of the giant strength demon general. Soon, Long Chen and Queen Qingli finished talking. Queen Qingli waved to them and gestured for Long Chen and the others to follow her. "The Demon Emperor is back. He will probably come out during the disciple assessment later. So you have to perform well and don't embarrass the Qingli Imperial Palace," Queen Qingli said. "Yes." Everyone nodded. Outside the Qingli Imperial Palace, there were still the 3 great demon generals, elders, and some other people of the Qingli Imperial Palace waiting. After King Qingli walked out, they hurriedly followed him. Under the envious gazes of the ordinary disciples, a huge group of Qingli Imperial Palace headed towards the direction of the Realm Demon Mountain. There was still some distance from the Qingli Imperial Palace to the 4th layer realm of demons. "Mother, why is the Demon Emperor back? He seldom shows up," Lu Yi suddenly asked on the way. Queen Qingli lowered her head and whispered in Lu Yi's ear, "Let me tell you. You've been told that the good-for-nothing from the Imperial Palace was killed. So the Demon Emperor ended his cultivation and came back to the ancient demons area. I guess he wants to find out who killed him." "Ah, he's dead. No wonder I haven't heard from him for a long time. Yes, I haven't seen him for 2 months, Lu Yi said in surprise. We've arrived at the Realm Demon Mountain. Don't talk. At this time, the Realm Demon Mountain was already in front of them. They climbed up and soon reached the peak of the Realm Demon Mountain. The guards hurriedly bowed to Queen Qingli. Queen Qingli nodded and led the people of the Qingli Imperial Palace into the ancient demons area. I heard that there are only 5 people from the Qingli Imperial Palace participating in the battle, and none of them is in the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven state, one of the guards said mockingly after the people of the Qingli Imperial Palace had left. That's right. The Qingli Imperial Palace will definitely rank last in this assessment. I dare to obtain 10,000 heavenly reaching elixirs. Screw you. Only a fool would bet with you. After arriving at the 4th layer realm of demons, they headed for the 2nd layer realm. Because there was no shortcut, it was more troublesome. After walking for half a day, they finally arrived at the ravine of the 2nd layer realm of demons. However, before they arrived, Long Chen and the others stopped because there was another team in front of them. At this time, the people in that team turned their heads. They were the people from the Red Ghost King's palace. The Red Ghost King and Ing Xiaotian were standing at the front of the team. Queen Qingli. The Red Ghost King smiled. He looked at the people around Queen Qingli for a while and said, "The Qingli Imperial Palace has a really big lineup this time. There are 5 participants. It's really terrifying." He spoke sarcastically in an exaggerated tone. On the side of the Red Ghost King's side, besides Ing Xiaotian who was at the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven state, there were 7 others at the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven state. If it was a group battle, their strength would far surpass that of the Qingli Imperial Palace. Of course, the assessment was based on individuals, not groups. As soon as the Red Ghost King finished speaking, everyone in the Red Ghost King's palace burst into laughter. They are indeed brought up by women. A bunch of cowards, the Red Ghost King scolded. The others burst into laughter again. Their wild laughter had angered everyone in the Qingli King's palace. Prince Qingli was not good at wrangling with these rascals, so Long Chen stepped forward, looked at the Red Ghost King and said with a smile, "It's our blessing to have the beautiful Prince Qingli as our leader. There are so many beautiful women in the Qingli King's palace. I think you're envious of us, so you're saying such sour words here. Unfortunately, your lord is a big red toad. Normal men like me feel like vomiting at the sight of him." Long Chen pointed directly at the high and mighty Red Ghost King. His words were like a basin of cold water that completely extinguished the arrogance of the Red Ghost King's palace. When the people of the Qingli King's palace saw that the other party was so cowardly, they immediately cheered and praised Long Chen's words. His words made Prince Qingli, who usually did not laugh, burst into laughter. She looked at Long Chen reproachfully. She suddenly felt that this young man was actually quite cute. Of course, the premise was that she had to stand next to him. If she stood opposite him, he would be no different from a devil. The Red Ghost King's face was already red. At this time, after hearing Long Chen's words, his face turned even redder. 2 streams of white gas visible to the naked eye were exhaled from his nostrils. It could be seen how angry he was now. If it was Prince Qingli who scolded him, he would not be angry because they were of equal status. However, at that time, Long Chen was just an ignorant child. How could the Red Ghost King bear being scolded by someone whose status was far lower than his? "Bastard, you're courting death." The Red Ghost King's face darkened and he was about to attack Long Chen. At this time, Prince Qingli gently protected Long Chen behind her and said mockingly, "Red Ghost King, originally, you insulted us with words first. We fought back normally, but you are so ungentlemanly. Do you want to fight? Are you still a man? Moreover, the Demon Emperor is back. The ancient demon's territory is not a place for you to do evil. Try to fight me, the demon emperor is still angry. Hearing Prince Qingli's words, the Red Ghost King immediately stopped in his tracks. He was terrified. Prince Qingli was right. This time, the demon emperor was not in a good mood. If they fought here and embarrassed the ancient demon's territory, it was very likely that they would be killed by the demon emperor. The Red Ghost King looked at Long Chen and Prince Qingli coldly and said, "For the sake of the demon emperor, I will spare this boy today." Prince Qingli Palace, see you in the fourth devil world. Prince Qingli, although I am not Xiaotian's father, I can be considered half a father to him. After this assessment, we will be in-laws by marriage. Of course, we can't hurt our relationship. His eyes looked at Lu Yi, who was hiding behind Prince Qingli. He smiled and said, "Yi is really getting more and more beautiful. My Xiaotian is really lucky, huh?" After saying that, he patted Xiaotian's shoulder and said loudly, "Let's go." At his command, the people of the Red Ghost King's palace marched forward and entered the second devil world, leaving the people of Prince Qingli Palace looking at each other. At this time, Prince Qingli turned around and said, "Now, the Red Ghost King's palace has humiliated us. It is up to the 5 of you to repay the humiliation they have given us. Talking is the most useless. Let's see how you perform later." Long Chen and the others nodded. As the saying went, if you took someone's money, you should help them eliminate disasters. Long Chen had already taken most of the money. Now it was time for him to eliminate disasters. He had always been concerned about his reputation, so he would complete this task carefully this time. Following the footsteps of the Red Ghost King's palace, the people of Prince Qingli Palace soon arrived at the entrance to the fourth devil world. The demonic general Wind God was no longer guarding here. Another demonic general appeared here. Under his welcome, Long Chen and the others stepped into the passage to the fourth devil world. To be honest, this was his first time in the fourth devil world. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared on the land of the fourth devil world. The fourth devil world looked exactly the same as the third devil world, but there was no strong aura of demonic beasts here. There was only a strong human aura, and it was the aura of experts. At this time, many people had gathered in the fourth devil world. The disciples who came to participate in the assessment had almost all arrived. As the disciples welcomed them, Long Chen and the others began to enter. They followed Prince Qingli to the area of Prince Qingli Palace. At this time, the disciples of each palace formed an arc. In front of the arc was a huge black arena. Chapter 5:10. At this time, the fourth king palace was bustling with noise. Among the 7 king palaces, only 7 people had their own seats. They were the 7 great demon kings. The 7 great demon kings were sitting in a circle, and the distance between each demon king was about 30 meters. The disciples of the king palaces, regardless of whether they were demon generals or other disciples, all stood behind their respective demon kings. Among the 7 kings' palaces, there were more than 300 elders and senior disciples in each king's palace. King Qingli Palace had the least number, but it still had more than 200 people. However, the other kings' palaces even had 500 people. At that moment, all the people from the 7 great kings' palaces had arrived and gathered on one side of the arena. On the other side of the arena, there were also many people entering the arena. The people on the other side were much stronger than those on Long Chen's side. Of course, there were only about 50 people participating. Long Chen knew that these 50 people were the highest elders of the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state. Just like the 28 demon generals of the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state, they were the most powerful people in the entire ancient demon area. These people, their status seemed to be even higher than the demon generals, because they directly followed the demon emperor, so each of them had a seat. Of course, their seats were a bit smaller than the 7 great demon kings, so as to distinguish their statuses. Of course, among them, there was a seat that was even bigger than the Demon King's. At this time, a man walked to this seat, turned around, and sat down. He attracted the attention of almost everyone present. Long Chen also looked at this man. He was about 20 years old. He looked feminine and very handsome. He was from the same department as Mo Xiaolang. However, Long Chen could see that under this feminine young man's appearance, there was an extremely masculine heart. This could be seen from his sharp and fiery eyes. In the ancient demon area, in terms of appearance, this man was much better than Ying Xiaotian. However, Long Chen felt a little strange. Why did this man's appearance look so familiar? It was as if he had seen him before. Impossible. After I came to the God Wushu Sage Empire, I went straight to the ancient demon area. I haven't been anywhere but the ancient demon area. How could I have seen this effeminate young man? Long Chen could guess his identity because his strength gave Long Chen the feeling that his strength was similar to that of King Qingli next to him. Although he was introverted, his movements were quite terrifying. He must be an expert in the earth martial arts realm. In other words, he was Jiang Wuxiang, the super genius who ranked first in the entire ancient demon's territory. At the same time, he was the son of the demon king, Jiang Wuxia. Of course, he was also the future successor of the ancient demon area. To be honest, Long Chen admired him for being able to reach such a state at such a young age. He had made rapid progress in the reaching heaven state, but he still didn't know how to practice the three martial arts realms. In the Cangyang kingdom, Zhao Qingyun wouldn't teach Long Chen what the three martial arts realms were. Ever since Jiang Wuxiang showed up, the whole place was silent. Everyone stopped talking at the right time and looked at Jiang Wuxiang with admiration. In the ancient demons area, the sons of the demon emperor were all born with a golden spoon in their mouths. But among the many sons of the demon emperor, only Jiang Wuxiang had reached the earth martial arts realm. The strongest of the others was only at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. Jiang Wuxiang's nature-defying and uniqueness could be seen from this. Of course, the demon emperor had asked him to support this grand event, which was held once every 5 years, which showed how much he valued him. Over the years, Jiang Wuxiang had created countless legends in the ancient demon's territory. He was the idol of all the disciples in the ancient demon's territory. The practice of the martial arts realm was completely different from the 4 basic states. It was said that it was easy to reach the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, but it was more difficult to reach the martial arts realm. Jiang Wuxiang had reached the earth martial arts realm at the same age as Long Chen, which was quite terrifying. Moreover, when Prince Wuxiang was at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, he could leave a handprint on the reaching heaven demonic pillar. Now, he should be able to destroy the reaching heaven demonic pillar. Seeing Jiang Wuxiang show up, some disciples couldn't help talking about him. That's nothing. I heard that when he was at the 9th layer of the Heaven Ascension state, he once fought against 8 people at the 9th layer of the Heaven Ascension state alone. In the end, he killed all of them. Those 8 people were the 8 villains of the Northern Sea. Every one of them was a famous figure on the Martial Union's bounty list. However, they were all killed by Prince Wuxiang in one night. That's nothing. It's just one of Prince Wuxiang's experiences. I heard that he once reached the Eternal Divine Sea and killed a king-level demonic beast. King-level demonic beast? The Eternal Divine Sea is the nest of the super-demonic beast, the Divine Phoenix. I didn't expect Prince Wuxiang to dare to go there. I have to say that I admire him. Long Chen noticed that, ever since Jiang Wuxiang had appeared, geniuses like Ying Xiaotian and Chen Feng were like grains of rice, while Jiang Wuxiang was the real dazzling star. To be able to reach the 3 great martial arts realms at such a young age, he should be considered a famous figure in the whole Wushu Sage Empire. Moreover, when he was at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, he was able to leave a handprint on the reaching heaven demonic pillar and fight against 8 people at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state and even kill a king-level demonic beast. Apart from Long Chen, it would be difficult for ordinary people to achieve such a feat. Long Chen scrutinized Jiang Wuxiang for a while. He had a premonition that he had met a real genius this time. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Wuxiang. Jiang Wuxiang stood up and bowed slightly to the 7 great demon kings. He said in a clear voice, "7 great demon kings, my father has some matters to attend to today, so I will be presiding over the disciple assessment on my father's behalf. Prince Wuxiang is too courteous. Given your strength and status, you will definitely be able to handle the disciple assessment. We just need to watch," the Red Ghost King said with a smile. The other demon kings also chimed in one after another. Jiang Wuxiang nodded and said, "Since everyone is here, the disciple assessment can begin now. Of course, Wuxiang is just supervising everyone a little. Divine Wind, you may begin." When he finished speaking, he returned to his seat. Only then did the crowd's gazes shift from Jiang Wuxiang to the huge black arena in front of them. A general clad in black armor stood on the black arena. It was the Divine Wind Demon General who had presided over the selection battle. Seeing him, Long Chen felt like laughing involuntarily. This Divine Wind Demon General is probably a professional host in the ancient demon region. He is the one who presided over the selection and the disciple assessment. This time, the Divine Wind Demon General didn't soar into the sky to speak. After all, there were several people around who had a higher status than him, especially when there was a prince who would become the Demon Emperor behind him. He looked around and said in a clear voice, "Divine Wind greets the Demon Kings. I will now explain the rules of this year's disciple assessment to everyone. This disciple assessment is divided into 2 stages. The purpose of this design is to determine the champion among all the disciples and reward them with the Emperor Flame Pearl. At the same time, the great elders will grade the disciples of each king's palace. Finally, the ranking of the king's palace will be determined according to the disciples' performance. Of course, every great elder belongs to the imperial palace. They are absolutely fair and open. Every disciple's grade will be recorded in their real names. The disciples who are taking the assessment only need to fight with all their might. You don't need to worry about the grade. As long as the disciples perform well, the great elders are experts in the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension state, so they will definitely be able to see it. This rule was actually not bad. This disciple assessment was for the disciples of the 7 kings' palaces, and the great elders were the direct subordinates of the Demon Emperor. Moreover, the grade was recorded in their real names. Generally speaking, it was absolutely fair. Next, I will introduce the first stage to everyone. After saying this, the Divine Wind Demon General glanced around. Suddenly, he stomped with his leg, and the entire arena shook. What an enormous force! Long Chen was a little surprised by the Divine Wind Demon General. Under the Divine Wind Demon General's kick, the entire black arena started to shake. Then, everyone saw a total of 12 black pillars rise from the center of the arena. Rumble. After a few breaths' time, all the black pillars stabilized. These pillars looked a little like the heaven-reaching demonic pillars. Of course, they were only replicas. There was a total of 12 black pillars, and each pillar was approximately 7 meters tall. They formed a circle with a diameter of approximately 15 meters in the center of the arena. Long Chen looked carefully and realized that on the top of each pillar, there was a fiery red bead. These beads were emitting enormous energy. Long Chen initially thought that they were the Emperor Flame beads, but he knew that there wouldn't be 12 of them. Of course, even if they weren't the Emperor Flame beads, these pillars seemed to be quite extraordinary. These are the flame beads, not the Emperor Flame beads. These are the flame beads, not the Emperor Flame beads. I believe most of you are clear about the use of the flame beads. On the day when the 9 sons are born, with these flame beads, you will be able to obtain some energy. Who knows, it might even allow you to have a breakthrough. These 12 flame beads are the prizes for the first round. The rules are very simple. Everyone will start at the same starting line. After I give the signal to start, whoever can obtain a flame bead and hold it until the time limit is up will be able to enter the next round. In other words, out of a total of 60 people, only 12 will be able to enter the next round. After I start the selection, all of you will need to display your greatest speed to fight for the flame bead. If you obtain the flame bead, you must not put it into your cosmos sack. Otherwise, it will be a violation of the rules. Even if you obtain the flame bead, you must hold it in your hand. If you can protect it until the time limit is up, then very well, you will have obtained a spot for the second stage. From the time I announce the start to the end, there will be a total of 20 breaths time. How to obtain the flame bead within 20 breaths time and protect it for that long will depend on your own strength. Chapter 5:11. Have you heard the rules? At this time, King Qingli turned around and asked. Long Chen and others nodded. Remember, when you get the flame bead, you should unite as much as possible and help others get it. Among the 7 Lord Palaces, there are 12 places. That is to say, if we get 2 places, we won't be at the bottom. King Qingli said. 2 places? There are so many experts in other palaces. Last time, we didn't even get one. One of the disciples said in frustration. That was the last time. This time, it's different. Queen Qingli said with a smile. Then she didn't say more. At this time, under the announcement of Immortal Wind Demon General, the first test had officially begun. Long Chen and others walked onto the arena under King Qingli's gaze. On the arena, a huge circle was drawn. From each point on the circle, the distance from the black pillars was the same. Long Chen and others who were around 60 were standing on the circle at this time. Of course, all the disciples of the Lord Palaces were divided at this time. Long Chen and the other 4 were assigned to different corners. Long Chen glanced around. He didn't bother to check where the other 3 were. As for Lu Yi, she was not far away from him. Presumably, she could help when the time came. When Long Chen looked at Lu Yi also looked at him. To be honest, the surrounding warriors were all at LV7 of the heaven-reaching realm, and none of them were weak. Lu Yi felt very stressed to get one flame bead among so many tigers and wolves. King Qingli had said that only by getting 2 flame beads could Lord Qingli's palace get rid of the fate of being the last. She couldn't count on the other 3 senior fellow apprentices at all. Long Chen was likely to get one, so she had to get the other one. She was originally nervous, but Long Chen's eyes made her feel more at ease. I will definitely work hard to make my mother proud. Thinking of this, Lu Yi's heart began to become firm. Within the gazes of the several thousand people present, Long Chen was the most unremarkable one. At this time, the majority of the gazes were focused on the 8th level Heavenly Completion Realm martial artists. The Divine Wind Demon General had spread them out, ensuring that they wouldn't clash in the first round. Among these people, Chen Feng, who had already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Completion Realm, as well as Ing Xiaotian and the others from the Red Ghost King Hall, were extremely dazzling. At this time, they were all standing at the edge of the large circle, waiting for the Divine Wind Devil General to give the order. They would immediately obtain a flame pearl. Jiang Wuxiang's gaze also landed on Chen Feng. Leaning to the side, he said to a grand elder beside him, that brat called Chen Feng isn't very old, but he's already at the 9th tier of the heavenly completion stage. He's pretty good, and is about the same as my 5th brother. After this disciple's test is over, let him directly become my subordinate, and work for me. Yes, it's definitely Chen Feng's honor to work for Prince Wuxiang. Jiang Wuxiang nodded. His gaze returned to the square, and he didn't say anything else. Although his age was about the same as Chen Feng and the others, regardless of status or strength, he was much higher than them by a large margin. Of course, he wouldn't notice that among these 60 people, there was a person called Jiang Cheng. At this time, everyone didn't even know that there was another person called Jiang Cheng in the Qingli Royal Hall. Jiang Cheng was just a pseudonym of Long Chen. Among these 60 people, apart from the people from the Qingli Royal Hall, Long Chen only recognized two others, namely Ying Xiaotian and Chen Feng. At this time, Ying Xiaotian was facing Lu Yi. His eyes darted boldly over Lu Yi's body. Unfortunately, Lu Yi didn't look at him. As for Chen Feng, he glanced at Long Chen. He only gave a cold smile, and no longer paid attention to Long Chen. In his opinion, Long Chen had also come to participate in this disciples' test. He was just here to lose face. Long Chen could run away quickly, but in this disciples' test, it wasn't enough to just run away. Time gradually passed. Just as the disciples were about to lose their patience, the Divine Wind Demon General announced the start of the test. Everyone craned their necks, watching the most intense scene. 3, 2, 1. Begin. When they heard the number 3, everyone's body tensed up. Every person's body began to churn with an enormous energy fluctuation. When they heard the start of the test, everyone was like an arrow, shooting towards the 12 pillars in the middle. Everyone chose the closest target to them. Although there was only a distance of 100 meters between them, because of the difference in speed, the gap between them was quickly pulled apart. Among the 60 people, the fastest was naturally Chen Feng, followed by the several 8th stage Heaven Ascension realm martial artists. Chen Feng was really too dazzling, to the point that no one noticed that the second fastest person wasn't an 8th stage Heaven Ascension realm martial artist, but Long Chen. Although Long Chen hadn't undergone the Dragon Soul transformation, his current true qi was already 4 times faster than normal. At the same time, he was the only one in the group who had cultivated a king-class body refining battle skill. The battle skill bestowed the body with extraordinary strength, especially the muscles of the legs. The speed bestowed by the body was much faster and more nimble than the speed bestowed by true qi. After the Divine Wind Demon General announced the start of the test, Long Chen took the lead in the group of 7th stage Heaven Ascension realm martial artists, leaving the others far behind him. The atmosphere of the entire 4th stage of the Devil realm instantly became incomparably fiery. Everyone craned their necks, letting out exclamations of surprise. The majority of people were paying attention to the fastest person, while the second person didn't receive much attention. Of course, there were at least several hundred people. Among these several hundred people, there were the Grand Elders, the 28 Devil Generals, the 7 Devil Kings, and of course, Jiang Wuxiang. Chen Feng is really fast. As expected of a 9th stage Heaven Ascension realm martial artist. I think he'll take 2 flame pearls himself. The other 8th stage Heaven Ascension realm martial artists aren't bad either. Everyone was talking about it. As for the people of Qingli Imperial Palace, of course, most of them were looking at Long Chen and Lu Yi. Lu Yi's performance was also very good. Among the 7th stage Heaven Ascension realm martial artists, her speed could be ranked in the top 3. However, Long Chen was even more terrifying, especially in the later stages. His speed was getting faster and faster, and he was almost catching up with Chen Feng. Long Chen hasn't undergone the Dragon Soul transformation yet. How can he be so fast? Even Queen Qingli was extremely shocked at this time. Of course, for her, this was great news. Because of his speed, Long Chen could definitely take 1 flame pearl without a doubt. Who is that young man? He's from Qingli Imperial Palace. Jiang Wuxiang also noticed Long Chen, and quickly asked the Grand Elder next to him. The Grand Elder was startled, and said, I only know that he's from Qingli Imperial Palace, but I don't know his name. Go investigate. I want to know immediately. Yes. At this time, Chen Feng, who was laughing wildly, had rushed to one of the pillars. The people next to him had not even covered half of the distance. Under the envious and reverent eyes of the crowd, Chen Feng rushed to the pillar and took one of the flame pearls in his hand. Chen Feng got a flame pearl. General Immortal Wind was a little excited, and he quickly added fuel to the fire. The other disciples who were still running were half of the distance to the pillar. When they heard that Chen Feng had got a flame pearl, they gritted their teeth and rushed forward desperately. Since Chen Feng got a flame pearl, of course, no one dared to compete with him. At this time, loud cheers came from the crowd of Qingming Imperial Palace. In the beginning, just as they were cheering, Long Chen had already leapt onto the pillar, grabbing one of the flame pearls in his hand. The 7th-tier Heavenly Completion Realm martial artists beside him were still half a distance away from the pillar, charging forward with all their might. Who would have thought that by the time they raised their heads, their target had already disappeared? Jiang Cheng got a flame pearl. Just at this time, the Divine Wind Devil General was shocked to discover that there was actually someone who had caught up to Chen Feng. Taking a closer look, he knew this person very well. He had also seen Long Chen's freakish improvement. But, this person's speed had actually surpassed an 8th-level Heaven Ascension realm. That left him incomparably shocked. The words of the Divine Wind Demon General had completely ignited the atmosphere of the scene. Everyone's gazes were now focused on the dark horse, Long Chen. As for Chen Feng, who had just received cheers, he was now left out in the cold. Even the other 8th-tier Heavenly Completion stage experts were somewhat overshadowed by Long Chen's brilliance. This time, it was King Qingli's turn to cheer. King Qingli looked in the direction of Scarlet Ghost Lord proudly. At this time, Scarlet Ghost Lord had already stood up from his seat. His face was full of horror. This brat's speed is really too fast. However, how can speed be enough? Can he keep the flame bead? King Qingli's complacent look made him very angry. However, when he thought that Long Chen's performance was at most short-lived, he felt quite comforted. The name Jiangcheng once again spread to the ears of the crowd. Amongst the crowd, there were quite a few people who had seen Long Chen's selection battle. Therefore, when they confirmed that this Jiangcheng was actually the same person as that Jiangcheng, the entire scene went into an uproar. This meant that in the short span of 2 months, Long Chen had risen from Heavenly Completion Stage 1 to his current level. What kind of terrifying speed was this? Even the 7 great demon kings were actually stunned. While marveling at Long Chen's strength, they also looked at the Red Ghost King with playful eyes, because they knew that in the selection battle, the Red Ghost King had directly abandoned Long Chen. Unexpectedly, this year, it was the Red Ghost King who was blind. Such a monstrous genius was actually taken advantage of by King Qingli. Those comments and sarcastic looks made the Red Ghost King's face turn livid. He gnashed his teeth and wished that he could directly swallow Long Chen alive. Of course, he couldn't do that here. His name is Jiangcheng, which is quite familiar. Unexpectedly, his surname is also Jiang. Could he be a member of the Jiang clan? In less than 2 months, he has progressed from the first stage of Heaven Ascension realm to the current level. His talent is much more terrifying than mine. But with such talent, why hasn't he reached the martial realm yet? Could it be that he started practicing too late? Jiang Wuxiang stared at Long Chen and thought. Chapter 5:12. Long Chen, of course, knew that he had already become the focus of everyone's attention. The tide-like cheers and shouts were all directed at him. He had already amazed the crowd with his speed alone. Of course, it was not enough to amaze the crowd with a single feat. About 5 breaths of time had passed since the time of 20 breaths had passed. Many people had already caught up. Jiang Cheng is only fast. He doesn't have much fighting power. No one knew who had said that. so many people headed for the flame bead. However, there were also a few people who heard that their target had already been snatched away by Long Chen, so they turned their attention to Long Chen. At that moment, basically all 60 people had started to gather near the 12 pillars. The situation was extremely tense. The most intense fight had just officially begun. In an instant, several battles had already broken out in this small area. Not long after Long Chen had obtained the flame bead, many people in the 8th level of the reaching heaven state had already obtained their own flame bead. Even a person in the 8th level of the reaching heaven state would not have a good time after being surrounded, let alone a person in the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. Therefore, apart from Chen Feng, everyone else fled after obtaining the flame bead. They could only escape to the edge of the arena. There were fewer people there, so it was easy for them to last for 20 breaths of time. Long Chen did not escape. After obtaining the flame bead, he immediately searched for Lu Yi among the crowd. Lu Yi was not far from him, so Long Chen found her very quickly. However, at that moment, Lu Yi was fighting with 2 other people in the 7th level of the reaching heaven state on a pillar. Because the 2 of them were attacking her from both sides, she had even used her phantom doppelganger. Long Chen knew what was going on. The 2 of them were obviously in cahoots. They had originally wanted to use one of them to restrain Lu Yi, while the other went to fight for the flame bead. However, they had not expected that Lu Yi would actually have a phantom doppelganger, which entangled the 2 of them for a moment. In this way, the 3 of them had lost their chance, because many people had already seen that there was still a flame bead there. Therefore, at least 5 people were rushing over, all of them seemingly in a killing frenzy. Actually, Lu Yi felt very aggrieved. She should have obtained a flame bead, because she had a phantom doppelganger, so it was not difficult for her to obtain the flame bead. However, she had not expected that 2 people would appear out of nowhere and block her way. These 2 people were from the Red Ghost King Palace. If we can't get the flame pearl, you can't either. Lu Yi, you're my eldest senior brother's woman. How could we let you get the flame pearl? At this moment, the 2 of them had completely given up on Yan Zhu and focused on surrounding Lu Yi. Even if Yan Zhu were to be taken advantage of by someone else, they wouldn't care. At this time, 5 people had already charged at the flame bead, and they were quickly fighting with each other. On Long Chen's side, there were already a few Ascension Heaven State 7th stage disciples who had already surrounded him after hearing that his battle strength was not up to par. Long Chen did not even look at them. With a swoosh, he executed the Traceless Spectre, which was at the beginner level of the Heaven stage, at the acme of perfection. In the blink of an eye, those disciples who had been chasing him were already gone. How is this possible? His Traceless Spectre is already at such a level that even my Heaven stage medium bodily movement battle technique can't catch up to him. Those who had set their sights on Long Chen were all dumbfounded at this moment. There were only 20 breaths of time, and everyone did not have many chances. They had made up their minds to chase after Long Chen, and once Long Chen escaped, they would no longer have the time to fight for the flame bead with others. Long Chen was actually the focus of everyone's attention. His every move was even more attractive than Chen Feng's. At this time, Long Chen had already shaken off several Ascension Heaven State 7th stage disciples, and transformed into a shadow, charging directly into the circle of the 5 Ascension Heaven State 7th stage disciples who were fighting for the flame bead. Huff. Long Chen's current physical body was definitely not weaker than that of the Herculean Devil General. At this time, there was already a person who had come to intercept him. He was also at the Ascension Heaven 7th stage, and he was also using battle techniques. However, he was sent flying by a punch from Long Chen, and he fell to the ground with a thud. In the process, both of them were sent flying. What a powerful fist force! At this time, among the highest elders' seats, many people had already stood up. Among them, a burly man said, "Zhenwu demonic body, I'm definitely not mistaken. I've been practicing the Zhenwu demonic body for 20 years, so it's definitely the Zhenwu demonic body. He was an expert in this area, so his words immediately caused a huge commotion. Even Jiang Wuxiang was a little stunned, and he asked, "Didn't you say that he has only been in the ancient demon realm for less than 2 months, and he has already successfully practiced the Zhenwu demonic body?" "Prince Wuxiang, although I'm also very shocked, and even think that it's impossible, it's definitely the Zhenwu demonic body," the man said decisively. At this time, the other reaching heaven state cultivators in the 7th tier were also sent flying by Long Chen's punch. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Long Chen grabbed another flame bead, and then, without any hesitation, he appeared in front of the 2 people who were besieging Lu Yi. He was so fast that he punched the man's nose, and the impact sent him flying. I didn't expect that the punching method practiced by the Zhenwu demonic body could be used in combat, especially in close combat. It's almost as powerful as a medium-level heaven state attack, and this kind of punching method can be used continuously. Long Chen was very surprised by this experiment. Under his attack, the people around Lu Yi were quickly wiped out. Lu Yi stopped and looked at Long Chen in a daze. At this time, he was so majestic, and he was killing so many people, that Lu Yi was completely fascinated. Long Chen was saving her. "You're still in a daze. Let's go." Long Chen stuffed a flame bead into her hand, then grabbed her arm and quickly ran outside. At this time, the scene was in chaos. Many people didn't know who had the flame bead. Of course, many people knew that Long Chen had 2 flame beads, but judging from the situation just now, those who were not in the 8th tier of the reaching heaven state would definitely be sent flying by one punch if they fought against Long Chen. With a whooshing sound, Long Chen stood at the edge of the arena, shielding Lu Yi behind him. Seeing that there were still a few 7th level reaching heaven state martial artists who were unwilling to give up, Long Chen directly dashed into the crowd. His speed was so fast that he seemed like a series of afterimages. In less than 2 breaths' time, a total of 3 people had all collapsed onto the ground. Very strong. This Zhenwu demonic body has been cultivated to the advanced level. He can even use the punching manual as a combat skill. The tall highest elder, who was next to Jiang Wuxiang, sighed with emotion. In that case, this Jiang Cheng is really a peerless genius. It seems that our ancient devil area is lucky. We must cultivate such a genius well and make him the pillar of our ancient devil area. Jiang Wuxiang smiled. At this time, the Divine Wind demonic general's loud voice instantly stunned the audience. 20 breaths are up. Everyone, stop. At his command, everyone stopped their attacks. The time was up. This also meant that many people who didn't have the flame bead had been eliminated. Everyone who doesn't have the flame bead, please leave this arena. At the Divine Wind demonic general's command, those who had been eliminated left one after another. Among those who had been eliminated were 3 people from King Qingli Palace. At this time, the 3 of them walked up to Long Chen. They had seen Long Chen's performance. The original chief disciple looked at Long Chen with some emotion and said, "Jiang Cheng, I have to say that I admire you very much. From today on, you are our eldest senior brother." After saying that, they obediently went down. Lu Yi held the flame bead in her hand tightly. If it weren't for Long Chen, she wouldn't still be standing here. She knew that King Qingli must be very happy at this time. Seeing her mother happy, Lu Yi was also quite satisfied. After the others left, the remaining 12 people in the arena were clear at a glance. Except for Chen Feng, the other 5 martial artists at the 8th level of the reaching heaven state were among them. Chen Feng had obtained 2 flame beads, and another one was given to another martial artist at the 7th level of the reaching heaven state of the Green Hell Palace. As for the others, they had been obtained by the martial artists at the 7th level of the reaching heaven state of the Green Hell Palace. Among the 12 people, there was a total of 1 at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, 5 at the 8th level of the reaching heaven state, and 6 at the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. Only 2 of the royal palaces had one person, and one of them was the Red Ghost King. This made the Red Ghost King so angry that his nose became crooked. This result was absolutely a great mockery for him, or even a blow. This time, the performance of King Qingli Palace had far surpassed that of his Red Ghost King Palace. If this continued, his Red Ghost King Palace would definitely be ranked below King Qingli Palace. This meant that he, the Red Ghost King, would have to kneel down and apologize to King Qingli in front of everyone. How could this be possible? The Red Ghost King had originally been full of confidence in himself, but after the appearance of Long Chen, everything was disrupted. Now, Long Chen had relied on his own efforts to obtain 2 places for King Qingli Palace, and his performance was already very impressive. In fact, in the first round, Long Chen had completely suppressed Chen Feng's limelight. This result was caused by the Red Ghost King himself, because the Red Ghost King had personally pushed Long Chen to King Qingli. It was like a huge slap on the face of the Red Ghost King. "Qi Gui, are you ready to kneel?" At this moment, King Qingli's voice reached the Red Ghost King's ears. The Red Ghost King didn't look at her. He knew that King Qingli was already overjoyed, and she must be laughing at him in her heart. The Red Ghost King's face was getting more and more livid. There were a total of 12 people, and Long Chen was the most eye-catching one. In fact, Chen Feng's performance was even better, and he had obtained 2 flame pearls neatly. The problem was that Long Chen had done almost the same as him, but Long Chen was only in the 7th tier of reaching heaven state. This meant that Long Chen would receive more attention. At this moment, the Divine Wind Demon General landed in front of the 12 people. "Congratulations, 12 people. Next, I will announce the rules of the second round." Chapter 5:13. The rules of the second round are actually very simple. In front of everyone, the Divine Wind Demonic General said slowly. His gaze finally stopped on Long Chen. The Divine Wind Demonic General had witnessed Long Chen's growth more than the other demonic generals, so he felt a special sense of familiarity with him. Of course, at this time, countless people were still sizing up the dark horse, Long Chen. During the selection battle, he was a huge dark horse. No one expected that in just over a month, he would show his outstanding performance in this disciple assessment. With such a huge improvement, everyone would notice him. In particular, at the beginning, everyone thought that he had exhausted his potential and basically wouldn't be able to enter. However, he just happened to surprise everyone. Among them, the most tragic was the Red Ghost King. If he lost to King Qingli in the final score, then according to the agreement, he would have to kneel in front of King Qingli and admit his mistake. At this time, the Red Ghost King was scolding his personal disciples one by one. The scene was spectacular. Of course, the crowd could only laugh at his misfortune. The Divine Wind Demonic General's voice attracted everyone's attention. Same old rules. The second round is an elimination battle. There are a total of 12 of you. First, you will draw lots to form 6 groups. Then, you will fight in pairs to determine the top 6. Then, you will be divided into 3 groups to determine the top 3. The rules for the top 3 are a free-for-all battle. The last one to persevere will be the champion, and the second to last person will be the second. Do you understand the rules? Understood. Long Chen and the others agreed. The rules were very simple, but the last 3-person free-for-all battle was the highlight of the rules. The 3-person free-for-all battle was actually the most troublesome. Any battle between 2 people would be taken advantage of by the 3rd person. In other words, the 3-person free-for-all battle was not only a test of strength, but also a battle of wits and courage. Only the strong who could truly withstand the test could stand at the peak. It's good that you understand. The Divine Wind Devil General said with a smile. His gaze swept across the crowd before he continued, "Of course, the battles of the second round will be brutal. However, the rewards are also quite plentiful. Only those who can enter the top 6 will receive 500,000 heavenly connecting pills. The martialist in third place will receive 1 million heavenly connecting pills. The martialist in second place will receive 3 million heavenly connecting pills." The reward was indeed very generous. 1 million connecting heaven elixirs was equivalent to all the wealth of a 9th level reaching heaven state martial artist. The reward for the second place was already as high as 3 million. The person who had obtained the second place should be at the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. A person at the 8th level of the reaching heaven state would have a fortune of 3 million, which was already considered very wealthy. In the future, when he broke through to the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, he wouldn't need to worry about the connecting heaven elixirs. More importantly, the connecting heaven elixirs were a form of currency. More importantly, supreme elixirs were currency. The Divine Wind Demon General said with a smile, "As for the champion, everyone knows that the champion will obtain the Emperor Flame Bead. However, the Emperor Flame Bead is only one of them. The disciple who becomes the champion will also receive a King Crystal as a reward." As soon as the Wind God Demon General's voice fell, everyone began to discuss like a wave. A King Crystal, a King Crystal. What a generous reward today. In previous years, it was only 5 million heavenly connecting pills. The value of a King Crystal is comparable to 10 million heavenly connecting pellets. Even 10 million heavenly connecting pellets might not be enough to exchange for a King Crystal. To be able to obtain a King Crystal without breaking through to the top 3 martial realms. Today's champion is really rich. I wonder who will get the Wang Crystal. Chen Feng, Lu Dongtian, Ying Xiaotian, or even Jiang Cheng. It's impossible for Jiang Cheng to win. After all, he's only at the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm. Ying Xiaotian and the others can only get 2nd or 3rd place at most. As for the 1st place, it's undoubtedly Chen Feng, who's at the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm. After all, he's already at the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm, and can be considered as one of the highest elders. That's true. For a time, discussions like this could be heard everywhere. King Crystal. Long Chen was quite interested to see what this King Crystal, which was equivalent to 10 million heavenly connecting pills, was. King Crystal, Royal Crystal, and Divine Crystal were said to be very important in the cultivation of the top 3 martial realms. It must be similar to the spiritual jade and divine jade, but the material was definitely 1,000 times better. There's martial essence in the King Crystal, which is very important to the cultivation of the martial realm. Long Chen was confused about the cultivation of the martial realm. He could only wait until he obtained the Emperor Flame Bead and reached the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm, then he could find an expert to teach him. At this time, after the Wind God Demon General announced the rules, the drawing of lots began. Among the 12 people, 6 groups would be decided. Some were strong, and some were weak. If he drew Chen Feng, he would basically be eliminated. Of course, if he drew an expert at the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm, it would be safe for Long Chen to advance to the next round. Long Chen's performance in the first round was quite amazing. However, if it was only at this level, there was still a big gap between him and the real young experts. Because he was indeed only at the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm, he was not very favored in this round. The performance of the Red Ghost King Palace was not as good as that of the Qingli King's Palace, but it was still possible for them to overtake the Red Ghost King's Palace. After all, Ying Xiaotian's strength was at least in the top 3 among these people. At this time, the drawing of lots began. When Ying Xiaotian passed by Long Chen, he looked at Long Chen and Lu Yi with a gloomy look and said, "You'd better not run into me, or you'll be in trouble." His words were directed at Long Chen. In the first round, Long Chen had stolen the limelight and made him lose face. After he finished speaking, he went to draw lots. Chen Feng was next. Chen Feng naturally loathed Long Chen. He had originally wanted to take this opportunity to show off his strength, but he did not expect Long Chen to steal the limelight. That'll depend on your luck. Even if Ing Xiaotian doesn't give you a good beating, I will. It'd be best if you meet the two of us. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk away unscathed. Chen Feng revealed a sinister smile as he drew his number. Lu Yi looked at Long Chen nervously and said, "They're going to hit you hard. What are you going to do?" Seeing the concern and anxiety in her eyes, Long Chen smiled and said, "Don't you believe that I can deal with them? We haven't fought yet, so who knows who will win and who will lose." Oh. Although Long Chen was not worried in the slightest, Lu Yi still could not calm her mind. Fight in peace and fight for your mother's glory. You don't need to worry about my matters. Long Chen lowered his head and reminded her. I understand. Lu Yi nodded and went up to draw her number. Long Chen also drew his number. The number he got was 7, while Lu Yi got 10. At this time, the drawing of lots was finished. Everyone had their own number. The Wind God Demon General smiled and said, "It's very simple. Number 1 and 2 stay on the stage, the others go down. After they finish fighting, number 3 and 4 come up. Of course, you absolutely cannot change each other's number. Go down." Long Chen and the others went down the stage. Long Chen and Lu Yi stood below the stage. As for the others, they also stood together in 2s and 3s. Some even stood alone. Of course, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they did not dare to change their number publicly. Number 1 and 2 were actually both in the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. Because it was a drawing of lots, it was a normal situation. However, for the two of them, one of them would be very unlucky. After all, they both had the strength to enter the top 6, but one of them would definitely lose the qualification to enter the top 6. Among the 10 people below the stage, Long Chen did not know the others' numbers, except for his and Lu Yi's numbers. As for the others, he did not seem to know the others' numbers either. This made everything full of suspense. The battle between the two in the 8th level of the reaching heaven state started very quickly. The two of them were equally matched in strength. It could be said to be exciting. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the battle was very intense. Both sides were the eldest disciples of their respective kings' palaces. None of them were willing to lose their king's palace just like that, so they were both fighting with their lives on the line. The crowd was a little surprised that the first battle was so exciting. This battle was simply a competition between the two kings' palaces. Below the stage, the disciples of the two kings' palaces were shouting at each other, their faces red with anger. After about half an hour, the battle finally came to an end. One of them had won. Of course, the price was very high. Right after he had won, he was taken away by the leader of the king's palace for treatment. After all, he would have to face the second battle soon. As for the loser, the treatment he received was much more bleak. Next, the suspense was, who was number 3 and number 4? The Divine Wind Demon looked around with a smile, then said, "Now, number 3 and number 4 can come up." Among the 10 people, 2 moved. When they went up the stage, the crowd was a little dumbfounded. Because the two of them were both in the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. Including Long Chen and Lu Yi, there were a total of 6 in the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. No one had expected the two of them to fight against each other. Of course, because it was a fair draw, this was normal. 2 in the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. What will happen in the next few groups? The Divine Wind Demon smiled, then announced the start of the competition. Because no one knew who their opponent would be, the second stage was full of suspense. Long Chen calculated that there would be a total of 10 battles before the second stage would end. Of course, the most important one would be the mixed battle among the top 3. None of the people who could last until then would be simple. The battle between the 2 in the 7th level of the reaching heaven state was quite intense. One of them was Chen Feng's junior in the Green Hell King's palace. The fire bead in his hand was obtained by Chen Feng. However, his strength was not that great. In less than 15 minutes, he was beaten down by another warrior. Chen Feng's face darkened. Next, number 5 and number 6. The Divine Wind Demon announced. Chapter 5:14. Who were number 5 and number 6? As soon as the Wind God Demon General finished his words, a suave figure dashed into the black arena. The crowd took a look and saw that it was the elegant Ing Xiaotian. Ing Xiaotian had been exceptionally talented since he was young. Before Chen Feng had broken through to the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, he had been one of the top young experts in the king's palace. Even now, he was considered to be the second strongest. Moreover, the Red Ghost King had always been high profile among the 7 kings' palaces. Therefore, Ing Xiaotian's battle immediately attracted the crowd's attention. Who is number 6? Standing in the ring, Ing Xiaotian glanced at Long Chen. He hoped that Long Chen would be number 6. Unfortunately, Long Chen was number 7. Otherwise, he would definitely go up and beat him up. Now 2 people from the Qingli King's palace are in the top 12. Only if I beat Ing Xiaotian down, the Qingli King's palace will be ranked higher than the Red Ghost King's palace. At that time, Yi won't have to marry him. This was what Long Chen had promised King Qingli. Therefore, he had to do it properly. Who was number 6? When number 6 went up, everyone was dumbfounded, because number 6 was actually also in the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. This drawing of lots was really too coincidental. The previous 2 battles of the same level had been full of suspense, and had been rather exciting. But now, it was actually a battle of the same level. What's going on? In this case, 2 reaching heaven realm level 8 have been eliminated. Among the top 6, there will be 2 reaching heaven realm level 7. That doesn't seem to be in line with the rules. How is it not in line with the rules? Luck is also a big part of success. The draw is all a matter of luck. You can't rely on others. Besides, what's the big deal about the top 6? The top 3 are the key. With luck, you can at most get into the top 6. Can you get into the top 3? The crowd started to discuss. Seeing that Ing Xiaotian's opponent wasn't Long Chen, but another reaching heaven state martial artist in the 8th level, the Red Ghost King's face darkened. If Ing Xiaotian lost, he would definitely be defeated. Even if Long Chen and Lu Yi didn't make it into the top 6, he would still lose. Qi Gui, tell me, am I, Lu Dongtian, stronger, or is your disciple Ing Xiaotian stronger? At this moment, an old man who was about the same age as the Red Ghost King but had a more normal appearance said with a smile. Of course, Xiaotian is the best, the Red Ghost King said decisively. Is that so? Then you have to work hard. Otherwise, if you kneel in front of a woman in front of so many people, you, the Red Ghost King, will be the laughingstock of the ancient demons area. Ha! The old man laughed. Yen Kong, old devil, don't gloat over my misfortune. The Red Ghost King was so angry that his beard curled up. At this time, the battle between Ing Xiaotian and Lu Dongtian, a martial artist at the 8th level of the reaching heaven state, had already begun. Ing Xiaotian would be his opponent sooner or later, so Long Chen was also watching carefully. Indeed, Ing Xiaotian's strength was quite good. This could be seen from the wind-riding sword finger that he had casually used previously. Of course, as the eldest disciple of the Flame Sky Royal Palace, the martial artist opposite him was also quite powerful. His powerful battle skills were able to fight Ing Xiaotian to a stalemate. The strength of these two people was even stronger than that of the two fighters in the 8th level of the reaching heaven state at the beginning. Therefore, the fight was especially intense, and could only be described as tragic. Their figures dashed around the entire arena, attacking and defending time and time again. Strong gales were blowing, and their battle chi was intimidating. This battle was indeed very exciting. The spectators were very excited. After about half an hour, the two people in the ring were exhausted. In the end, Xiaotian persisted until the end and knocked his opponent out of the ring, obtaining the final victory. After he won, he looked at Long Chen with a provocative gaze, then fell back into the ring. Xiaotian. The Red Ghost King rushed into the arena and proudly brought his disciple away for treatment. There was still some time before the next battle, enough for Xiaotian to recover completely. Xiaotian had already entered the top 6. In other words, if both Long Chen and Lu Yi couldn't enter the top 6, then the Qingli Royal Palace would probably lose to the Red Ghost King's Royal Palace. By then, it wouldn't be the Red Ghost King who would kneel down, but Lu Yi who would marry Xiaotian. After Xiaotian left, the Divine Wind Demon announced the start of the 4th battle. Long Chen was number 7, so he was the first to go into the arena. As for his opponent, he wasn't sure. Seeing Long Chen go into the arena, Chen Feng, who was below the arena, revealed a gloomy expression. It was obvious that his opponent wasn't Long Chen. It's Jiang Cheng. He can defeat a reaching heaven state martial artist in the 7th level with his light shift. As long as he meets a reaching heaven state martial artist in the 7th level, he'll definitely win. Among the remaining 5 people, there's a reaching heaven state martial artist in the 8th level and a reaching heaven state martial artist in the 9th level. Whether he can enter the top 6 or not depends on his luck. That's right. Only the top 3 rarely depend on luck. The final champion can't be won by luck. While the crowd was discussing, Long Chen's opponent finally went into the arena. When Long Chen saw his opponent, he found that he was quite lucky. Apart from Lu Yi, there were 2 other people in the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. At this moment, one of them went up and looked at Long Chen. Crimson City Royal Palace, Yan Cheng. Qingli Royal Palace, Jiang Cheng. Seeing that his opponent was quite friendly, Long Chen was also very polite to him. The 2 of them introduced themselves to each other. Then, without saying anything else, the Divine Wind Demon General announced the start of the battle. A reaching heaven state martial artist in the 7th level was far from a match for Long Chen. Just as the crowd had expected, the reaching heaven state martial artist in the 7th level was knocked out of the arena by Long Chen within a few breaths. Of course, Long Chen didn't hurt him. So, after he got out of the arena, he said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Jiang, for showing mercy. Yan Cheng is no match for you." After saying that, he automatically returned to the Crimson City Royal Palace. It could be seen that he accepted his defeat to Long Chen wholeheartedly. Even the Red Ghost King was a little jealous of Long Chen's good luck. Xiaotian had made it to the top 6, but Long Chen had won the competition easily, which made King Qingli grin from ear to ear. "What are you so proud of?" Although luck plays a part in this disciple assessment, without absolute strength, how can you have the last laugh here? Xiaotian is absolutely sure to make it to the top 3 this time. Only he made it to the top 3. In terms of the points of the royal palaces, the Red Ghost King Royal Palace is definitely higher than the Qingli Royal Palace, the Red Ghost King said, gnashing his teeth. Of course, he also spoke in a low voice, so that King Qingli didn't hear him. Only then did Long Chen get out of the arena. If your opponent is Chen Feng, just admit defeat. If it's that guy on the 8th level of the reaching heaven state, just try your best. If it's that guy on the 7th level of the reaching heaven state, I can only congratulate you, Long Chen said to Lu Yi immediately after getting out of the arena. Lu Yi nodded her head heavily and said, "Okay, I know, she felt a little sweet inside, because she knew that Long Chen was concerned about her. At this time, the Holy Wind Demon announced the start of the 5th round. This time, it was number 9 and number 10 who got into the arena. When number 9 was announced, a warrior immediately jumped into the arena with a perturbed expression, watching the movements of Chen Feng and the others nervously. After seeing him, Long Chen, King Qingli, and the others all laughed. Not only was Long Chen lucky, but even Lu Yi was quite lucky, because number 9 was the warrior on the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven state. How could this be? There are 6 groups, and all of them are between the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven state and the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven state, and between the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven state and the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven state. How did they draw the lots? It's not fair. There must be an inside story. Because of the way the lots were drawn, 3 warriors on the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven state would definitely be eliminated in the first round. They obviously had the strength to be in the top 6, but they couldn't be in the top 6. This made the lords of the king's palaces very uncomfortable. In this way, at least 3 of the king's palaces would be eliminated, which meant that the king's palaces wouldn't stand a chance. After Lu Yi got into the arena, the crowd's discontented noises became louder and louder, especially the last warrior on the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven state who had to face Chen Feng. He was very upset, because he would definitely lose if he were to face Chen Feng. He had planned to show off in this disciple assessment, but he didn't expect to have to leave so soon. In this situation, the Holy Wind Demon was also helpless. Quiet down, all of you. At this moment, Jiang Wuxiang stood up. His cold and stern voice caused a huge roar. The crowd only felt a jolt in their heads, and those who were still shouting stopped one by one. They looked in Jiang Wuxiang's direction with some trepidation. The ancient demon area is one of the top influences of the divine Wushu Sage Empire. The disciple assessment is naturally fair and just. You are making a big fuss here. Do you not care about the ancient demon area's reputation? Besides, drawing lots to determine the opponent is based on luck. Luck is a big factor in success. If you are unlucky, you deserve to die. If anyone else is discontented, you can tell me directly. Don't affect the competition. Enter the city. Divine Wind announced the start. Jiang Wuxiang's voice was very loud, and it reached everyone's ears. The crowd looked at each other and didn't dare to say another word. They just wanted to express their discontentment. In fact, the lots couldn't have been faked. This situation was just a coincidence. After Jiang Wuxiang spoke, no one dared to shout anymore. What he had said made sense. If you were unlucky, you deserved to die. He, Jiang Wuxiang, was able to become the son of the demon emperor and receive endless training. Wasn't this just a matter of luck? After this incident, the battle between Lu Yi and her opponent officially started. Lu Yi's fighting capacity was considered the top among the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven state. After all, even among the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven state, there weren't many who had practiced king-level combat skills. Under Lu Yi's king-level combat skill, the Phantom Doppelganger, her opponent was quickly defeated. At this point, the top 6 were almost decided. Chapter 5:15. The last battle was Chen Feng's. There was no doubt that Chen Feng would defeat the other one at the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven realm and get the last place in the top 6. Among the top 6, there was 1 at the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, 2 at the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, and 3 at the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven realm. There were a total of 3 at the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven realm in the top 6, which was unprecedented. Moreover, among the top 6, 2 at the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven realm were from the Qingli King's palace. The Qingli King's palace was definitely in the limelight this time. In the past, the Qingli King's palace had always been at the bottom. However, judging from the current situation, the Qingli King's palace should be able to enter the top 3. After all, 2 palaces had been completely eliminated so far, and the results of these 2 palaces would definitely be at the bottom. As for whether the Qingli King's palace could suppress the Red Ghost King's palace in the end, it still depended on the final performance of Long Chen and Lu Yi. Even so, Empress Qingli was overjoyed. This time, both Long Chen and Lu Yi had made her proud. Of course, the main reason was that they were so lucky. In the last battle, Chen Feng defeated his opponent easily. However, his face was still gloomy. At this time, the remaining 6 people were called back to the arena by the Divine Wind Demon. Ying Xiaotian and the others had almost recovered after the treatment. When Ying Xiaotian had just woken up, he had heard that Long Chen and Lu Yi had advanced because of luck. He was so angry that he almost fainted. However, on second thought, it was a great thing. In this way, he could beat up Long Chen in front of everyone. Or even kill him. In an intense battle, it was very common to accidentally kill one's opponent. Even Empress Qingli couldn't say anything about it. It's all because of luck that the 2 of them have made it this far. I bet that they won't make it to the top 3. As long as I make it to the top 3, or even the second place, the Red Ghost King's palace will still be ranked below King Qingli's palace. Lu Yi will still be my woman. At this thought, Ying Xiaotian looked at Lu Yi's curves with a greedy gaze. Lu Yi felt his gaze. She shrank her body behind Long Chen and did not even look at Ying Xiaotian. This made Ying Xiaotian even angrier. Brother Ying, there are only 6 people left. Between the 2 of us, if our luck isn't bad, one of us will definitely go up against Jiangcheng. If we go up against him, don't hold back, Chen Feng whispered into Long Chen's ear. That's for sure. Ying Xiaotian smiled coldly. After they finished speaking, the Divine Wind Demon General came out with a new lot. There were 2 bamboo strips in total. The bottom of the bamboo strips was written with numbers, and the top was the same. At this time, the Divine Wind Demon General separated each of them and let them draw. Decide your opponents in the second round. This will be the key to whether you can make it to the top 3. The Divine Wind Demon General smiled. The drawing of lots started with Chen Feng. When it was Long Chen and Lu Yi's turn, there were only 2 lots left. Long Chen took a look and saw that the lot in his hand was 6. Those who drew 1 and 2, stay here. The rest of you can leave, the Divine Wind Demon General said loudly. Long Chen looked at Lu Yi and saw Lu Yi looking at him with a bitter expression. Long Chen knew that she must be one of the 1 and 2. Who would the other one be? Long Chen looked over and saw that the others were preparing to go down. Only Ying Xiaotian showed his lot, proving that he was number 1. Lu Yi's opponent was actually Ying Xiaotian. If you can't do it, choose to admit defeat and leave it to me. Long Chen said in her ear and then went down. Lu Yi nodded heavily. Long Chen's words made her feel very safe. When everyone went down, Lu Yi looked at Ying Xiaotian, who was looking at her with a faint smile. This time, she had used up all her luck. They were confronting each other. Below the stage, the Red Ghost King and Empress Qingli were also confronting each other. Empress Qingli was most unwilling to let her daughter face Ying Xiaotian. However, with the help of Long Chen, Lu Yi's performance today had exceeded her expectations. She was very satisfied. Of course, she still had a little expectation for Lu Yi to defeat Ying Xiaotian. She's a weak woman. She can be a wife, but she's still too young to fight on the stage, the Red Ghost King said sarcastically. I'm also a weak woman. The dignified Red Ghost King can't even be compared to a weak woman. Don't you feel ashamed? Are you still feeling smug? Empress Qingli retorted. The Red Ghost King was not good at quarreling. When Empress Qingli casually said that, he was so anxious that his face turned red. He said, "Just wait and see who wins and who loses. The one who has the last laugh is the best. Your precious daughter has been raised for so long, but in the end, she still has to become my disciple's woman. It's too early to say this." Empress Qingli had a lot of confidence in Long Chen. "Then just wait and see." The Red Ghost King gritted his teeth. In fact, in the eyes of everyone, Lu Yi was indeed much weaker than Ying Xiaotian. In order to prove herself, Lu Yi did not choose to admit defeat at the beginning. Instead, she did not show the slightest bit of fear and confronted Ying Xiaotian. "You're such a beauty. I can't bear to hurt you. You'd better admit defeat." Ying Xiaotian smiled faintly. "Cut the crap. The Ying Xiaotian I know is not a good-for-nothing who only knows how to talk." Lu Yi was unusually tough. Genuine qi surged all over her body. Genuine qi that was close to the 8th level of the reaching heaven state was actually quite thick. Ying Xiaotian also knew that the more he talked, the more he would be looked down upon. The look of disdain on Lu Yi's face gradually turned cold. It seemed that ever since Long Chen appeared, Lu Yi had started to be impolite to him. Ying Xiaotian was full of anger towards Long Chen. However, at this moment, he could only vent his anger on Lu Yi. "Watch out!" Ying Xiaotian shouted. He turned into a phantom and charged at Lu Yi in an instant. His body stirred up a huge gale, and a huge tornado attacked towards Lu Yi. In the center of the tornado, a huge sword light suddenly appeared and pierced towards the center of Lu Yi's eyebrows. Wind Riding Sword Finger. Ying Xiaotian did not show any mercy when he made his move. He chose to use an advanced heaven-level combat skill. The Wind Riding Sword Finger was the move that Ying Xiaotian was most familiar with. Facing the huge Wind Riding Sword Finger, Lu Yi's eyes flashed coldly. Her slender body danced rapidly, and she used the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth formation that she had used against Long Chen once again. The 8 trigrams of heaven and earth formation was a pretty good combat skill. It could be used for both offense and defense. At this moment, the shining formation of heaven and earth was unleashed by Lu Yi, and it immediately attracted many people's admiration. If Lu Yi were to reach Tier 8 of the reaching heaven realm, her battle prowess would definitely not be any weaker than Ying Xiaotian's. What she lacked was just an opportunity. The Wind Riding Sword Finger and the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth formation collided. Ying Xiaotian's attack was worthy of being at Tier 8 of the reaching heaven realm. It completely shattered Lu Yi's 8 trigrams of heaven and earth formation. Before he could rejoice, Lu Yi was completely unaffected by his attack. She punched at Ying Xiaotian the moment the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth formation was shattered. Ying Xiaotian frowned. He was about to counterattack when another attack appeared behind him. Phantom Doppelganger. Ying Xiaotian was taken aback. 2 advanced heaven-level attacks didn't seem to be easy to deal with. This was the strongest attack that Lu Yi could unleash. However, Ying Xiaotian wasn't afraid. Gale Sword Finger. Ying Xiaotian's body spun rapidly. The wind howled, and soon, his body turned into a huge tornado. Streams of Sword Finger whistled out of the tornado and turned into powerful sword light, attacking in 2 directions. These 2 directions were where Lu Yi and her phantom doppelganger were. Oh no! Lu Yi realized that she wasn't a match for Ying Xiaotian. She definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the Gale Sword Finger. She knew the principle of retreating when faced with difficulties. At this moment, she immediately withdrew her phantom doppelganger and retreated quickly. Trying to run? Ying Xiaotian let out a hideous smile. The contempt and arrogance that Lu Yi had for him had completely enraged him. Therefore, after Lu Yi retreated, he immediately gathered all the power of the Gale Sword Finger. With a tremor, thousands of sword fingers attacked Lu Yi like a torrent. If they hit, she would definitely be pierced through by thousands of arrows. I admit defeat. At this moment, Lu Yi hurriedly said. She knew that she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. To her, Xiaotian was really too strong. Lu Yi had already admitted defeat. The outcome of this battle was already decided. Logically speaking, Xiaotian should have withdrawn his attack at this time. However, what shocked everyone was that his Gale Sword finger was still attacking Lu Yi. Moreover, its speed was getting faster and faster. If Lu Yi was hit, she would definitely die. Bastard! Long Chen was incomparably angry. He was still very far away from Lu Yi. Therefore, he definitely couldn't save Lu Yi. Although the other demon kings were strong, the distance between them was even greater. No one had expected that Xiaotian would actually want to kill Lu Yi. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Empress Qingli was so angry that her chair was directly shattered. She turned into a cyan phantom and appeared on Lu Yi's body. With just a wave of her hand, Xiaotian was directly sent flying. How dare you hit my disciple? The Red Ghost King let out a roar. Seeing that Empress Qingli took action, he was afraid that she would hurt his disciple, so he hurriedly took action and just happened to catch Xiaotian. The martial arts realm is actually so powerful. Long Chen was a little stunned. He just thought that Empress Qingli would never be able to save Lu Yi. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yi was saved. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief because of this. Empress Qingli was not a fool. Although she also wanted to beat up the Red Ghost King, fighting with a basically brainless person like the Red Ghost King would only make her suffer in the end. Therefore, she didn't hit Xiaotian hard just now. If others dared to kill her daughter, they would probably be smashed into pieces by now. Chapter 5:16. So what if I hit your disciple? She already admitted defeat. Why did he hit her? Is this the demeanor of the Red Ghost King? It's really an eye-opener. Queen Qingli mocked. She did not want to embarrass herself here, so she left with Lu Yi, leaving the Red Ghost King and Xiaotian to stand in the middle of the ring and receive the attention of countless people. The Red Ghost King did not know what Xiaotian was doing. This time, he seemed to have lost a lot of face. Queen Qingli had no intention of fighting with him, so he had to go back dejectedly. As for Xiaotian, he was dragged back by the Red Ghost King. The crowd burst into laughter. This Xiaotian is really strange. Lu Yi has already admitted defeat, but he still hit her. Don't you think he's crazy? Everyone knows that if the Qingli King's palace is not as good as the Red Ghost King's palace in this ranking, Lu Yi will have to marry Xiaotian. Does Xiaotian know that he has no chance? Who knows? I originally thought that he was a remarkable young man, but now that I look at him, he's just like the Crimson Ghost King. Like father, like son. Wrong, all crows in the world are black. Wrong, it's not black, it's red. Huh. If only one person had mocked him, the Red Ghost King could have pulled him out and killed him. But if everyone laughed at him, the Red Ghost King could not take it anymore. He roared, "Shut up, all of you. Just wait and see. The one who laughs last is the one who laughs best." Indeed, Xiaotian had won this time. He had successfully entered the top 3. If Long Chen did not enter the top 3, the Red Ghost King's palace might still win. Seeing that the Red Ghost King had lost his temper, the crowd stopped discussing. However, Xiaotian's previous behavior had indeed made many people feel vilified. In particular, Lu Yi was a delicate beauty. If Prince Qingli had been one step slower, this delicate beauty would have died. Who would feel comfortable? Xiaotian, what was wrong with you just now? The Red Ghost King growled at Xiaotian in a deep voice. At this moment, Xiaotian was still a little scared. His face was flushed as he said, Master, I can't stand Lui. She looks down on me, so I want to show her how strong I am. You idiot, stupid donkey. If you want to show her what you're capable of, then at least get second place. The Red Ghost King was speechless. Xiaotian was usually extremely intelligent, but why was he acting like a retard today? Indeed, Lui would think that he was powerful, but it would damage his own reputation, and even the reputation of the Red Ghost King. Xiaotian came to his senses and said apologetically, Master, I was indeed impulsive just now. I've never been looked down upon by a woman in my life, so I was wrong. But from now on, I will definitely restore the reputation of the Red Ghost King's palace. Xiaotian looked in the direction of Long Chen, his eyes filled with resentment. After this farce was over, the battle still had to continue. There would be 2 more spots in the top 3, and it would all depend on luck as to who it would be. Seeing that the matter was over, under Jiang Wuxiang's signal, the Divine Wind Demonic General announced, Now, number 3 and 4, please come up to the stage. Let me make this clear. When one party has admitted defeat, if the other party is able to kill the other party, he will be disqualified. I hope everyone will take note. This rule had clearly been set by Jiang Wuxiang, so there was no change to Xiaotian's qualification for the top 3. Who exactly were number 3 and 4? After the Divine Wind Demonic General finished speaking, Chen Feng was the first among the 4 to move. He glared at Long Chen, then walked up to the black arena and said to the Divine Wind Demonic General, I'm number 4. May I know who number 3 is? After he finished speaking, one of the 3 people, including Long Chen, turned pale. It's me. The 8th tier Ascension Heaven State martial artist shook his head helplessly. His first battle was against an 8th tier Ascension Heaven State martial artist, and he finally won after going all out. He didn't expect to encounter Chen Feng in the last round. He was well aware of Chen Feng's strength, so he said, Everyone, I'm unlucky. I'll forfeit this time. The remaining 4 people formed a group of 2, so he was also guessing who his opponent would be. He felt that he was lucky. As long as it wasn't Chen Feng, he would definitely be able to enter the top 3. However, as long as it was Chen Feng, he definitely wouldn't be able to enter. Therefore, he had resigned himself to his fate. Some people's luck was bad, while some people's luck was good. It was hard to explain. His forfeiture caused the crowd to once again burst into an uproar. Chen Feng had automatically entered the top 3, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was Long Chen. Everyone's gazes once again landed on Long Chen. Gosh, he's really lucky. In the first round, he encountered a 7th tier Ascension Heaven State martial artist, and now in the second round, he encountered a 7th tier Ascension Heaven State martial artist. I can see that it's just a coincidence. However, his luck is so good that it makes people speechless. A 7th tier Ascension Heaven State martial artist was able to enter the top 3 directly because of his luck. I don't think there has ever been such a thing in the history of the ancient demon realm. Of course, Long Chen wasn't considered to be in the top 3 yet. However, judging from his fights with other martial artists of the 7th tier Ascension Heaven State, the 7th tier Ascension Heaven State martial artists were no match for him at all. Originally, Empress Qingli didn't look too good because of Lu Yi. However, she couldn't help but laugh now. Lu Yi had entered the top 6. Even if Long Chen had obtained the 3rd place, the overall score of the Qingli Imperial Palace would definitely be higher than that of the Red Ghost King's palace. After all, the highest elder's score was fair, and the crowd's eyes were sharp. This meant that Lu Yi wouldn't have to marry Xiaotian, and the Red Ghost King would have to kneel on the ground today. Back then, their bet had been carried out in front of everyone. Apart from the ownership of the Emperor Flame Bead, their bet had been the highlight of the disciple assessment. Moreover, the Qingli Imperial Palace and the Red Ghost King's palace had been fighting openly and covertly from the very beginning. Finally, the Qingli Imperial Palace had secured the victory at the last moment. Red Ghost King, you're a man. You'll keep your word. Don't let a weak woman like me look down on you. Don't let all the elders and disciples of the ancient demon realm look down on you. Empress Qingli's laughter spread throughout the fourth demon realm. In your dreams. Jiang City hasn't entered the top 3 yet. You're daydreaming. The Red Ghost King's face was as black as a latrine pit. He was so angry that he was trembling all over. The chair he was sitting on was pushed down by him. Xiaotian, fight for the first place. Only by winning the first place will I not have to kneel in front of that bitch, the Red Ghost King said, gnashing his teeth. First place? But Chen Feng is at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. Ying Xiaotian was puzzled. He knew clearly that he was no match for Ying Xiaotian. The Red Ghost King also realized this. Chen Feng was from the Green Hell Imperial Palace. The Red Ghost King had always been on good terms with the Green Hell Imperial Palace. He had wanted Chen Feng to use some special means, but it seemed that he could not do it now. Therefore, he said, Jiang City is a tough nut to crack. He won't admit defeat easily. Discuss with Chen Feng later. You must kill him in the shortest time possible. As long as he dies, even if I have to kneel, I'll be able to vent my anger. Don't worry, master. I've already thought about it, Ying Xiaotian said gloomily. While they were talking privately, Longchen walked into the black arena. His opponent was at the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. A great opportunity was right in front of him, so he did not give up. At this time, because his opponent had already given up, Chen Feng had no choice but to go down. Be careful. You have to make it to the top 3. Brother Ying and I will treat you well, lucky guy, Chen Feng said coldly when he passed by Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen had already predicted this outcome. Chen Feng would definitely make it to the top 3. He was confident that he would make it to the top 3. As for the 3rd place, all the reaching heaven realm 8th level had a chance. It was just that Ying Xiaotian's luck and strength were slightly better, so he made it. Ying Xiaotian and Chen Feng were on good terms. In the battle royale for the top 3, they would definitely join forces to attack him. Ying Xiaotian was not scary, but Chen Feng was. This guy was definitely not easy to deal with. Of course, Long Chen was not easy to deal with. So far, he had not even used the Dragon Soul transformation. Whether he could get the Emperor Flame Bead or not, he could only leave it to fate. At this time, everyone was watching. Who will get the last place? There was a lot of suspense in this disciple assessment. The Divine Wind Demon General was also very happy. That depends on the battle between these two. Now, I announce the start of the battle. As soon as the Divine Wind Demon General said the last word, with a swoosh, Long Chen appeared in front of the reaching heaven realm's 7th level. So fast. That person was taken aback. Just as he was about to attack, Long Chen punched him in the lower abdomen, then grabbed his arm with one hand and spun him abruptly, throwing the martial artist at the 7th level of the reaching heaven state out of the ring. In total, it only took a breath's time. The Divine Wind Demon General was stunned. Everyone was a little dazed. This was the fastest battle that had ended. Long Chen had defeated his opponent in an overwhelming way. This meant that there was only one battle left. This guy called Jiang Qing is really good. You think he is lucky, but I think he deserves to make it to the top 3, Jiang Wuxiang praised sincerely. Now, the second round of battles had also come to an end. The Divine Wind Demon General was about to ask Long Chen if he wanted to take a break, but Long Chen's eyes had already turned to Ying Xiaotian and Chen Feng, who were gathered together. Chen Feng, Ying Xiaotian, don't waste time. You two come up here. Crazy. Very crazy. Long Chen looked like he was going to deal with them directly, 1 against 2. Of course, Long Chen knew it was going to be like this. Both of them wanted to kill Long Chen. How could they not join forces in the battle? Chen Feng, try your best to kill Jiang Cheng, and I will admit defeat, Ying Xiaotian said softly. Chapter 5:17. Chen Feng smiled. This was the result he was looking forward to. Otherwise, he might have to spend a lot of effort to fight against Ying Xiaotian. So he nodded and said, "Don't worry. Jiang Cheng can't escape from my king-level body movement combat technique." Under the watchful eyes of the audience, they walked into the arena side by side. After the Divine Wind Demon General left the arena, there were only 3 of them left. This was the most critical battle in this disciple assessment. Long Chen, Chen Feng, and Ying Xiaotian were confronting each other at the same time. Seeing this scene, Lui shook and said quickly, "Mother, they are going to fight against Jiang Cheng together. What should we do?" Empress Qingli also frowned. She knew that Long Chen was powerful, but it seemed that the other 2 were even more powerful. Each of them was not weaker than Long Chen. How could Long Chen fight against them together? Don't worry. Don't underestimate Jiang Cheng. Since he dares to go up, he should have a way to fight against them. If he really can't, I won't let them kill him, Empress Qingli said firmly. In the beginning, it was a relationship of interests. But now, because of Lui's mediation, Long Chen and Empress Qingli were already friends. Of course, Long Chen never cared about the relationship between master and disciple. With Empress Qingli's guarantee, Lui felt a little relieved. But her eyes were still shining with tears because she knew that Long Chen was fighting for Empress Qingli. In fact, Long Chen was fighting for himself, otherwise, he would not bother to risk his life. The Emperor Flame Bead was too important for him. Even Lui could see that they were going to fight against Long Chen together, not to mention the others. Are you kidding me? It's not fair for them to fight against Jiang Cheng together. This is the rule of the mixed battle. Chen Feng and Ying Xiaotian have a good relationship. Jiang Cheng was lucky before, but his luck has come to an end. To win the championship, he still has to rely on his strength. That doesn't count. If Jiang Cheng were to fight 1 against 2, no matter how strong he is, he wouldn't be able to win the championship. If he were stronger than Chen Feng, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Are you kidding me? He is a little stronger than Chen Feng. That's right. Let's wait and see. These are the rules. They are also within the rules. There's nothing to discuss. Indeed, these were the rules. Long Chen could live smoothly because of the rules, but he could also suffer a crushing defeat because of the rules. But no matter what others said, of Long Chen's heart was very calm. But no matter what others said, Long Chen was very calm. Long Chen had experienced far more battles than any of them. Therefore, in terms of temperament, he was slightly stronger than the others. Chen Feng seemed to have fought many battles. His entire body was filled with a fierce aura. As for Ying Xiaotian, he seemed to have less of it. Long Chen quickly determined his target. Surrounded by the 2 of them, Long Chen needed to cripple one of them as quickly as possible in order to obtain the final victory. This battle was not going to be easy at all. How long do you think Jiang Cheng can last? My guess is no more than 5 breaths. I think it's a little longer. 10 breaths. If he doesn't lose within 10 breaths, I don't believe it. Bets like this were being made in every corner. The Divine Wind Devil General saw that it was about time, so he announced the start of the final battle. Everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut. They stared at the arena with wide eyes. This final battle was bound to be very exciting. Even Jiang Wuxiang was watching curiously. He didn't know who would be the final victor. To him, this battle was very interesting. Countless eyes were gathered on him. Chen Feng and Ing Xiaotian looked at each other and smiled. Chen Feng said, "Brother Ing, let's see who will kill him in the end." "Wonderful," Ing Xiaotian whispered. Then, with a whoosh, their bodies turned into a blur as they rushed toward Long Chen. Although Ing Xiaotian was a little weaker, he was definitely not that much weaker. Before they made their move, Long Chen was already prepared. The Demon Emperor sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Long Chen began to transform. He already had a king-level body-refining battle technique, and after being strengthened by the Dragon Soul transformation, the strength of his body had reached a terrifying level. At the same time, the nature of his vital energy had also multiplied. In terms of vital energy, he was not inferior to Ing Xiaotian at all. In fact, he was quite a bit stronger. Whoosh! 2 streams of white smoke exhaled from Long Chen's nostrils. It was obvious how much power was contained in his small body. "Brother Chen, attack!" Imperial Wind Sword Finger. Ing Xiaotian caught up from behind. His speed was slower than Chen Feng's, but he was able to attack first. Amidst the whirlwind, a sword light rushed out, piercing towards Long Chen. Chen Feng didn't show any signs of weakness. His speed was superb. At this moment, with a whistling sound, he punched towards Long Chen. Tiger Leopard Punch. Under his attack, a huge bestial roar erupted out of nowhere. The huge fist aura was like an army of 10,000 beasts charging together. The resulting attack had already suppressed a small portion of Ing Xiaotian's wind-riding sword finger. While attacking Long Chen, the two did not forget to exchange tit for tat. Whether it was the Imperial Wind Sword Finger or the Tiger Leopard Punch, they were both advanced heaven-level battle techniques. In terms of offensive battle techniques, Long Chen had the most powerful heaven-level Sky Punishment Sword formation. However, Long Chen did not use it at this time. To be precise, the attacks of the two of them were not at the level where Long Chen would use the Sky Punishment Sword formation. Using the huge power of his physical body, Long Chen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The tip of his foot shook the ground, and suddenly, a huge force of forward momentum allowed him to directly dodge Chen Feng's Tiger Leopard Punch and directly collided with Ing Xiaotian's Imperial Wind Sword Finger. Of course, Long Chen was not looking for death. Although the Imperial Wind Sword Finger looked huge, the attack range was limited. Long Chen rushed into the vortex, but he was not hit by the Imperial Wind Sword Finger. As for the strong wind, it would be very harmful to others, but to Long Chen, it was only a few superficial wounds. Whoosh! The Demon Emperor sword spun wildly, and Long Chen consecutively used 3 supreme demonic swords to force Ing Xiaotian away. Frankly speaking, Long Chen's attack was not strong, but if Long Chen's attack landed, he would still be in a difficult position. Therefore, Ing Xiaotian could only retreat. In this way, their joint attack was broken by Long Chen. Chen Feng was still behind, and Long Chen had successfully knocked Ing Xiaotian away. How dare he, but why did he separate them? Chen Feng will easily chase after him. Jiang Wuxiang frowned, not knowing what Long Chen was doing. At this time, a few breaths' time had passed. Many people thought that Long Chen would not be able to withstand their first attack. Unexpectedly, Long Chen had avoided it in such a thrilling way. "Idiot, do you want to separate us? But what can you do if we separate?" Ing Xiaotian laughed, his face full of malevolence. Long Chen, who only knew how to dodge, was not a match for him at all. Indeed, if they separated like this, Chen Feng was not an idiot. He would soon catch up, and if he stayed behind Long Chen, it would be easier for him to take Long Chen's life. Is that so? Long Chen smiled coldly. He did not seem to see Chen Feng behind him, and directly attacked Ing Xiaotian. The Demon Emperor sword in his hand did not stop, and he directly forced Ing Xiaotian to the edge of the arena. Of course, this was also because Ing Xiaotian was curious about what he was going to do and did not make a move. At this time, Chen Feng had already attacked Long Chen's back. Brother Ing, since his back is facing me, I won't hold back then. Chen Feng also did not know what Long Chen was doing. He laughed heartily and once again attacked Long Chen. With his speed, he instantly closed in on Long Chen's back. If he was hit by this attack, Long Chen would die without a doubt. But the problem was, why did Long Chen not turn around to attack Chen Feng? Was he really seeking death? Everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut. At this time, Lui said with some joy, "Mother, I know what he is trying to do. Everyone has been fooled by him." Just as Lui's voice fell, a black shadow whizzed out from Long Chen's body and suddenly rushed towards Chen Feng, blocking Chen Feng's path and protecting Long Chen. Phantom Doppelganger. A huge uproar came from the crowd. Previously, when Long Chen used the Zhenwu demonic form, it had already shocked many people. This phantom doppelganger made many people stand up, including many highest elders and Jiang Wushang. In a little more than a month, he had mastered 2 king-level combat skills. In a little more than a month, he had advanced from the 1st tier of the Reaching Heaven realm to the 7th tier of the Reaching Heaven realm. This could no longer be described as a genius. Only a peerless genius could achieve this step. As soon as Long Chen's phantom doppelganger appeared, it immediately set off endless waves. Basically, those who knew these 2 combat skills were shocked by Long Chen. Of course, shock was not Long Chen's goal. Defeating Ing Xiaotian was Long Chen's real goal. He had been holding back because he wanted Ing Xiaotian to let his guard down. Ing Xiaotian was watching Chen Feng kill Long Chen, but at this time, Chen Feng was intercepted by Long Chen's phantom doppelganger. This is the phantom doppelganger of King Qingli Palace. Ing Xiaotian's eyes widened. At this time, Long Chen in front of him suddenly attacked. Go to hell. At this critical moment, the devouring world of blood instantly surrounded Ing Xiaotian's position. It was at this moment that Long Chen burst forth and used the strongest combat technique of the Reaching Heaven state, the Heaven Punishing Sword formation. What is this? This was the first time Ing Xiaotian had seen Long Chen use the devouring world of blood. The blood-red mist and the huge suction force had already suppressed his true qi to the point where it couldn't even be used. And at this time, Long Chen's crazy attack directly hit his body. A huge sword formation descended from the sky, completely enveloping Ing Xiaotian. This unforeseen event shocked everyone. Chapter 518. It's not that easy to kill me. At this time, how could Ing Xiaotian not know that he had been played by Long Chen? He was extremely shocked by Long Chen's strength, even in disbelief. He truly realized that Long Chen was a super difficult opponent to deal with, but now was not the time to be shocked. If he did not resist, it was very likely that he would die in the next moment. The huge power of the Heaven Punishment Sword formation made Ing Xiaotian tremble a little. Countless sword talismans formed the shape of rules and swept over. Impossible, it's impossible to be so powerful. Under the suppression of Long Chen's devouring blood world, warriors of the same level had no power to resist at all. In particular, Long Chen's attack was absolutely beyond Ing Xiaotian's expectations. He was killing with one move. Fierce Wind Sword Finger, the move that had been used to deal with Lui, was used again by Ing Xiaotian. Unfortunately, the power this time was greatly reduced because of the devouring blood world. No. Not only did Ing Xiaotian shout, but the Red Ghost King also shouted. The Red Ghost King was an expert in the Earth martial arts realm. How could he not know that Long Chen could definitely kill Ing Xiaotian this time? Therefore, he directly went to save Ing Xiaotian like King Qingli did last time. However, the Red Ghost King was not King Qingli. Who knew if he would seriously injure Long Chen when he was in front of Ing Xiaotian? Therefore, King Qingli, who had long expected him to do this, stood in front of the Red Ghost King. "Qi Gui, your disciple hasn't admitted defeat yet. If you want to save him, it's not too late to wait until he admits defeat," King Qingli said according to the rules. Indeed, if the Red Ghost King made a move before admitting defeat, it would be against the rules. "Bitch, go away." The Red Ghost King was extremely anxious and had no time to talk nonsense with Queen Qingli. He took a detour, but Queen Qingli still stood in front of him. Her unyielding attitude made the Red Ghost King understand that this woman was definitely going to fight with him today. In terms of strength, they were evenly matched. However, Ing Xiaotian did not have much time left. If the Red Ghost King continued to fight with Empress Qingli, Ing Xiaotian would definitely die. "Xiaotian, admit defeat." The Red Ghost King had no choice but to bellow. His eyes had already turned blood red. His heavy breathing could be heard even from far away. At this time, Chen Feng was being entangled by Long Chen's doppelganger. Although Long Chen's doppelganger wasn't a match for Chen Feng, it was enough to keep him occupied for a while. During this time, Long Chen could easily kill Ing Xiaotian. Everyone thought that Ing Xiaotian would die at the hands of Long Chen, including the Red Ghost King. However, there was only one person who didn't believe it, and that was himself. "Master wants me to admit defeat. Even Master looks down on me. No, this is absolutely impossible. How can I lose to this idiot?" He let out a crazy roar in his heart. At this time, he completely ignored the boiling blood in his body and directly used all his vital qi to increase the power of the Gale Sword Finger. In an instant, the sword stream that rushed toward Long Chen quickly caught up with the one he used against Lu Yi. "Since you're courting death, if I hold back, I'll be letting myself down." Long Chen sneered. Ing Xiaotian was now completely crazy. Although he looked smart, he was a stubborn and crazy person. He was certain that Long Chen could not be his match. When Long Chen could really kill him, he didn't believe that he would lose. Therefore, even if the Red Ghost King asked him to admit defeat, he didn't. "Master, just watch. I won't lose." Ing Xiaotian let out a final roar in the engulfing world of blood. Rumble. The power of the Heaven Punishment Sword Formation and the Gale Sword Finger collided with a loud bang. Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword Formation was fully prepared, and Ing Xiaotian was only in a hurry. Therefore, Ing Xiaotian lost. He lost completely. If his body could withstand it, he wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, he chose to ignore the engulfing world of blood. As a result, when the Heaven Punishment Sword Formation collided with his attack, the Gale Sword Finger could withstand it, but Ing Xiaotian's body couldn't. Pfft! Endless blood burst out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Before Long Chen's Sky-Punishing Sword Formation arrived, Ing Xiaotian's entire body had been under immense pressure, both inside and outside of his body. Hence, in front of everyone's eyes, his entire body exploded. No. This was Ing Xiaotian's last tragic cry. No. Seeing such a scene, the Red Ghost King's eyes were wide open. He couldn't care less about Queen Qingli anymore. If Queen Qingli stopped him this time, he would fight to the death with her. "Queen Qingli, Jiangcheng dared to kill my disciple. He must die. If you stop me, you will die too." The Red Ghost King's vigorous power exploded crazily, making everyone present tremble with fear. "Who do you think you are? How can you say such big words? Are you the Red Ghost King in charge in the ancient demon's territory?" Queen Qingli said with a smile. Long Chen's final move had made her feel extremely refreshed. All the repressed feelings she had been feeling for so many years had disappeared. "Qi Gui, do you remember 5 years ago when your disciple killed my dearest disciple? I was in the same situation as you. Now you finally have a taste of it. I can only say that you deserve it. You reap what you sow, Queen Qingli said with a cold smile. King Qingli, you slut. Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you? The Red Ghost King let out a roar, his eyes full of blood red. Just as he was about to make a move, a cold voice appeared behind him. Red Ghost King, do you want to die? This was Jiang Wushang's voice. At this time, Jiang Wushang had already gotten down from his seat and was standing behind the Red Ghost King. The Red Ghost King suddenly felt his blood run cold. He looked back and saw that it was indeed Jiang Wushang. Jiang Wushang was not very scary to him. What was scary was the person behind Jiang Wushang. Prince Wushang, you can't be biased. Didn't you say that we can't kill? Jiang Cheng was killed. Does he deserve to die? The Red Ghost King said coldly. When did I ever be biased? I was just following the rules. Your disciple refused to admit defeat and died at the hands of others. He can't blame others. All of us saw it. Whether I was biased or not, it's up to everyone to decide. However, you, the Red Ghost King, as one of the 7 devil kings of the ancient demons region, are so impulsive in your actions and words. Let me ask you, do you want to die? There was a power in Jiang Wushang's eyes that made the Red Ghost King's heart palpitate. I know I was wrong. The Red Ghost King had to suppress the hatred and anger in his heart. He knew that he had been completely defeated today. With Ying Xiaotian's death, the status of the Red Ghost King's hall would definitely plummet. Ying Xiaotian would not have died, but he refused to admit defeat. Who else could he blame but his own arrogant character, which was cultivated by the Red Ghost King? Everyone had their comeuppance. The Red Ghost King's experience today had proven this point. 5 years ago, he would never have thought that he would have such a day. The Crimson Ghost King staggered back to where he should be standing. He lowered his head so that no one could see his eyes, which were still blood red. Even the people from the Red Ghost King's hall did not dare to go near the Red Ghost King, let alone others. King Qingli smiled and returned to his place. Long Chen's performance today had completely exceeded his expectations. Next, it was not a matter of defeating the Red Ghost King's hall, but whether Long Chen could obtain the Emperor Flame Bead and let the Qingli King's hall win first place. As for the matter of kneeling, there was no longer a need. Long Chen had killed Ying Xiaotian. This matter was much more satisfying than making the Red Ghost King kneel, and it was a greater blow to the Red Ghost King. Now that the person was gone and the corpse was gone, how was the Red Ghost King going to marry Louis? That was the logic. What happened just now was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, the scene was as silent as cicadas in winter, and no one dared to speak. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the blood-red figure. At this moment, the phantom avatar was standing next to Long Chen, who was frowning deeply and had stopped attacking. The battle continues. It will depend on your own efforts to get the Emperor Flame Bead in the end, Jiang Wushang said. He valued Long Chen and Chen Feng, especially Long Chen. In fact, Jiang Wushang was more willing to give the Emperor Flame Bead to Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was only at the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven state, but he already had such combat strength, while Chen Feng was already at the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state, so he didn't need the Emperor Flame Bead. When Long Chen reached the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state, how strong would he be? Of course, everything still had to be done according to the rules. The matter of Ying Xiaotian was over. In everyone's mind, Long Chen's image had completely changed. Previously, everyone thought he was just lucky. Now, whoever thought he was just lucky was a donkey. If he was lucky, he could kill someone at the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven state. If he was lucky, he would be able to play around with 2 powerful opponents. Of course, that was impossible. Chen Feng looked at Long Chen with a deep fear in his eyes. Ying Xiaotian and I both underestimated you. Chen Feng shook his head and said helplessly, because he was the target you chose, so he died. But I won't repeat the same mistake. Jiangcheng, I have to say that you will be a respectable and powerful opponent in my journey of growth. I will use all my combat strength to deal with you. As Chen Feng spoke, his body started to change. A beast warrior. Long Chen was shocked. When Chen Feng finished his transformation, the beast warrior that appeared in front of Long Chen didn't change his body shape. He was covered with black fur, and his body was much more robust and slender than before. His hands and legs had become sharp claws, full of power. He was like a black panther in human form. Chen Feng gave Long Chen a lot of pressure. It seems that it's not easy to get the Emperor Flame Bead. Long Chen sighed. He didn't have much confidence in dealing with Chen Feng, so he could only try his best to deal with him. At least, the current situation was much better than before. Now, Long Chen and his phantom doppelganger were 2 against 1. Chapter 519. It was Long Chen versus Chen Feng. This was the pinnacle battle of the disciple assessment. At the beginning, no one had expected such an ending. Even Empress Qingli had not expected Long Chen to be able to reach such a stage before the disciple assessment. If Long Chen was a dark horse in the selection battle, then he was an even bigger dark horse now. Chen Feng, who had completed the beast soul transformation, had a strong and ferocious aura of a wild beast. Long Chen knew that Chen Feng had just reached the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm. He could not be compared to a warrior like the Herculean demon general, who had reached the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm for nearly 10 years. Long Chen had killed the Herculean demon general with the first blood sacrifice. Now, Long Chen not only had the king-level Zhenwu demonic body, but also the phantom doppelganger. In addition, he also had the various abilities bestowed by the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Long Chen felt that he was still qualified to fight. In the eyes of outsiders, this was a battle between 2 beast warriors. Chen Feng was originally a beast warrior. His beast soul of the reaching heaven realm should be a kind of wild leopard demonic beast. No wonder Chen Feng was good at speed. It was probably because of this beast soul to a large extent. At this moment, Chen Feng stuck out his long tongue, licked his lips, and said with a hideous smile, "Although I don't know what your beast soul is, it seems to be very interesting." The battle officially began. Swoosh! Chen Feng's speed was extremely fast. A moment ago, he was still talking to Long Chen. The next moment, he had already appeared in front of Long Chen. So fast. Long Chen was shocked. In terms of speed, his opponent seemed to be much faster than him. However, Long Chen had a way to deal with it. World of Devouring Blood. The Devouring Blood world was once again used by Long Chen. Relying on the enormous pressure of the Devouring Blood world, Long Chen successfully suppressed Chen Feng's true qi. At the same time, he also suppressed his speed. This made Chen Feng feel like he was living in a swamp. Of course, he did not dare to give up on suppressing his own blood, because this was how Xiaotian had died previously. In order to fight with Long Chen, he had actually ignored the devouring world of blood, so before Long Chen could defeat him, he had already died miserably. What the hell is this thing? Chen Feng's absolute advantage in speed, under the suppression of Long Chen's devouring blood world, was completely displayed. He had to use a portion of his true qi to suppress the devouring blood world in order to ensure that his blood was completely his. With that, Long Chen would almost have the strength to face Chen Feng head-on. After almost a month of training, Long Chen was now familiar with the control of the phantom doppelganger, just like the divine fire doppelganger. However, the phantom doppelganger was much more powerful than the divine fire doppelganger. At this time, Long Chen and the phantom doppelganger attacked Chen Feng from different directions. In the hand of the phantom doppelganger, there was an extra sword. This was also a mid-heaven class weapon, which Long Chen had asked for from King Qingli. In fact, Long Chen could also ask for a high heaven class weapon from King Qingli, but he was familiar with the Demon Emperor sword, so he did not need it. For him, weapons that were not king class did not have much effect on him. Chen Feng was best at speed, so his attack power was very ordinary. Roar! Completely enraged by Long Chen, Chen Feng let out an earth-shattering roar. His body was like a bomb, full of destructive power. King-class combat skills, are you the only one with them? With a sneer, Chen Feng, who was originally one person, suddenly turned into hundreds of people, appearing in front of Long Chen. This effect was just like the Divine Fire Doppelganger, but different from the Divine Fire Doppelganger. These people looked exactly the same as Chen Feng. Long Chen knew that this should be a body combat skill, the same principle as the Traceless Phantom. When using the Traceless Phantom, there would also be many phantoms, so people could not tell which one was which. Obviously, Chen Feng's current combat skill was more powerful, and each of his phantoms was very real. It was as if there were suddenly hundreds of Chen Feng. What a fast speed! What a strange movement technique! Long Chen was secretly shocked. However, he was also a little delighted. Of course, Chen Feng did not know that he was secretly happy. Traceless Green Hell, King-class body combat skill. Now let me show you the power of this footwork. Chen Feng let out a savage laugh. There were a total of hundreds of doppelgangers, changing rapidly. Each of them seemed to be real, and it was impossible to tell which one was fake. Long Chen's face suddenly revealed a panicked expression. He began to retreat, but Chen Feng's hundreds of doppelgangers immediately caught up to him and launched a storm of attacks. You think you can surround me with just a few doppelgangers? Now, I'll show you what it means to be surrounded. Chen Feng sneered. Most of his attacks rushed towards Long Chen, but a small part of them were aimed at the doppelgangers. Just like how Long Chen had separated him from Ying Xiaotian, he gradually separated Long Chen from the doppelgangers. Sometimes Chen Feng's attacks were real, and sometimes they were just a random flicker. However, Long Chen had to block Chen Feng's attacks every time. If it was fake, it was fine, but if it was real and he was hit, Chen Feng would basically win. Sky-tearing Magic Claw. With a roar, countless doppelgangers launched the same attack towards Long Chen. It seemed that Long Chen couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. He could only flee in panic, which made the onlookers booed. This time, Long Chen had suffered a crushing defeat under Chen Feng's king-ranked movement technique. Not only was he being chased by Chen Feng on the stage, but even his phantom avatar was also being chased by Chen Feng. Alas, Chen Feng is at the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm. It's really impossible to defeat him. He's only one step away from the Emperor Flame Bead. It's really a pity. King Qingli shook his head and sighed. The winner hasn't been decided yet. Jiang Cheng shouldn't be defeated. Lu Yi still blindly believed in him. Silly girl. King Qingli was a little helpless. Indeed, Long Chen fled so miserably. He was like a drowning dog, being chased by Chen Feng all the time. I'd like to see which one can escape faster, you or I can beat you faster. In front of Long Chen, most of Chen Feng's doppelgangers were sneering. Then, more than 10 of Chen Feng launched the same sky-tearing magic claw and dashed towards Long Chen, while the rest went to deal with the doppelgangers. At this time, Long Chen and the doppelgangers were separated on two sides, while Chen Feng's doppelgangers were gathered in the middle. Among the hundreds of doppelgangers, only one was Chen Feng, and it was changing rapidly. One moment it was the real doppelganger, and the next moment it was another doppelganger. That's right. In fact, Long Chen could see through Chen Feng's martial arts from the very beginning, but he pretended that he didn't know anything to confuse Chen Feng and everyone else. Don't forget that Long Chen had the devouring demon eyes. With the devouring demon eyes, Long Chen could see Chen Feng's true soul. He could see Chen Feng's true body as it changed, but he always pretended that he didn't know anything. He was enduring, waiting for a perfect opportunity. Just like right now, when he discovered that his king-tier battle skill had completely defeated Long Chen, Chen Feng could not contain his excitement. To be able to play around with Long Chen like this, he felt rather satisfied, so he relaxed quite a lot. At this moment, over 10 doppelgangers used the sky-tearing magic claw, but Long Chen could tell with a single glance that none of them were real. Similarly, none of the doppelgangers attacking the doppelgangers were real either. The real Chen Feng was currently leisurely watching Long Chen roll around on the ground. Die! Huh, the sky-tearing magic claw. All the doppelgangers laughed together. Long Chen's face turned ghastly pale once more, and he rolled on the ground once more. Unfortunately, unlike the previous time, Long Chen's entire body suddenly exploded. He's looking to die. Everyone was somewhat puzzled, because at this time, Long Chen actually completely ignored Chen Feng, who was using the heaven-ripping divine claw. He directly used his body to receive Chen Feng's attack. On the other side, the phantom avatar also did the same. If it was hit, it would definitely die a horrible death. Everyone clamored. They did not want to see Long Chen end up like that. Long Chen had definitely gone crazy this time. But to everyone's surprise, whether it was Long Chen or the doppelgangers, their bodies directly passed through the countless sky-tearing magic claw without being harmed. He's betting. This thought flashed through everyone's mind, including Chen Feng. He did not believe that Long Chen could be so mysterious as to directly recognize his position. Everyone could not help but sigh. Long Chen was just too bold. But he was lucky. This time, he had actually made the right bet. His body directly passed through more than 10 doppelgangers. What was Long Chen going to do next? In front of him, there were 50 different doppelgangers. Only one of them was the real Chen Feng, and his position was also constantly changing. Of course, it was impossible for Long Chen to find the real Chen Feng among these 50 doppelgangers. Even if it was a risk, it would all be for naught. And at this time, Long Chen and the doppelgangers unexpectedly rushed in the same direction, attacking the same person. Everyone was somewhat puzzled. Could Long Chen make the right bet? With lightning speed, he broke through more than 10 fake doppelgangers, and then with lightning speed, he attacked one of them. Everyone still did not understand what was going on. Only one person knew what was going on, and that was Chen Feng. He had never thought that Long Chen could find him. This was impossible. Even the Green Hell King, who had taught him this king-level movement technique, had told him that people below the level of the Devil King would not be able to see his real body. But why, whether it was Long Chen or his doppelgangers, they had found his position in such a short time, and then used their strongest moves? Chapter 520. Long Chen had long known Chen Feng's position. He had endured for such a long time just so he could defeat Chen Feng. If it was a normal fight, he would have been able to identify Chen Feng's position from the very beginning. Then, he might not have been Chen Feng's opponent. However, Long Chen's pathetic escape made Chen Feng subconsciously believe that it was impossible for him to know his true position. Chen Feng gradually relaxed his vigilance, but at this moment, Long Chen unexpectedly attacked. At the same time, the phantom doppelganger behind Chen Feng also attacked. Among the 50-odd doppelgangers, Long Chen and the phantom doppelganger found Chen Feng's position directly. Then, 2 heaven-level medium-level god weapons were raised, and the heaven punishment sword formation suddenly attacked. At this moment, how could Chen Feng not know that his opponent had already found his position? He couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment, and was shocked. After saying, "impossible," twice, he thought that he should resist. At this moment, there were many strange sword talismans in front and behind him, forming two huge sword formations. The power of the sword formation was enough to kill Xiaotian directly. It was needless to say how powerful it was. At this moment, Chen Feng was already panicking. The surprise that Long Chen had brought him was too great. He had originally been toying with Long Chen, but who knew that in this instant, the situation would be reversed. When the crowd outside saw that Long Chen had even used the Heaven Punishment Sword formation, they had a premonition that Long Chen wouldn't know his opponent's position. However, after Chen Feng said, "Impossible," twice, the crowd looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they could only realize in shock that Long Chen had really found his opponent. Before they could be shocked, Long Chen and Chen Feng had already started fighting at this critical moment. Even if you are powerful, so what? At this critical moment, when killing moves were coming from both front and back, Chen Feng's head was burning. He had already realized that he had been toyed with by Long Chen, so his eyes were filled with coldness and bloodlust. At this moment, the powerful aura of a Heaven Ascension Stage 9th level erupted from his body. "Since you have chosen to do this, I will fight you to the death," Chen Feng bellowed. Rumble. An illusory image of a panther-type demonic beast appeared behind him. Chen Feng was enraged, and slashed out with a claw. The illusory image of the demonic leopard was directly condensed within the claw, which then charged toward Long Chen's heaven-punishing sword formation. This was clearly Chen Feng's most powerful move, filled with destructive power. Long Chen frowned. However, he wasn't afraid of the attack in front of him. He braced himself and slashed down with the heaven-punishing sword formation that he had already prepared. In an instant, a series of explosions rang out. Countless sword shadows collided with the claw. The claw was filled with the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Long Chen actually discovered that his heaven-punishing sword formation was having a hard time resisting it. However, it was still a distance away from directly destroying the Sky Punishment Sword formation. However, the shockwave still sent Long Chen flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and almost fall off the arena. Chen Feng was really powerful. As expected, the 9th level of the reaching heaven state wasn't just for show. However, his mistake was that he had used the traceless green hell step, while Long Chen had a way to restrain him. The soul-devouring demonic pupil was a psychological tactic, and Long Chen had won because of the success of this psychological tactic. In the end, Chen Feng had chosen to fight to the death. He was the fish. He had died, but the net hadn't been broken. Long Chen had only suffered minor injuries. Of course, Chen Feng hadn't died. It was just that under the attack of the Phantom Doppelganger's heaven-punishing sword formation, he had only chosen to deal with Long Chen. Therefore, in the end, he had been saved by Qing Ming Wang. If the heaven-punishing sword formation had really attacked Chen Feng in this situation, even if he hadn't died, the injuries he would have suffered would have been much more severe than Long Chen's. If the battle had continued, he wouldn't have been a match for Long Chen. Everything had calmed down. The entire place was silent. At this moment, Long Chen stood up silently. In the center of the ring, Qing Ming Wang had blocked the heaven-punishing sword formation and grabbed Chen Feng with one hand. On the opposite side was Long Chen's phantom doppelganger. "Master, let me go. I want to fight Jiang Cheng." "We haven't decided the winner yet," Chen Feng said with a fierce expression. "You've already lost." Qing Ming Wang shook his head and sighed helplessly. "Lost? How is this possible?" Chen Feng's eyes were wide open. He looked at Qing Ming Wang in disbelief. "Yes, you've lost. You've lost completely. Although you're still stronger than him, you've lost. You should have defeated him right from the beginning, instead of showing off your king-level battle skill." But he found an opportunity to counterattack. "There's no need to say anything else. Go down." Qingming Wang had already seen everything clearly from below. Everyone knew that Long Chen had known Chen Feng's position from the very beginning. He had been patiently waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Chen Feng. From the last exchange, Chen Feng was indeed stronger than Long Chen. However, the result of the battle was still Long Chen's victory. Temperament and experience were both very important factors in battle. The battle between Long Chen and Chen Feng was a classic example of how one's temperament had triumphed over their opponent. That's impossible. I'm clearly stronger than him. This result almost caused Chen Feng to cry. Qingming Wang didn't try to persuade this stubborn person anymore. He looked at Long Chen, then directly brought Chen Feng down from the ring and back to his seat in the Qingming royal palace. At this moment, Long Chen had put away his phantom doppelganger. He was the only person on the ring. Looking at the crimson figure, the audience didn't know what to say. He was like a shining star that was slowly rising. No one could stop him. Everyone began to realize how terrifying this young man was. He had a limitless future ahead of him. Girls like Lu Yi had already become infatuated with him. During the selection battle, he had defeated all of his opponents in front of everyone's eyes. He had become the final champion. Today, during the disciple assessment, he had defeated all of his opponents one by one. Before the battle began, not many people knew that there was such a person. In the ancient demon area, Long Chen was enough to become a legend. It could be said that his name today would spread throughout the entire ancient demon area. Even the people of the god Wuxia sage court would know this monstrous talent. In particular, what would happen after he obtained the Emperor Flame Pearl? At this moment, Jiang Wushang shook his head and smiled. He couldn't help but admire Long Chen. He took the lead to applaud. Under his lead, everyone began to applaud. In the end, the tide-like applause directly drowned Long Chen. This was the greatest affirmation and reward for Long Chen. It could be seen that Jiang Wushang admired Long Chen very much. Long Chen was from the ancient demon area, and he was the next leader of the ancient demon area. He had to cultivate a few super strong assistants. Before, Chen Feng had already been valued by Jiang Wushang. Now, Jiang Wushang valued Long Chen even more. In particular, if Long Chen obtained the Emperor Flame Pearl, how much would he improve? Would his strength directly be comparable to that of an expert in the martial realm? Jiang Wushang was very much looking forward to it. Everyone was lost in Long Chen's heaven-defying performance. Even Empress Qingli's eyes gradually welled up with tears. She was very clear that because of Long Chen alone, the Qingli Imperial Palace's ranking had risen from the last to the well-deserved first place. This was a good result that had never appeared since the establishment of the Qingli Imperial Palace. Finally, Empress Qingli had achieved this result. How could she not be moved? Lu Yi also understood her mother's feelings. At this time, she held her mother's hand tightly. Her face was full of excitement, and there were already tears in her eyes. At this time, the highest elder had calculated the scores of all the palaces. After receiving the data, the Divine Wind demonic general was also pleasantly surprised. He said, "Now I announce the rankings of the palaces in this disciple assessment. I believe everyone has seen that Jiangcheng has become the first in this disciple assessment, and Lu Yi of the Qingli Imperial Palace has successfully entered the top 6. Therefore, the Qingli Imperial Palace is well-deserved first place." There was a tide of cheers around. Especially the people of the Qingli Imperial Palace, they all hugged each other. For them, this was a great honor. At this time, they were all looking at the figure of Long Chen with blazing eyes, their eyes full of reverence. This honor was fought for by Long Chen for them. And the second place belongs to the Green Hell Imperial Palace. Among the Green Hell Imperial Palace, Chen Feng of the Reaching Heaven Realm level 9 obtained the second place. At the same time, another person entered the top 12. The divine wind demonic general's voice was heard again. This time, the cheers were much smaller. After all, the Green Hell Imperial Palace was originally considered to be the well-deserved first place. It was already a shame that they had fallen to the second place. As for the third place, there was almost no cheers. When the divine wind demonic general finished his announcement, everyone was a little dispirited. The Imperial Palace who had obtained the last place looked even more sullen. Next, I will distribute the rewards of this disciple assessment. Please come up, the top 6, the divine wind demonic general said with a smile. Because Ng Xiaotian was no longer in the top 6, there were only 5 people left. After they went up, the divine wind demonic general distributed the rewards one by one. Jiang Qing, 500,000 reaching heaven elixirs. Lu Yi, 500,000 reaching heaven elixirs. Qian Long, 500,000 reaching heaven elixirs. Next, it was Chen Feng's turn. The divine wind demonic general raised his voice and placed a cosmos sack in Chen Feng's hands. He said, Chen Feng of the Green Hell Imperial Palace, 5 million reaching heaven elixirs. This is the result he deserves. 5 million reaching heaven elixirs was the dream of many disciples. Therefore, there was another wave of cheers. The 5 of you can go down first. As for Jiang City's reward, the Royal Crystal and the Emperor Flame Pearl, they are not with me. Our Prince Wuxiang will hand them to him personally. Chapter 521. Under the Divine Wind Demon's command, Lu Yi and the other 3 immediately went down. Before they left, Lu Yi said to Long Chen, I'll wait for you down there. She blushed when she talked to Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. After they all went down, Jiang Wuxiang appeared in front of Long Chen. At this time, the Divine Wind Demon pushed him aside. For the first time, Long Chen sized up this legendary young man in the ancient demon territory. Jiang Wuxiang was also sizing him up. From Jiang Wuxiang's eyes, movements, and the vague aura he exuded, Long Chen could tell that Jiang Wuxiang was definitely an expert. His talent should be very strong. However, for some reason, Long Chen felt that Jiang Wuxiang looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Jiang Cheng. Jiang Wuxiang called his name softly, then said with a smile, Young genius, you're extraordinary. Today's reward is all you deserve. Take it. After he finished speaking, a cosmos sack appeared in his hand. There are 2 things in this sack. One is the Royal Crystal, which is worth 10 million Supreme Power Elixirs. Of course, if you want Supreme Power Elixirs, I can exchange them for 10 million Supreme Power Elixirs. The second is the Emperor Flame Pearl. With the Emperor Flame Pearl, you'll be able to open the 9 apertures in your body on the day of simultaneous birth of the 9 suns in 10 days. You'll be able to bathe in the sun's fire and reach the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. Thank you, Prince Wuxiang. The Emperor Flame Pearl was indeed something that Long Chen had been dreaming of. He reached out and caught the cosmos sack, then put it into the great virtual realm. After he accepted the reward, it meant that this disciple assessment was over. This was Long Chen's plan. Actually, he wanted to leave the ancient demon realm and find a remote place. When the 9 suns were born simultaneously, he would be able to reach the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. Then, with Kitten's help, he would be able to absorb the remnant soul of the Golden Crow. However, judging from the look in Jiang Wuxiang's eyes, he definitely wanted him to stay in the ancient devil territory and be Jiang Wuxiang's trusted subordinate. At that moment, Jiang Wuxiang said, Your name is Jiang Cheng, which is the same surname as my devil emperor's bloodline. Speaking of which, we are also fated to meet. It's Jiang City's honor. Long Chen quickly agreed. Of course, the other party's identity was incomparably noble. It was only right. At this moment, Jiang Wushang's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness, and he said with a bitter smile, "Speaking of which, I have a good-for-nothing younger brother. His name is very similar to yours, but 2 months ago, he mysteriously died. At that time, my father couldn't leave and couldn't save him. When we returned, the murderer was nowhere to be found." Of course, Jiang Wushang was just sighing with emotion. For this kind of thing, Long Chen could only smile dryly, but his smile soon froze. He asked, "Prince Wushang's younger brother, what's his name?" "Jiang Wucheng. My father's naming is really accurate." "Wucheng, Wucheng, Wucheng, he passed away without accomplishing anything," Jiang Wushang said with a bitter smile. But Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Jiang Wucheng, Jiang Cheng. In the past few days, he had also heard from King Qingli that the Devil Emperor's son had been killed more than a month ago. At that time, he didn't pay attention, and even before Jiang Wushang came, he didn't pay attention. But now, how could he not understand? Back then, Jiang Cheng, who had plotted against Xiao Lang and tried to kill Long Chen in Huangwu City, but was killed by Long Chen, was the good-for-nothing son of the Devil Emperor. He was Jiang Wucheng, Jiang Wushang's younger brother. Only now did Long Chen remember why he felt that Jiang Wushang looked familiar. Because Jiang Wushang looked exactly the same as Jiang Cheng. Back then, Jiang Cheng had his own identity medallion. It was obvious that he was very noble, and Jiang Cheng was his pseudonym. The person killed by Long Chen, his real name should be Jiang Wucheng. Long Chen knew that he couldn't be wrong. In about 2 months, the two names were shockingly similar, and their appearances were shockingly similar. All of this told Long Chen that the Jiang Cheng he had killed must be Jiang Wucheng, the dead son of the Devil Emperor. Long Chen was now in the ancient demon's territory, and so was the Devil Emperor. If the news that Long Chen had killed the Devil Emperor's son was leaked, Long Chen would probably die even if he had 100 lives. It was impossible for Long Chen to stay in the ancient demon's territory, because he had a big flaw. This flaw was the name he was using now, Jiang Cheng. Jiang Wucheng had a pseudonym called Jiang Cheng, so obviously Jiang Wushang didn't know about it. However, in the entire ancient devil territory, there had to be at least one person who knew about it. The Devil Emperor was very likely to know. If he knew, then Long Chen had killed his son and come directly to his lair. Wasn't this just courting death? When he thought about all of this, Long Chen's face turned pale, and he immediately took a few steps back. Jiang Wushang smiled and said, "Jiang Cheng, what's wrong with you? You should be fine. Well, now that the disciple assessment is over, everyone can go back. As for you, from now on, I will allow you to go to the Imperial Palace in the 6th layer of the Devil World." He was trying to win over Long Chen. However, Long Chen's hair was standing on end. He knew that he couldn't stay in the ancient demon area for another 15 minutes. The Demon King hadn't appeared yet, but if he did, he would definitely die a horrible death. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to leave the ancient demon's area in the shortest time possible and flee to a faraway place. Long Chen admired his luck. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? But it was such a coincidence. When Long Chen told Jiang Cheng that he wanted to go to the ancient demon's territory, it was no wonder that Jiang Cheng had a strange look on his face. At that time, Jiang Cheng thought that Long Chen was a fat sheep, and this fat sheep's target was actually his lair. How could he not have a strange look on his face? At this point, it was too late for Long Chen to cry. He understood that this was his destiny, and it was also the first great calamity he would face in his pursuit of Ling Shi. What kind of strength did the Demon Emperor have? What kind of strength did the 7 great demon kings and Jiang Wushang have? What kind of strength did the more than 70 reaching heaven state experts, whose strength surpassed Chen Feng, have? Every one of these people was stronger than Long Chen. If Long Chen were to be exposed now, he would basically have no other consequences but death. Thinking of himself, Long Chen had a numbing feeling on his scalp. Even when he had faced Wang Chao, he hadn't felt this kind of fear. Long Chen hadn't foreseen the strength of Wang Chao, but Long Chen had seen the strength of the experts in the ancient demon's territory. He knew that he had a lot of things to do. Lingxi was still waiting for him at home, and he didn't know how young Lingqing was doing. If he died in the ancient demon's territory, how would Lingxi live the rest of her life? She would wait like this for the rest of her life. No, absolutely not. He was extremely shocked and frightened, but Long Chen had to pretend to be normal. He looked around, because he knew that he had to leave as soon as possible. He hadn't been recognized yet, so Long Chen had to stay calm. He had never thought that there would be such a big change today. Sure enough, things were hard to predict. Jiangcheng, why don't you say something? Jiang Wuxiang asked curiously when he saw that Long Chen suddenly had a strange look on his face and took a few steps back. He had been thinking about something, leaving him, Prince Wuxiang, to the side. It seemed that it was because he had said Jiang Wuxiang's name. It's okay. I'm sorry. It was such a surprise for me to win first place, so I couldn't react for a while. Long Chen forced himself to calm down and pretended to be calm. I see. But I also admire your performance. Jiang Wuxiang said with a smile. Then, he raised his head and looked at the Divine Wind Demon General. Divine Wind, announced the end of the disciple assessment. Let everyone go back. I still want to have a good chat with Jiangcheng. The Divine Wind Demon General nodded. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a husky, magnetic voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. How can it end without me? This voice seemed to be right next to Long Chen's ears, and it made Long Chen's hair stand on end. It wasn't just him. After hearing this voice, everyone had a look of awe on their faces. Then, in the next moment, everyone knelt on the ground with a thud. Greetings to the Demon King. The voices were like a tidal wave. Long Chen felt as if a huge rock was suddenly pressing down on his heart. Seeing that everyone had already knelt, he had no choice but to do the same. Of course, he was still a step slower than everyone else. It felt like there were millions of ants crawling on his heart. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air and forced himself to stop trembling. At this point, he could only pray that the Demon King didn't know that Jiang Wucheng had the alias Jiangcheng. At this moment, Long Chen saw a pair of black boots appear in front of him. Then, a hoarse, old voice rang out in his ears. You, raise your head and look at me. This was the voice of the Demon King, Jiang Wuxia. Long Chen's scalp went numb. He slowly raised his head and saw a person draped in a long black robe. Even his head couldn't be seen. Only a pair of eyes that were as deep as a bottomless pit could be seen. It was like the entrance to the realm Demon Mountain. It was impossible to see what was inside, let alone the pupils. Just from his appearance alone, the Demon King Jiang Wuxia gave Long Chen a terrifying pressure. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't a person, but a bottomless pit. This was the strongest person Long Chen had seen since arriving at the God of Wushu Sage Dynasty. In fact, even in the entire God of Wushu Sage Dynasty, this Demon King Jiang Wuxia was probably one of the strongest people. Long Chen took a deep breath and waited for Jiang Wuxia's judgment. It was very likely that his next words would be judgment. If he said anything else, it would prove that he didn't know about Jiang Wucheng. If he mentioned Jiang Wucheng, it would mean that he already knew. At this moment, the Demon King smiled. Chapter 522. That kind of laughter was even more chilling. Long Chen had already made his preparations. He only had one last chance to fight. Greetings, Demon King. Long Chen suppressed the trembling in his voice and said bravely. At that moment, Jiang Wuxia's laughter had stopped. He looked at Long Chen with a pair of deep, black eyes. Then, he moved his lips and said, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. You've already killed the tiger, and you still dare to enter the tiger's den?" Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had already lost all hope. From the Demon King's words, he must have known that Long Chen was his son's murderer. He already knew it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Die. Long Chen knew that if he didn't do anything, he would die. At this critical moment, Long Chen could only think of one mystique. Blood escape. Everyone was kneeling on the ground. Since Jiang Wuxia didn't ask them to get up, no one dared to. However, they could still raise their heads to see what was going on. After all, under normal circumstances, Jiang Wuxia would ask them to stand up very quickly. They raised their heads and saw Jiang Wuxia standing in front of Long Chen. Although his voice wasn't loud, everyone heard him clearly. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. You've already killed the tiger, and you still dare to enter the tiger's den?" Obviously, the ancient demon area was the tiger's den that Jiang Wuxia had mentioned, and the tiger's son was Jiang Wucheng. That meant that Long Chen had killed Jiang Wucheng. To many people, this was like a bolt from the blue. That was because this matter was simply too shocking. What the Demon King Jiang Wuxia said was definitely true, and he wouldn't accuse Long Chen unjustly. Long Chen knew that if he said he came across Jiang Wuxia's body by chance and took his identity token, such a small trick wouldn't be able to fool this super powerhouse. Therefore, his only choice was to run away. Before anyone could react, they saw Long Chen, who was right in front of Demon King Jiang Wuxia, instantly turn into a bloody arrow and disappear from everyone's sight. This bloody light was heading towards the exit of the fourth devil world. This time, Long Chen had already memorized the route. Once he reached the second devil world, he would be able to use the blood escape again to return to the first devil world. Then, he would be able to leave the realm Demon Mountain and the ancient devil territory. Using the blood escape technique several times was his only option. He didn't know whether it would work or not. After all, the person in front of him was definitely more than the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. He might even be far stronger than him. With his speed, it was very likely that even if Long Chen used the blood escape, he wouldn't be able to catch up with him. This time, Long Chen guessed correctly. Before he could use the passage to return to the second devil realm, a figure blocked the passage. That figure was Jiang Wuxia. With Jiang Wuxia blocking the passage, even if Long Chen split into thousands of clones, he still wouldn't be able to get through. If he tried to force his way through, he would definitely die. Since he was going to die either way, Long Chen had to stop. Since he couldn't escape, he could only hope that Jiang Wuxia would turn things around. After all, didn't he say that Jiang Wucheng was just a good-for-nothing? A person as high and mighty as Jiang Wuxia wouldn't take a good-for-nothing son seriously. Therefore, he stopped and stood 30 meters in front of Jiang Wuxia. After he stopped, the 7 great devil kings, Jiang Wushang, the highest elders, the 28 devil generals, and the others all followed one after another and completely surrounded Long Chen. In this way, even if Long Chen grew wings, it would be difficult for him to escape. "Bastard, how dare you? You killed my son and dare to use my son's identity to swindle people in the ancient devil realm. Who the hell are you?" Jiang Wuxia's voice directly shook Long Chen and made him take a few steps back. His face turned pale. So strong. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Wuxia was really too powerful. Even his speed with the blood escape was not as fast as Jiang Wuxia. Moreover, with him blocking the passage, Long Chen couldn't get out at all. Death was the only ending for him. Long Chen wasn't willing to give up. He still had a lot of things to do. He wasn't willing to die in such a place without any preparation. If he had known that Jiang Cheng was Jiang Wucheng, he would rather die than come to the ancient devil realm. What should he do? Long Chen's mind was also in a mess. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and a murderous aura emanated from his body. After hearing the words of the Devil King, the people who had just arrived had almost understood what had happened. Among the 7 great Devil Kings, only King Qingli was on good terms with Long Chen. Just a moment ago, Long Chen was the pride of the Qingli imperial palace and the object of everyone's worship. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, things would turn out like this? King Qingli was a little stunned, and Lu Yi's face was full of tears. The hero she admired suddenly fell into such a situation when he was at his brightest. This was a huge psychological impact on her. Mother, what should we do? The Devil King is right. He will die. What should we do? Lu Yi seemed to have lost her soul as she muttered to herself. I don't know either, child. There's nothing I can do. Who would have thought that it would be like this? His original name wasn't Jiangcheng. I guess he didn't have an identity medallion. After killing Prince Wucheng, he took his identity medallion. He probably didn't know that the person he killed was Prince Wucheng. King Qingli's face was full of helplessness. A peerless genius was going to die like this. How could this happen? How could there be such a coincidence? Wouldn't it be better if he didn't come to the ancient demon's territory? Looking at the helpless figure surrounded by people, Lu Yi's heart was broken. Shut up. Shut up. Do you also want to die? He killed the son of our devil emperor, so he is our enemy. You have to be clear about your position. Don't say something that will make people trouble for us. Red Ghost King and others can't wait for me to die. What we need to do now is to draw a clear line with him. Don't blame me for being cruel. We can't do anything about him, can we? Queen Qingli said helplessly. Do we really have to do this? Can't we save him? Lu Yi said blankly. After getting along with him for almost 2 months, Long Chen's shadow was deeply planted in her mind. But now, this person was going to die like this. There was nothing more heartbreaking than this. Compared to Lu Yi's heartbreak, there were more people who were gloating. To some people, this was a chance for them. It was a great surprise. This person was the Red Ghost King. His favorite disciple, Ying Xiaotian, had died at the hands of Long Chen. He had thought that he would never have a chance to take revenge again. He never expected that God would give him a chance like this. Jiangcheng was not Jiangcheng, but the person who killed Jiang Wucheng. The Red Ghost King knew that Jiang Wuxia was very protective of his people. Of course, Jiang Wucheng was useless and had never been liked. Jiang Wuxia had never paid attention to him and had even expelled him from the imperial palace. But after all, they were related by blood. After all, he was Jiang Wuxia's son. Jiang Wuxia was a man of great prestige. His son had been killed by such a small figure. If Jiang Wuxia did nothing and the news spread, he would lose face. At this moment, the Red Ghost King's face was full of ecstasy. At this moment, Long Chen felt great pressure. At this time, Jiang Wushang had already come to Jiang Wuxia's side. He frowned and said, "Father, how do we deal with him? Let me do it. I thought he would be a good subordinate, but since he has a grudge against our Jiang family, we definitely can't use him. Moreover, I see that his talent is heaven-defying, so we definitely can't let him go. If such a monstrous genius gets out alive, one day, he will be a great disaster for our Jiang family." The look in Jiang Wushang's eyes had completely changed. In the beginning, he cherished talent, so he was very polite to Long Chen. He had seen how monstrous Long Chen was, and now that Long Chen could no longer be used by him, of course, he had to be killed as soon as possible. Long Chen's eyes turned cold, and he breathed heavily. Jiang Wushang was indeed a person who had to leave. As the son of the Devil Emperor, he still had this point of view. Those who could not be used by him must be killed. This was Jiang Wushang's rule. "Father, let me do it. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Let me handle this kind of junior," Jiang Wushang said. The Devil Emperor, Jiang Wuxia, had not said a word. After Jiang Wushang finished speaking, he nodded. He completely agreed with Jiang Wushang's point of view. He had been looking for the murderer, but suddenly found that the murderer was right in front of him. Although Long Chen was monstrous, he was still a weakling to him, so he didn't take it to heart. Once he was dealt with, one of his worries would be gone. At this moment, the Red Ghost King took a step forward and knelt in front of the Devil Emperor. He said, "Devil Emperor, this brat just killed my disciple, and I have an irreconcilable feud with him. I can't wait to skin him alive and pull out his tendons. I'm sure the Devil Emperor wants me to do it. This brat doesn't take the ancient demon territory seriously, so we can't kill him so easily. I have a crimson ghost bug that will burrow into his body, and while he's conscious, the crimson ghost bug will eat away at his internal organs for 7 days and 7 nights before he dies. Eating away at his internal organs for 7 days and 7 nights, leaving him defenseless, and while he was conscious, only the Red Ghost King could come up with such a ruthless move. This would leave a much greater impression than killing Long Chen directly." Jiang Wushang had wanted to do it himself, but when he saw the Red Ghost King kneeling down, his eyes full of anticipation, and the idea of the crimson ghost bug, he nodded and said, "Fine, you do it. Remember, you must succeed. Don't let him commit suicide." His words determined Long Chen's fate. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The Crimson Ghost King and Jiang Wushang. The Crimson Ghost King was still alright, as he had wanted to kill Long Chen from the very beginning. However, Jiang Wushang had tried to recruit Long Chen in every possible way. Now that he had attacked, he was even more ruthless than the Crimson Ghost King. If even Jiang Wushang was like this, then there was no need to mention Jiang Wuxia, who was guarding the passageway entrance. Chapter 523. No. As soon as Lu Yi shouted, Empress Qingli covered her mouth. At this time, Lu Yi's face was full of tears. If Empress Qingli hadn't stopped her, she would have been standing next to Long Chen. The Red Ghost King would devour his internal organs and die for 7 days and 7 nights. Hearing such a heavy punishment, Lu Yi almost fainted. How could she bear to let Long Chen die like this? However, surrounded by so many experts, who could resist? No matter how capable Long Chen was, he couldn't resist. He could only use the blood escape, but the passage had been blocked by the demonic emperor, so this method was useless. Therefore, he had been forced into a dead end. At this time, the crowd dispersed so that the Red Ghost King could take down Long Chen and make him eat the crimson ghost worms. Looking at the Red Ghost King with blood-red eyes, everyone was a little frightened. This Red Ghost King had always been crazy and vicious, and indeed, he couldn't be provoked. If Jiang Wushang were to make a move, he could at most kill Long Chen immediately, but the Red Ghost King's crimson ghost worms would make Long Chen suffer for 7 days and 7 nights before he died. What Long Chen didn't expect was that the Red Ghost King's appearance would ruin his last life-saving plan. Long Chen originally thought that if Jiang Wushang were to make a move, he might have a chance to kidnap Jiang Wushang by risking the blood sacrifice. Of course, the possibility of him escaping in the end was not high. After all, most of the power of the blood sacrifice would dissipate. However, if it was the Red Ghost King, Long Chen would kidnap him, and Jiang Wuxia wouldn't have any scruples at all. Long Chen was on the road to death. At this time, Long Chen was no longer so naive. He knew that this time, there was a 99% chance that he would die here. None of the magical powers he had the ability to get him out alive, including the blood escape, the blood sacrifice, and even the heaven-defying time reversal. In this world where experts gathered, Long Chen once again felt powerless. I can only say that I, Long Chen, have let you down. I didn't fulfill my promise. I'm a good-for-nothing. I'm sorry. At the thought of Lingxi living alone in this world, waiting endlessly, but never having Long Chen appear in her world again, Long Chen felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. I hope you can find your own happiness. I'm such a good-for-nothing, and I'm no longer worthy of you. Long Chen suddenly wanted to laugh out loud. His blood was full of lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations. Even in front of experts like Lingxi's family, Long Chen had made a vow that he would appear in front of Lingxi one day. But, at this time, the cruel reality was placed in front of him. The extremely powerful and mysterious domain master of the ancient demon realm, Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia. The 7 great demon kings, plus Jiang Wuxia, who was in the earth martial arts realm. More than 50 grand supreme elders and 28 demon generals. All of these people were more powerful than Long Chen. This was the feeling of being unable to escape even if he had wings. I wonder who will remember me after I die. Long Chen's heart was filled with bitterness. He raised his head and saw the Red Ghost King smiling sinisterly as he walked towards him step by step. Seeing the blood-red eyes of the Red Ghost King, Long Chen's eyes gradually turned blood-red as well. Son of a bitch, even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. Long Chen let out a roar in his heart. Death was already certain in front of him, and Long Chen had already gone crazy. Those blood-red scales surrounded his entire body. The sinister bone spurs, and Long Chen's blood-red eyes, which were filled with hostility, shocked everyone. No, don't. Seeing Long Chen in this state, Lui's face had already turned pale. Her eyes had almost drowned her soul. She didn't want Long Chen to die, and she didn't want Long Chen to die so miserably for 7 days and 7 nights. How miserable would it be? I'm sorry this time. Seeing her daughter's heartbreak, King Qingli's eyes also welled up with tears. The only people who didn't gloat over Long Chen's miserable state were the people in King Qingli's palace, because Long Chen had once brought them glory. Just now. This was the time when they could definitely hold their heads high. The eyes of the others were filled with mockery. Still trying to resist? Seeing that Long Chen had actually transformed into the dragon soul, the Red Ghost King's face was full of mockery. Lad, I really didn't expect that you, who was so high-spirited just now, would be in such a miserable state now. What goes around comes around, you useless toad, what right do you have to say that about me? If I looked like you, I would have committed suicide long ago. How dare you come out and scare people? Aren't you afraid that people will vomit last night's dinner? I see that you look like a beast, so I guess you're actually a beast. As Long Chen spoke, he took out the Demon Emperor sword. Since he was going to die, he might as well enjoy it for a while. He wanted everyone to see that even if Long Chen died, he would die a better death than others. He looked around with his blood-red eyes. He remembered all the mocking faces in his heart. Bastard, you're still so stubborn before you die. You heard it too. The crimson ghost bugs will gnaw at your internal organs for 7 days and 7 nights. Let's see how you can still smile when that happens, the Red Ghost King said in exasperation. Long Chen acted as if he hadn't heard him at all. He continued to ridicule him. I really don't know what kind of creature the donkey and horse bred to give birth to a monster like you. It's really a sin. You look like this, but you still have the courage to live. Lad, you're courting death, the Red Ghost King said angrily. Didn't you want to plant the crimson ghost bugs in me? How dare you kill me, grandson? Long Chen said fearlessly. The Red Ghost King was about to faint from anger. Of course, he wanted nothing more than to kill Long Chen, but what he had to do now was to capture Long Chen and plant the crimson ghost bugs in Long Chen. Bastard! The Red Ghost King was an expert in the earth martial arts realm. As soon as he made his move, Long Chen did not even have the ability to resist. Everyone knew that if there were no accidents, Long Chen would be captured by the Red Ghost King and planted with the Crimson Ghost Bugs. He would suffer for 7 days and 7 nights before dying. At this moment, the only thing that appeared in Long Chen's mind was the fairy that had suddenly appeared in the white fog. Her beauty, her fragrance, all of these seemed to be within reach, but Long Chen knew that if he wanted to capture them, it was simply a dream. This most beautiful dream was now forever far away from him. A teardrop fell from the corner of Long Chen's eye. Men did not shed tears easily, but only when they were deeply hurt. Before he died, Long Chen finally felt vulnerable for once. Then, he saw the Red Ghost King's palm. "How would you know how proud I am, Long Chen?" Long Chen closed his eyes. Blood sacrifice, 3 levels. Exclamations were heard at this moment, and it was a complete uproar. This was because everyone had already seen that blood-red flames were burning on Long Chen's body. The flames rose into the sky and burned fiercely, forcing the approaching Red Ghost King away. Roar! The soaring blood-red flames quickly swept across the sky. Long Chen had never used this ultimate form of blood sacrifice, which was known to be a blood sacrifice that would destroy his body to the point that it was unbearable to look at. The 3rd level of blood sacrifice allowed Long Chen to completely burn 3 levels of power, and his strength increased by 3 levels. This was simply a supernatural power that broke the rules, but it had appeared on Long Chen's body just like that. All the experts' eyes widened in an instant. What is this? Everyone let out startled cries. Only those with a bit of strength could sense that Long Chen's strength was rapidly increasing. This was a kind of growth. They had never seen such a thing before. There was actually a kind of power that could increase one's strength to such a level. His original genuine chi, because of the dragon soul transformation, was comparable to the 8th level of the reaching heaven realm. In a very short time, when the blood-red flames were burning, Long Chen's genuine chi instantly surpassed all the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm, and was infinitely close to the martial realm. The strength of the martial realm was no longer genuine chi, but the genuine essence after its nature had evolved. The increase of Long Chen's genuine chi would never be comparable to the genuine essence. However, in terms of quantity, Long Chen, who had increased by 3 levels, had already far surpassed the genuine essence of the 1st level of the Earth martial arts realm, or even the 2nd level of the Earth martial arts realm. Of course, how much combat power he could display would depend on his fate. After all, genuine chi and genuine essence were different. The crazy increase of Long Chen's genuine chi was only one of the things that surprised the crowd. What shocked them even more was that when the blood-red flames appeared, there was actually a shadow of a beast, which was galloping and whistling in the flames, making bursts of angry roars. That beast looked like a snake or a flood dragon, but it was very different from the two. A word gradually emerged in the minds of the crowd. Dragon, that's the divine dragon in the myths. It was unknown who said it first, but then the crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone looked at the roaring shadow of the dragon in the flames, but it was a pity that the shadow of the dragon disappeared in a flash. When the shadow of the dragon disappeared, Long Chen's body was still covered by the blood-red flames. No one knew to what extent his true chi had swelled to. This was Long Chen's counterattack before his death. He was proud. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die with a bang. Therefore, he chose this extreme way. Just how powerful was his current strength? Long Chen didn't know either. He only knew that even though he had cultivated the true martial demonic body, his entire body was on the verge of collapse. He had to act as soon as possible. Only then would his power be of use. What a deceptive trick. The Red Ghost King had been frightened just now. When he came to his senses, he was furious. He had actually been scared away just now, which was a great humiliation. Therefore, he didn't care about anything else and directly rushed toward Long Chen. With the strength of the 1st tier of the Earth martial arts realm, it would be a piece of cake for him to catch Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen raised his head. His eyes and the cold smile on his face stunned the Red Ghost King for a moment. Chapter 524. Die. Long Chen only uttered one word. Then, his body disappeared instantly, and the huge sky punishment sword formation appeared above the Red Ghost King's head in an instant. Everything happened so quickly that the Red Ghost King was taken aback. Above his head was a sword formation formed by thousands of blood-red sword talismans, and these sword talismans were also burning with blood-red flames. Such a huge power even surpassed that of the Red Ghost King. How is this possible? He's only at the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. How can he exert such power? The Red Ghost King was horrified. At this critical moment, he could only try his best to resist. However, he had still underestimated Long Chen. Under the full power of Long Chen's sky punishment sword formation, the Red Ghost King let out an earth-shattering scream. Then, in front of everyone's incredulous eyes, he was completely annihilated by Long Chen in a very short time. Such a scene left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone's faces were filled with horror and disbelief. Although they knew that Long Chen had used a secret technique to enhance his strength a lot, it shouldn't have been to this extent. He had directly annihilated the Red Ghost King with just one move. The Red Ghost King was one of the 7 great devil kings of the ancient demon region. If this matter were to spread, the entire God's Wuxia sage dynasty would probably be shaken. Many people were rubbing their eyes. Only now did they believe that the Crimson Ghost King had really fallen into Long Chen's hands. Just like in Xiaotian, he had died without even leaving behind his ashes. Even the Demon Emperor, Wuxia, was stunned by the current Long Chen. He knew very well that if he had let Wuxian go, he would have been the one to die. Fortunately, the Red Ghost King had blocked him. At this moment, Wuxia hurriedly pulled his son behind him and rushed toward Long Chen. Long Chen knew that the Nephilim King would definitely make a move at this time. You want to kill me, Long Chen, so how can I not pay the price? Huh, Wuxia, aren't you strong? Aren't the ancient demon area powerful? Long Chen laughed. After he killed the Crimson Ghost King in an instant, his body suddenly appeared in the sky above the group of Supreme Elders. Once again, the heaven-punishing sword formation descended. No. In the face of such a powerful force, even the Supreme Elder was powerless to resist. This was a drastic change. Under Long Chen's sky punishment sword formation, at least half of the 50 great elders had died. Compared to the Red Ghost King, Long Chen had caused even greater losses to the ancient demons area. Lunatic. At this moment, Long Chen was already a complete lunatic in their eyes. More than half of the Grand Elders died at the hands of Long Chen. This was a super incident that would shake the godly Wuxia sage dynasty. It had been a long time since something like this had happened in the godly Wuxia sage dynasty. However, the person who caused such a big incident was a mysterious young man of unknown identity. Even now, no one knew Long Chen's name. You're asking for it. The mysterious and powerful Nephilim King, Wuxia, was also frightened by Long Chen. In his mind, Long Chen was just a small fry. He didn't take him seriously. How could he have known that his blood sacrifice would cause such a huge change in such a short time? The death of a demon king and more than half of the great elders was a heavy loss for the Nephilim King. The strength of the ancient demons area had been reduced by at least a quarter by Long Chen. In less than a breath's time. The Nephilim King regretted that he hadn't killed Long Chen immediately. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Long Chen. With a crack, the demon sovereign sword shattered under the pressure of the Nephilim King. After using the second move of the heaven punishment sword formation, Long Chen felt as if he had no more strength left in his body. Out of the 7 apertures that he had opened, 3 of them were now completely sealed, leaving him with only the strength of a level 4 reaching heaven state expert. At the same time, due to the excessive blood sacrifice, his body had suffered great damage, including damage to his foundation. In the beginning, the essence of the inheritance blood had cultivated his foundation, so that his comprehension and the functions of his body were stronger than those of ordinary people. But now, most of his foundation had been destroyed, and this damage had almost turned Long Chen into a cultivator with no ability. Enduring the intense pain, Long Chen smiled bitterly. He knew that this was the price of the 3 blood sacrifices. He couldn't use the 3 blood sacrifices until he was on the brink of death. This was already the case. But even with the 3 blood sacrifices, Long Chen still wasn't out of danger. After all the power in his body disappeared along with the sword, Long Chen was grabbed by the demon king Jiang Wuxia. It felt as if Jiang Wuxia was the one who had grabbed him. Jiang Wuxia had wanted to kill Long Chen, so he obviously couldn't let Long Chen continue to cause trouble. At this moment, he was extremely furious. However, Long Chen was too mysterious. He had many things that even Jiang Wuxia coveted. His escape technique and his method of increasing his strength were quite mysterious and abnormal. At this moment, Long Chen couldn't even stand steadily. Sensing Long Chen's condition, Jiang Wuxia sneered and said, "So it's a method that exhausts your body's potential to trigger a terrifying attack. It seems that after using that move, you've become a useless person." The pain in his body made it difficult for Long Chen to answer him. Jiang Wuxia's guess was right. Long Chen was almost a useless person now. Of course, if he could escape, he could still recover. But now, even a reaching heaven state expert could kill him easily. How could he escape? Therefore, Long Chen didn't have any expectations. He looked around helplessly. He had killed a demon king and so many grand supreme elders. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Jiang Wuxia was also looking at the casualties in the ancient demon area. He didn't need to worry about Long Chen anymore. Even if he let go of Long Chen wouldn't have the strength to escape. "If I had known this would happen, I would have killed you long ago. Then, the ancient demon area wouldn't have suffered such a great loss." Even Jiang Wuxia felt like his heart was being cut by a knife when he saw the casualties. He regretted that he hadn't killed Long Chen himself. However, it was too late now. He was already dead. Long Chen's counterattack before his death was really terrifying. The heavy casualties made the crowd shudder. They believed that if Long Chen had attacked in their direction, not many of them would have survived. Those Grand Supreme Elders who were still alive were all injured. Everyone's face was extremely gloomy. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man, who couldn't even stand steadily. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that he had caused such a tragedy. Even Jiang Wuxia, the demon emperor, didn't believe it. He was a top figure, but he had been forced into such a situation by a little guy like Long Chen. Even if he killed Long Chen 1,000 times or 10,000 times, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger, because Long Chen wasn't worth it at all. Under Jiang Wuxiang's orders, some people started to clean up the mess. Most people didn't even dare to move, waiting for Jiang Wuxia to deal with Long Chen. They didn't dare to laugh, because in their eyes, Long Chen was no different from a demon. Long Chen had only brought them endless terror. Looking at the young man, who was still standing proudly with a pale face, Lui shook her head in pain. She was the person who understood Long Chen the best, but why did she feel that even Long Chen was so far away from her now? "Mother, he can't die," Lui suddenly thought. The crowd was silent. Everyone was looking at the demon emperor and Long Chen. Anyone with eyes could see that anyone could kill Long Chen. Even if Long Chen died, he wouldn't be able to compensate for the loss of the ancient demon area. No matter how terrible his death was, it would be difficult to recover. However, everyone still wanted to see what would happen to this young man. Jiang Wuxia paced in front of Long Chen. "Kill me quickly and cleanly. If you don't, I will kill myself." Long Chen was already very satisfied. He was just a small figure, but he had made the overlord of this area feel so conflicted. This was his pride. Jiang Wuxia raised his head and looked into his eyes, which were still incomparably deep. "What is your name?" Jiang Wuxia asked. "Long Chen, but not Long Chen on the bounty list," Long Chen answered decisively. If it weren't for Long Chen wouldn't have killed the people of the Wushu Alliance, and he wouldn't have met Jiang Wucheng, and he wouldn't have been where he was today. "You are qualified to compete with him," Jiang Wuxia said in a low voice. "Are you going to kill me or not? Don't waste my time." Long Chen knew that the cheapest way was to kill him, and Jiang Wuxia was trying to figure out how to make up for the loss. Jiang Wuxia didn't say anything. Right at this moment, he frowned and roared, "Who's hiding here? Get the hell out here!" The roar echoed throughout the entire fourth layer of the Devil Realm. Long Chen took a few steps back. His ears were filled with the roar, and blood was flowing out of his ears. "Who is it?" Long Chen didn't expect that there would be other people in the ancient Devil Realm. At that moment, everyone followed the Demon King's gaze and looked in that direction. At that moment, 6 small dots flew over from the distant sky. These 6 dots gradually enlarged and finally turned into 6 people. Long Chen glanced at them and was shocked to find that the strength of these people seemed to be similar to that of the Devil King in the ancient Devil Realm. There were even stronger existences. These 6 young powerhouses didn't seem to be very old, but their cultivation bases were extremely high. Long Chen really couldn't figure out how these 6 powerhouses, who seemed to be completely different from each other, could appear in the 4th layer of the Devil World. When they saw their faces, most of the people did not seem to recognize them. Only the Devil Generals and highest elders showed a look of horror on their faces and hurriedly retreated. Jiang Wushang and the remaining 5 Devil Elders all stood beside Jiang Wuxia. Only King Qingli stood there, looking at one of the 6 people motionlessly. "Oh, it's you from the dragons. Why have you come to the ancient Devil Realm?" The Demon King Jiang Wuxia sneered. Chapter 525. The Dragons. Hearing this name, Long Chen was a little confused. He had never heard of this name before. He was the only person he knew who was related to dragons. So if these 6 people were dragons, did they have something to do with dragons? Moreover, why would they appear in the 4th heaven of the Devil Realm during the disciple assessment of the ancient Devil Realm? Long Chen didn't think that he had any chance of surviving. Now that there was a sudden change, he realized that there might be a chance. So, he carefully looked at these 6 people. He was sure that each of them should be at the Earth Martial Arts realm. Although Long Chen didn't know their specific strength, when they were confronting the Demon Emperor, they looked relaxed and not nervous at all. He could tell that their overall strength should not be weaker than that of the ancient Devil Realm. After the Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia finished speaking, one of the 6 people took a step forward. This man should be around 40 years old, but he looked to be in his 30s. He had long black hair that cascaded down his back like a waterfall. He was tall and slender, and his facial features were distinct. The feeling he gave Long Chen was very similar to Dongfang Xianshao. He was a middle-aged uncle with a strong charm. However, this guy was much stronger than Dongfang Xianshao. Long Chen noticed that this black-haired man's appearance was very similar to Jiang Wushang and Jiang Wucheng. Judging from his age, he must be related to the Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia. Of course, Jiang Wuxia was covered in a black robe, so Long Chen couldn't see his face. However, Jiang Wuxia was Jiang Wushang's father, so his appearance should be similar. In other words, this black-haired middle-aged man should have a close relationship with the Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia. As expected, the black-haired man took a step forward and said to Jiang Wuxia, "Big brother, how have you been? You are a traitor of the ancient devil realm. What right do you have to call me big brother?" Jiang Wuxia sneered. The man saw that Jiang Wuxia was giving him a cold shoulder, but he didn't say anything. He just retreated. Jiang Wuxia looked at the six of them and said, "Everyone, tell me why you're here. The ancient devil region's sevenfold devil world isn't a place that you dragon clan can come to. What are you acting all high and mighty for? Isn't it just a lousy place? Let me tell you, your great aunt here is here to steal things. We've already searched through the treasure vault of your sixth layer of demon world." Suddenly, a beautiful woman in blue clothes spoke up. This blue-clothed girl looked to be only a bit older than Long Chen, but in reality, she should be around 5 or 6 years old. Her appearance was rather seductive, and every movement of hers was somewhat seductive. Her snow-white skin, slightly charming eyes, and dark red lips made her look like a whirlpool, attracting the gazes of all the male disciples. In terms of beauty, she was not inferior to Lu Yi. In terms of seductiveness, she was many times better than Lu Yi. However, Long Chen valued her strength more. She was obviously a little older than Jiang Wuxiang, but she was also an expert in the earth martial arts realm. She was probably a super genius of the younger generation in the Wushu Sage era. Steal things. The demon emperor Jiang Wuxia's tone suddenly changed. His voice suddenly became 10 times colder. His cold eyes looked at the 6 people with a trace of murderous intent. "You dragons, do you want to start a war with the ancient devil realm?" The strength of the demon emperor was definitely much stronger than that of the great demon kings. At this moment, as he spoke, his hands gradually gathered together, and a heavy aura condensed in his hands. The eyes of the 5 demon kings beside him were quite cold, and they were ready to take action. If the 6 of them took things from the ancient devil realm today, the demon emperor would never let them go. At this time, Long Chen's eyes moved to the one in the middle of the 6 people. He felt a power in this person that was not inferior to the demon emperor. It was because of her existence that the 6 people did not seem to be afraid of the demon emperor. Long Chen saw that the real leader of the 6 people was not the black-clothed man who was Jiang Wuxia's brother, nor was it the charming young woman in blue, but the woman in the middle. The reason why he was sure that she was a woman was, of course, from her exquisite figure. This woman was covered in tight black armor. Like the demon emperor, it was as if she was shrouded in fog, so her appearance could not be seen at all. However, just from the slender white fingers that were exposed, it could be seen that this woman should be beautiful. The more Long Chen looked at her, the more he felt that she gave him the feeling that she was similar to the demon emperor. More importantly, Long Chen actually felt a familiar aura from her body. This kind of aura was like seeing a brother or sister. Immediately, a thought appeared in his mind, directly shocking him. Dragon martial artist. Long Chen was shocked to find that this woman actually had the aura of dragon blood. In the myriad kingdoms, there actually existed another dragon martial artist. Didn't they say that dragon martial artists were unique? The small god Wushu Sage dynasty actually had 2 dragon martial artists. Long Chen remembered what Wang Chao had said back then. He had said that his brother had become a dragon warrior, which was an earth-shattering piece of news. Therefore, he was even more convinced that the dragon warrior was mysterious and powerful, but now, one had actually appeared here. Idiot, it's not a dragon martial artist. It should be said that there was once a dragon martial artist among her ancestors, so there is still a trace of dragon blood left in her bloodline. She can excavate it and use it all, so she can unleash the powerful power of the dragon blood. In the Great Void Realm, Kitten explained. Just now, when Long Chen was going through such an intense battle, this guy was like a turtle hiding in its shell. He did not come out to help. Now that he saw a beauty appear, he immediately rushed over. After listening to Kitten's words, Long Chen's heart calmed down. This woman should be a descendant of a dragon martial artist. However, even if she was a descendant, the power of the dragon blood that she could unleash now might be even stronger than Long Chen's. At this time, the woman covered in thick black armor gently opened her mouth and said, "I will tell you the truth. We are here to look for the mystic, the Arch Seal. We are not interested in the things in the sixth layer of the devil world." The Demon King's face changed for a while. He knew that this woman always kept her words. If she said that she did not move, then she would definitely not move. The mystic, the Arch Seal? Who knows where it is? I also want to know. However, do you think that the ancient demon territory is a place where you can come and go as you please? At this time, the seductive blue-clothed woman said, "Of course. Originally, we would have left directly if we didn't find what we wanted. But unfortunately, you blocked our way and delayed our time. Otherwise, how would you know that we were here?" The Demon King looked at them and his face was extremely gloomy. They were sure that they did not take anything. On one hand, if they let them go, the reputation of the ancient demon territory would not be good. On the other hand, if they did not let them go, the ancient demon territory's foundation was here. Even if they were lucky enough to kill the other party, the ancient demon territory would suffer heavy casualties. The dragons are the enemies of the Wuxia alliance, not the ancient demon territory. The Wuxia alliance is chasing them, and the ancient demon territory is just putting on a show. There is no benefit to it, and I do not need to do anything. The Demon King's mind was spinning. The 6 people of the dragons were also waiting for the Demon King's answer. Their mentality was very simple. Since they had come out, if they wanted to fight, then they would fight. If they did not want to fight, then they would not fight. They had always been like this, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Today, the ancient demon area had already suffered great losses. Facing the dragon clan, which made people tremble with fear, Jiang Wuxia chose to retreat. However, he still had to save face, so he said coldly, "If you want me to let you go, I can let you go. I will treat you as guests in the ancient demon area. Of course, there must be some rewards. Send one of you out, and if you can take one punch from me, I will let you go." Are you kidding me? You cannot stop us. If we want to go, we will go. Who wants to take one punch from you? The woman in blue laughed softly. Among the 6 people, she was the youngest and the weakest. However, she was the most talkative. After she finished speaking, the man in black next to her, who looked like he was from the Jiang clan, pulled him back and said, "Thank you, big brother. I brought them to the ancient demon territory. Let me take this punch. Wuya, let me do it." Behind him, the woman with the blood of the dragon warrior said. She was the only one who could compete with the Demon King. "Let me do it." The man in black, who was Jiang Wuya, shook his head. He seemed to be the oldest among the 6 of them. In terms of strength, he seemed to be the most powerful apart from the woman. Seeing that he was so determined, the woman did not say anything more. Her dark eyes were like a quiet lake. She looked at Jiang Wuya for a while without any emotion. Seeing that it was Jiang Wuya who stood up, the Demon King was angry. He said, "I know you are a traitor. Who will stand up?" "Big brother." Jiang Wuya's face was gloomy. He said, "Remember, I did not betray the ancient demon territory. I betrayed the Wuxia alliance. So, you have the right to call me a traitor. I have never regretted anything that I have done. Does that include you running around this woman like a clown every day?" Jiang Wuxia sneered. Jiang Wuya was stunned. He bit his lips and said, "You don't have to worry about me. Just do it." The Demon King Jiang Wuxia did not show any mercy. As soon as Jiang Wuya finished speaking, he appeared in front of Jiang Wuya and threw a punch at him. Long Chen was shocked. He carefully watched Jiang Wuxia's punch. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a simple punch. He did not see any burst of qi. However, such a punch made Long Chen feel terrified. There wasn't much qi leaking out from his fist. All of his power was concentrated on his fist. Although the power of his fist doesn't seem to be much, if it were to be used on me, I'm afraid that my body would be smashed into pieces countless times. This is the power of the martial realm, martial. Chapter 526. Long Chen quickly looked at Jiang Wuya, who was being attacked. However, what shocked him was that Jiang Wuya didn't resist. He just closed his eyes and allowed the Demon Emperor's punch to send him flying. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. In the air, the woman caught Jiang Wuya. Jiang Wuya's face was pale and his chest was sunken. However, Long Chen found that his chest was swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. It must be the life combat skill. You deserve it if you don't fight back. The Demon Emperor hadn't expected that Jiang Wuya wouldn't resist. Jiang Wuya coughed out some blood. His body had an amazing recovery ability. After a short while, he was able to escape from the woman's arms and stand in the air. He looked at the Demon Emperor and said, "Brother, after this punch, I will have nothing to do with the ancient demons area. I have never received anything from them. If I have to face them again, I won't hold back. Don't brag. Wait until you reach LV3 of the Earth martial arts realm. If I hadn't held back, you would have survived," said the Demon Emperor. "Let's go." The woman didn't wait for Jiang Wuya to speak and gave the order. Jiang Wuya had made his own choice. Although the other 5 wanted to stop him, he was so stubborn that it was useless to say anything. If they wanted to leave, the Demon Emperor wouldn't be able to stop them. However, because Jiang Wuya used to be a member of the ancient demons area, they had to respect the Demon Emperor. The people of the ancient demons area were trembling. The 6 members of the dragon started to leave. When they were halfway out, Jiang Wuya suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at King Qingli, whose eyes were full of tears. Seeing Prince Qingli's eyes, Jiang Wuya was shocked. After he stopped, the other 5 people also stopped and looked at him with concern. The woman in blue said, "Second brother, what's wrong with you? Give me a moment. I'm going to catch up with an old friend." After saying this, Jiang Wuya walked towards Prince Qingli. When the people around Prince Qingli saw Jiang Wuya coming, they all pushed away in panic. Only Lu Yi did not understand. She held Prince Qingli's arm and hid behind him, looking at the strange but familiar man in front of her timidly. "Qingli, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. I've been to the ancient devil area several times, but I haven't seen you. Are you okay?" In front of King Qingli, Jiang Wuya was a bit nervous. "Very good." Prince Qingli quickly wiped away his tears and smiled faintly. Jiang Wuya heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Our identities are different, so we can't see each other anymore. I heard that you have a daughter, it must be her, she." When Jiang Wuya looked at Lu Yi seriously, he suddenly froze. This girl, the feeling of blood connection, unexpectedly came to his heart at this time. His expression made Jiang Wuxia and the others sneer as they had expected. "Yes, she is my daughter." Prince Qingli quickly protected Lu Yi behind her. Her eyes flashed with pain, but soon she concealed it and calmly looked at Jiang Wuya. Jiang Wuya was shocked. He tried hard to calm himself down. At this time, Lord Qingli said coldly, "Wuya, since you betrayed us, you should leave quickly. This is not a place where you can stay. We haven't been friends since a long time ago. You should go." Jiang Wuya was shocked. His heart was in turmoil. "What's her name?" Jiang Wuya asked as if he was sleep-talking. "I'm Lu Yi." Lu Yi did not understand the relationship between her mother and this person. She grew up listening to the story of Jiang Wuya. It was said that this person was originally a genius in the ancient devil area. Later, for a woman, he killed numerous people of the Wuxia alliance and betrayed the ancient devil area. Then he became one of the top 10 people on the wanted list of the Wuxia alliance. Unexpectedly, her mother seemed to be very familiar with this Jiang Wuya. At this time, Lu Yi was more concerned about Long Chen. When these 6 people appeared, she imagined that they would save Long Chen. But she was disappointed because they did not look at Long Chen at all. At this time, when this man talked to her mother, Lu Yi knew that the opportunity had come, especially when Jiang Wuya asked her name. He must care about her very much. So she quickly begged, Can I ask you for a favor? Please do me a favor. Prince Qingli quickly said, Don't bother him. Jiang Wuya took a deep breath. At this moment, his mind was in a mess. He knew very well that this young lady in front of him must have a great relationship with him. Thinking back to the grudges in the past, the result was not far from the truth. What do you want? I can promise you. Jiang Wuya quickly said. Save him. Save him. Hope finally came. Lu Yi seemed to be saved from a desperate situation. She anxiously pointed at Long Chen and said with tears in her eyes, I beg you to save him. I beg you. The girl's heartbroken eyes shocked Jiang Wuya greatly. He looked at Long Chen. He was very clear about this young man's behavior just now. He also wanted to save this young man, but in that case, there might be a big conflict with the ancient demons area. In order to avoid this conflict, he gave up. But now, this girl, who was likely to be his daughter, begged him for the first time. How could he not agree? If it was to save someone, it would be a matter of life and death. Jiang Wuya knew that what would happen next would be a little troublesome. He looked at Prince Qingli again and saw that there was no objection in her eyes. Although she did not speak, Jiang Wuya still knew that she seemed to want him to save Long Chen. Jiang Wuya instantly made up his mind. Sorry. After saying these 2 words, Jiang Wuya instantly returned to his team. Just now, Lu Yi's voice was too loud, so basically all the experts here were watching Jiang Wuya's choice. If you want to save him, it seems that today, you must fight with the ancient demons area. The Devil King Jiang Wuxia sneered. When the 5 dragons saw Jiang Wuya's eyes, they knew that he was determined. At this time, the leading woman's eyes changed the most, but soon, she calmed down. The 6 of them still did not leave, which showed their determination. We must take this young man with us. The woman said. Bullshit. He killed the Devil King of the ancient demons area and so many upper elders. Even the Emperor can't take him away today. The Devil King's attitude was so tough that it was a big problem for the 6 dragons. This made some of them frown deeply. However, when Jiang Wuya looked at Lu Yi again, her hopeful eyes told Jiang Wuya that he would try his best. Are you confident? Jiang Wuya asked in a low voice. I will try my best. The woman in black took a few steps forward. This process was witnessed by Long Chen. He did not expect that the person who gave him the last glimmer of hope was Lu Yi. He knew that Lu Yi had always liked him, but Long Chen did not belong to this place. His life goal was to find Lingxi, so he could only miss it. That man called Jiang Wuya, could he be Yi's father? From their behavior, Long Chen guessed this. At this time, he saw that the 2 sides were already at each other's throats, and it was obvious that they were about to take action. At this critical moment, Long Chen did not want his fate to be completely controlled by others. My body is seriously injured now, so I definitely can't use blood escape. Although the people on the other side have the same combat power as the people in the ancient demon region, I am extremely weak now. Even if they take me, the Demon King and the others can easily kill me, so I can't wait. The only thing I can use is the Void Dragon Talisman. The Void Dragon Talisman is the power of a treasure, so it has nothing to do with the state of my body. Now is the time. Thinking about this, Long Chen moved. Now, the two sides had just started to confront each other. One side was thinking about how to save Long Chen, while the other side was defending. The Demon King was also prepared to let a Demon King imprison Long Chen. Previously, if Long Chen had been allowed to escape, he would not have been able to escape. Now, it was different. Since the other side wanted to save him, the Demon King would definitely imprison Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen actually dashed toward the other side. As soon as Long Chen moved, it was like pulling a hair on one's head and affecting the whole body. The body of the woman who could rival the Demon King also moved at this moment. At this time, the Demon King also moved. The original distance between Long Chen and the Demon King was closer to the original distance. Therefore, in an instant, the Demon King was close to Long Chen. Looking at the woman who was attacking him quickly, he sneered and said, "You want to save him? He is dead. I want to see how you can save him." Originally, he was still thinking about how to kill Long Chen. Now that the experts on the other side wanted to save Long Chen, of course, he would not let Long Chen save them. Therefore, he decided to just kill Long Chen. With the strength of the Demon King, it was quite easy to kill Long Chen. It was still a punch. In a split second. As the Demon King was closer to Long Chen, his speed was slightly faster. Because of this slight difference, his punch hit Long Chen directly. A simple punch took away Long Chen's life in an extremely short period of time. Now's the time. Void Dragon Talisman, Time Reversal. At this critical moment, Long Chen performed Time Reversal. Time Reversal, and his body returned to 10 breaths ago. In the Demon King's opinion, a simple punch from him could definitely kill Long Chen. Therefore, when he was sure that Long Chen would die, he was about to laugh out loud. Long Chen, who should have been dead, rolled on the ground as if nothing had happened. Then, strangely, he was protected by the people of the dragons. This was the most exciting experience that Long Chen had ever had. Then, he really succeeded. Chapter 527. For a moment, everyone was stunned. It should have been the Demon Emperor who approached Long Chen first. How did Long Chen survive? This could only be described as supernatural. Due to the fact that it was only a short instant, no one was able to clearly see what had happened. Even the dragons didn't know what had happened after they helped Long Chen up. They thought they had failed the mission, but they succeeded in the end. Long Chen was inexplicably saved. Silence. Not a single sound could be heard. The Demon Emperor was also stunned. After a while, everyone had no choice but to believe this fact. Long Chen had already been saved. In the hands of these 6 experts, even the Devil Emperor wouldn't be able to kill him. Seeing this, Lu Yi laughed and cried. Long Chen looked at the girl with a wry smile. He really didn't know what to say. He had just walked in front of the gate of hell, but because of this girl, he survived. Although the 6 dragons didn't know why Long Chen was still alive, they didn't ask much. They were still in the ancient demons region, so they would talk about it after they got out. The one who was the most shocked and confused was the Demon Emperor. He clearly knew that he had already killed Long Chen, but he was still confident in himself. Long Chen's survival was out of his expectations, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Soon after, he felt a sense of defeat. Guys, do you really think you can save him like this? You can't save someone who is going to be killed in the ancient demons region. The Demon Emperor shook his head and said. What do you mean? You are still stubborn when you are in our hands. The woman in blue said. It had to be said that the relationship between these two things was very complicated. When the two things were intertwined, the demon emperor was really puzzled. He frowned, pointed in the direction of King Qingli and Lu Yi, and said lightly, "You are still too naive to think that you can save him in this way. King Qingli, Lu Yi, you colluded with the enemy. How should you be punished?" Because of Lu Yi's words, Jiang Wuya decided to save Long Chen. Now Lu Yi and the others were still from the ancient demons region, so the demon emperor could use their lives to suppress the 6 of them. He knew that Jiang Wuya absolutely cared about their lives. Compared to their lives, Long Chen was simply insignificant. Wuya, you choose. Either they die, or he dies. Jiang Wuxia's eyes fell on Jiang Wuya. The demon emperor's move directly hit Jiang Wuya's vital point. Hearing this, King Qingli's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. She said, they have tried their best, so, Lu Yi had thought that she could succeed, but now she had to go back without success. Long Chen was today's leading role. He had seen the situation clearly. Even if he escaped from the demon emperor's clutches, he had to go back in the end. After all, he couldn't let King Qingli and Lu Yi sacrifice themselves for him. The dignified demon king of the ancient demon region is actually so afraid of a small character like me. You even used such a despicable method to threaten me. Long Chen broke free from the support of the people beside him and walked to the front with a sneer. Long Chen's words were very sharp, which hit the demon emperor's vital point. Long Chen had escaped, but the demon emperor used such a trick to threaten him. If the news spread, his prestige would be affected. When everyone finds out that the demon king Jiang Wuxia actually used 2 women to threaten a weak young man, and one of them is even a demon king from the ancient demon region, I wonder what other people will think. Long Chen sneered again. Boy, what do you want to say? The demon king frowned. He realized that if today's matter were to spread out, it would be very funny. As a leader, prestige was the most important. If this were to happen, it would have a great impact on his prestige. Brother. At this time, Jiang Wuya finally couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at the demon emperor with sparkling eyes and said, "You know the relationship between Qingli and me. Although we are not destined to be together, I can tell you for sure that if anything happens to her and I will definitely make the ancient demons region restless. We dragons are brothers and sisters. There is nothing in the world that we don't dare to do. That's all I want to say. We must take this young man away today." "You are threatening me," the demon emperor said angrily. "I'm not threatening you. I just don't want you to force me. Although I have left here, I have never forgotten that this is my home. I hope you won't really drive me out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being hostile." Jiang Wuya gave tit for tat. "You." The demon emperor was so irritated that he didn't know what to say. He knew his brother's character best. He was completely paranoid. Once he set his mind on something, he would definitely pursue it bitterly. The demon emperor knew that he would really do everything he said. However, the problem was that Long Chen was full of secrets. Today, the ancient demons region let him make a last-ditch effort. Who could guarantee that he would not kill them one day? I hope you can listen to me. Goodbye. After saying that, Jiang Wuya glanced at King Qingli again. Then, he gritted his teeth and rushed into the passage with Long Chen in his arms. The other 5 people didn't say anything and followed him. The 4th layer of the demon realm was completely quiet. No one dared to say anything for the time being. "Father, second uncle has already suffered a palm strike from you today. Let's just let this matter pass. Anyway, that Long Chen, I think his entire body's foundation is pretty much destroyed. He's pretty much a cripple. Even if he's alive, he's still a piece of trash." How can a piece of trash like this affect the ancient demon's region? So, father, you don't have to worry anymore, Jiang Wuxian comforted. He was right. I'll go back to the imperial palace. The rest is up to you. The demon emperor said helplessly. Jiang Wuxian nodded and then asked, what should we do with King Qingli's palace? The demon emperor leaned close to his ear and said, Lu Yi is your cousin. What do you think we should do? Can we deal with the bloodline of the Jiang clan? After saying that, his figure disappeared from this place. He was finally saved. Long Chen felt like he had just escaped death. This was the most thorough death he had ever experienced. He could only sigh that he was so lucky to survive. Of course, it was also because of bad luck that he killed the demon emperor's son and ran to the ancient demon's region. Everything was a result of luck. The damage caused by the 3 blood sacrifices was unprecedentedly great. At present, the time reversal could only restore him to 10 breaths of time, so it could not help him recover. When he was in the 4th demon realm, Long Chen had been holding on. When he was finally saved, he felt that he had no strength in his body. Before he could say thank you to those who saved him, he had fallen into a coma. This time, he did not know how long he had been in a coma. Suddenly, he felt a warm flow of liquid flowing into his body. Long Chen did not consciously control this flow of liquid, but this warm flow could circulate in his body and heal his internal injuries little by little. Of course, this could only heal the physical injuries, not the damage to the foundation. When this flow of liquid appeared in his body a total of 3 times, Long Chen felt a lot better. He gradually regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a soft straw mat. The first thing he saw was a flirtatious woman in a blue dress. Within her flirtatious appearance, there was a trace of cleverness and craftiness. Her charm was innate. Perhaps it was her personality that was full of mischief. In addition to her, there were 4 people around him. These 4 were all men. One of them was Jiang Wuya. The other 3 men were between Jiang Wuya and the woman in blue, in their 20s to 30s. On the path of cultivation, they were all young people. Merely, each and every one of them possessed terrifying strength. Oh, big sister, he finally woke up. At this moment, the woman in blue smiled pleasantly. After she finished speaking, the woman from before came forward. Long Chen could only see a pair of deep black eyes. She looked at Long Chen and said, yes, under the nourishment of the life jade serum, his body has recovered. However, there are still many internal injuries. He needs a large amount of spiritual medicine to nurse them back to health. Seeing their concerned expressions, Long Chen suddenly felt a little moved. They had met by chance, but they were so concerned about him. It could be seen that these 6 people were all good people. Long Chen hurriedly got up and said, thank you for saving my life. I will never forget this. Although it was Lu Yi's request, they had chosen to save him. To Long Chen, this was already a great kindness. Seeing that Long Chen had regained consciousness, the 6 people looked at each other. The woman in the lead said, little brother, why don't you introduce yourself? We brothers and sisters are very interested in your matters. Her voice was low, and no one could hear her emotions. My name is Long Chen. Because of the same name, Long Chen hesitated when he said this name. Long Chen. The 6 of them were stunned. The woman in blue said with some surprise, what a coincidence, you actually have the same name as big sister Long Yu's brother. Everyone looked at the woman in the lead. Only then did Long Chen know that the descendant of the dragon warrior was called Long Yu. Long Chen, who was ranked 3rd on the bounty list, was actually Long Yu's brother. Long Chen had heard Jiang Cheng say that the top 3 of the bounty list were all experts of the earth martial realm. It is indeed quite a coincidence. Long Yu paused for a moment, then she said, Long Chen, your name is also fate with us. Since you have woken up, then we have some questions to ask you formally. But don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you. Everything depends on your own choice. Long Chen was startled. What did they want to say? Chapter 528. Long Chen could feel an innate sword aura from the Zhangyang Kingdom's royal family, but this white-haired man's sword aura was countless times stronger than Lin Zichen's. Long Chen seemed to see a world of swords hidden in his black eyes. I'm Jian Chen, a sword warrior at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm, said the man. His features were obvious. Long Chen remembered his name at once. Jian Chen, just like his name. Next was the most muscular man. This man's physique was almost the same as the Herculean demon general. However, compared to the Herculean demon general's brick-like physique, the lines on his body were much more graceful. It was a strong visual impact. What was different from the others was that his hair was only a centimeter long, and the lines on his face were much more rigid than Jian Chen's. He was currently laughing at Long Chen, and his expression was somewhat simple and honest. However, there was indeed a vicious and violent qi of a monstrous beast coming from his body. Long Chen knew he must be a beast warrior. As expected, the burly man said, "Young man, my name is Lei Zhen. I'm from the Northern War People. The Northern War People are a force similar to the ancient demon area. I'm at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. My beast soul is a rank 3 king level demonic beast, the Heaven Curse Thunder Beast. Rank 3 king level demonic beast." Long Chen was even more shocked. It seemed that everyone in this group was very powerful. Not to mention Long Yu and Jiang Wuya, Jian Chen and Lei Zhen, a soldier warrior and a beast warrior, were also very powerful. As for the war people, Long Chen had never heard of them. He only knew about the Wuxia alliance, the ancient demon area, and the Huangfu family. In fact, the dragons formed by the 6 of them could be considered a top force. The next 2 people were even younger. The one who spoke was a skinny man with a short stature. He wore black tight-fitting clothing, and with a single glance, one could tell that he was extremely nimble. He was as silent as the third person, Jian Chen, but his eyes contained a large amount of killing intent. From his appearance and temperament, Long Chen felt that he was an assassin that specialized in close combat, just like Chen Feng, who specialized in speed. I'm Qi Ying, at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. I'm the founder of the Red Soul, the largest killer organization in the Wushu Sage dynasty. I'm also the only king-level killer. I have a nickname, the Invincible Qi Ying, because I've never failed a mission. But I'm not a killer anymore. My Red Soul is also serving Big Sister. The Big Sister that Qi Ying was talking about should be Long Yu. Long Chen was a little surprised. Although this Qi Ying didn't seem very eye-catching among this group of people, he didn't expect that he was the founder of the largest killer organization in the Wushu Sage dynasty. And looking at his age, he was at most 27 or 28 years old. The Wushu Alliance doesn't allow the existence of killer organizations. So a few years ago, they started to wipe out killer organizations. The Red Soul was the first to bear the brunt. If Big Sister didn't save me, I wouldn't be here today. Now the people of the Red Soul have all gone underground. Qi Ying suddenly said, a little touched. He just said it because he felt it. Long Chen nodded. The last one left was the woman in blue. They were introduced according to their ranking. This charming woman in blue had always been the most talkative, and now it was no exception. When it was her turn, she immediately said, "My name is Lan Ling, You have to call me Sister Lan. I'm also in the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. I'm a peerless genius. But I'm a secret. I can't let you know. Ling, is good at disguising. She's proficient in all kinds of bone-shrinking skills and bone-softening skills. Whether it's internal bone changes or external tools like drugs, she's very good at them. People call her the 100 Faces Witch. Long Chen, you have to be very careful of her. Otherwise, one day, you'll suddenly find that there's someone who looks exactly like her by your side. Jiang Wuya said with a smile. Since then, Long Chen already knew these 6 people. Long Chen had a premonition that these people would become very important people in his life. Along the way, he had always been very lonely. But because of the appearance of these people, everything would change. At least, there was no doubt that they were strong. The leader, Long Yu, was an expert comparable to a demon emperor. Didn't that mean that she could be ranked in the top 5 of the entire Wushu Sage Empire? With such a person to protect him, what did Long Chen have to worry about? The mysterious big sister Long Yu, Jiang Wuya from the ancient demon realm, the sword martial artist Jian Chen, Lei Zhen who had the beast soul of a 3rd-grade king-tier demon beast, the leader of the largest assassin organization, Qi Ying, and the 100 Faces Witch Lan Ling, a total of 6 people. They were the number 1 enemies of the Wushu Alliance, the dragons. Seeing that everyone had finished their introductions, Long Yu said, "We haven't found the Mystic Emperor's seal, so we didn't achieve our goal this time. Let's go back to the spirit stream first and wait for news of the other Emperor's seals. Also, Long Chen's injury needs rest and recuperation. Let's not delay any longer. Let's hurry." Lei Zhen. The 4th-ranked beast martial artist named Lei Zhen nodded and said with a simple and honest smile, "Big sister, all right." Long Chen's trip to the Wushu Sage Empire only had one goal, and that was the primordial cemetery. The 6 of them were people at the peak of the Wushu Sage Empire. Long Chen originally wanted to ask them about the primordial cemetery, but seeing that they were about to leave, he swallowed his words. On second thought, he had to at least follow them until his injury was healed. Once he was familiar with them, it would be more natural for him to ask questions, and there would be no need to rush. However, if they wanted to leave, why would Long Yu only order Lei Zhen? Very quickly, Long Chen understood. Of course, he was a little shocked, because Lei Zhen had actually released a huge demon beast from a huge purple bracelet on his wrist. Long Chen had always thought that only his great virtual realm could allow demonic beasts to enter. He didn't expect that Lei Zhen actually had the same thing. Because of his relationship with Lu Yi, Jiang Wuya was even more concerned about Long Chen than Long Yu. He knew that because Lu Yi liked Long Chen, he also had a good impression of this junior. Thus, he explained to Long Chen, the Northern War people are independent from the Wushu Alliance. However, I have to admit that they are indeed powerful. Lei Zhen is the first prince of the war people. This time, he secretly came out to train. He is a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers, and directly fought with the Wushu Alliance. If not for you, I'm afraid he would have lost his life. Second brother, you didn't mention my scandals, huh? Lei Zhen laughed while using a strange language to communicate with the huge demonic beast. Alright, I don't want to talk about it. Long Chen, I guess you don't know that the Northern War people are all beast warriors. Moreover, they have a very powerful method of taming demonic beasts. They can even tame king-level demonic beasts to work for them. They have mastered many kinds of spiritual beast languages and can directly communicate with demonic beasts. Did you see his bracelet? That is a beast soul crystal unique to the war people. It can allow demonic beasts to live in it. It is much more powerful than the Qiankuan bag. So powerful. Long Chen was quite shocked. At this time, Kitten ridiculed, it is just a small crystal. Although it is considered rare, how can it be compared to the great virtual realm? Demonic beasts can't stay in that crystal for too long. If they don't let it out after 2 hours, the demonic beasts will die. How can it be compared to the great virtual realm? Listening to Kitten's words, the great virtual realm was indeed more magical. When you have more contact with us in the future, you will understand more about the Wushu Sage dynasty. Let's hurry. When we reach the spirit stream, I want to ask you about Yi. Jiang Wuya said. Long Chen nodded and said, sure. After saying that, he looked at the demonic beast. It was a demonic beast with huge wings, flying in the sky. However, it was not a bird. Instead, it was more similar to a bat. However, its body was obviously more slender than a bat, which added a lot of beauty to it. Most importantly, the outline of the demonic beast's head was actually somewhat similar to the legendary divine dragon. Moreover, from its body, Long Chen could indeed feel the extremely thin dragon blood. This is a heaven rank 9 demonic beast, the Thunderwing Bat Dragon. It is one of the fastest among the heaven rank demonic beasts. It has the speed of lightning. Of course, as you can see, this Thunderwing Bat Dragon is the descendant of the primordial divine dragon. I can feel that there is indeed a trace of the divine dragon's bloodline in its body, but it is a lot weaker than you. At this time, Long Yu saw that Long Chen was puzzled, so he explained to Long Chen. On the surface of the Thunderwing Bat Dragon's body, there were countless lightning bolts galloping. It was as if the Thunderwing Bat Dragon was wrapped in an electric net. The crackling sound of the lightning bolts made Long Chen's scalp tingle. As expected of dragons, even their means of transportation was so terrifying. Right now, if Long Chen was lightly touched by the Thunderwing Bat Dragon, he would probably lose his life. I'll help him, you guys go first. Jiang Wuya stood beside Long Chen and said to the others. Thus, the others all soared into the sky and sat on the back of the Thunderwing Bat Dragon. A layer of power appeared on each of their bodies, completely wrapping them up. Under the protection of this power, the lightning couldn't touch them at all. Suddenly, Long Chen also felt a warm power wrapping him up. Then, with a whoosh, he discovered that he was already sitting on the back of the Thunderwing Bat Dragon. The back of the Thunderwing Bat Dragon was covered with irregular purple scales, very similar to dragon scales. Long Chen looked carefully and discovered that this place was enveloped by the power of Jiang Wuya's body. This was a kind of warm power that seemed to be in liquid form. It tightly stuck to his body, ensuring his safety. Is this the true essence of the martial realm? Long Chen asked. He discovered that he and Jiang Wuya were wrapped in the same space. Right, after reaching the martial realm, the 18 star rivers in the body will all transform into martial veins, the 9 major apertures will all transform into martial apertures, and the true qi will all transform into true essence that is close to liquid form. Of course, it can also be called martial essence. Chapter 529. As for the martial realm, Long Chen knew nothing about it. Long Chen knew that he was not far from the martial realm, because he had an important thing, which was the Emperor Flame Pearl. He did not know how long he had been in a coma, but he estimated that it would only be a day or 2. When the 9 sons were born together, he could use the Emperor Flame Pearl to directly advance to the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm. Moreover, the crazy improvement of the Emperor Flame Pearl did not even need the reaching heaven elixir. However, there was another premise, which was that he had to get rid of those hidden injuries caused by the triple blood sacrifice as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he used the Emperor Flame Pearl, those hidden injuries would always exist, which was very disadvantageous to Long Chen. Every hidden injury was like a blade stuck in Long Chen's body. If it was not removed, it would bring fatal injuries to Long Chen sooner or later. However, Long Yu should have a way. This time, he had escaped from death, but he had met a benefactor. Only then could Long Chen have the qualification to become a strong martial artist again. He would grasp this opportunity well. Long Chen, I want to ask you something about King Qingli and Lu Yi. Just tell me what you experienced after you met them. Tell me in detail. Jiang Wuya pursed his lips and looked at Long Chen deeply. For this man, Long Chen did not know what to say. It was easy to see that he followed Long Yu because he liked her, and he had liked her for a long time. He could be considered a man who was infatuated with her. However, in the ancient demon region, why did he seem to have an affair with King Qingli, leaving behind a daughter, Lu Yi? Looking at Jiang Wuya, he did not seem to be a heartless man who abandoned his wife and children. Long Chen did not know the complicated emotional story between them, so it was not convenient for him to make a judgment. He thought that King Qingli was good, and this Jiang Wuya seemed to be good too. Therefore, he told them everything he had experienced. As long as it involved his own secrets, he chose to skip it. For example, the mystic the Arch Seal. The 6 of them had gone to the ancient demon region mainly for the mystic the Arch Seal. Why would Long Chen tell them that the mystic the Arch Seal was in his hands? Once the 5 Emperor Seals were combined, they would be able to obtain the supreme treasure, the King Tier Battle Skill, the 5 Emperor Seals. In the Myriad Kingdom domain, even the King Tier Battle Skills would be fought over, let alone the God Wushu Sage Empire. It was obvious that the 6 of them had been searching for the Emperor Seals recently. Jiang Wuya mainly analyzed the life of King Qingli and Lu Yi from Long Chen's experience. After listening, his eyes were a little wet, but he quickly wiped it off and said to Long Chen, "Thank you. I am indebted to you all." "I should be the one thanking you," Long Chen said solemnly. Jiang Wuya smiled helplessly. Suddenly, his expression became serious, and he asked, "Long Chen, do you want to marry Yi?" Long Chen felt helpless. Jiang Wuya was Lu Yi's father, so he naturally cared about his daughter. Therefore, Long Chen said, "My life is not in my hands. Miss Yi's kindness, I do not have the fortune to enjoy it. If that is the case, I will not allow you to go back to the ancient demon region. Without my permission, you are not allowed to take a step there," Jiang Wuya said solemnly. "Yes." Long Chen nodded. He understood what Jiang Wuya meant. If he did not love her, of course, he would not allow Long Chen to hurt her. After talking about this, Jiang Wuya did not speak again. The speed of the Thunderwing Bat Dragon was really quite fast. Through Jiang Wuya's true essence, he could only see the clouds outside quickly rolling behind them, surrounded by lightning. Not long after, Long Chen felt that the Thunderwing Bat Dragon slowed down. Suddenly, the Thunderwing Bat Dragon stopped in the air, let out a low roar, and then disappeared. And Long Chen was carried down by Jiang Wuya. Below, there was a vast forest. Long Chen probably knew that this should be the phantom stream where they lived. In this place, there was a thick white fog all around. The fog blocked Long Chen's vision, so it was very difficult to see what was in front of him. After the 6 of them landed in the sky above the forest, they immediately sneaked into the forest, and then went deeper into the mountains. With the endless fog as a cover, the place where they lived should be quite hidden. This was an endless mountain range. After walking for a few miles in the fog, Long Chen suddenly saw the open space in front of him. Deep in the mountains, there was a fairyland on earth. Not far from Long Chen's feet was a calm lake. The lake was not big, but it was abnormally clear. Small fish and prawns could be seen clearly in the lake. By the lake, there were a few Sika deer drinking water. They were pure wild beasts, not demonic beasts. After seeing people, they did not run away, but looked over boldly. Their watery eyes were very cute. And not far from the lake, there were several elegant wooden houses. Long Chen counted, and there were 6 in total, just right for the 6 of them. "How is it, little brother? Isn't our home very beautiful?" Lan Ling moved closer to Long Chen and said proudly. Her crystal-clear eyes were flowing with colors, lively and beautiful. Long Chen took a deep breath. Such a peaceful and secluded place was indeed not bad, and it was very suitable for nourishing the mind. "It is indeed very beautiful," Long Chen said. It is very beautiful, but we built our own houses. However, if someone calls me Sister Lan, I will be happy to hear it. Who knows, I might even be willing to help build a house for someone who is injured. Lan Ling laughed softly. Alright, Ling stop fooling around. You guys help him. I will go and prepare the spirit medicine. His condition is not easy to recover from. Long Yu paused, then looked at Long Chen and said, starting from tomorrow, I will be able to heal your injuries. You can go with them today and familiarize yourself with this place. Thank you, everyone. Long Chen nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Following that, Long Yu went to prepare the spirit medicine, while the Crimson Shadow went to contact his assassin organization, the Crimson Soul, to see if there was any other information. As for the others, they quickly helped Long Chen build a simple wooden house. With this thing, Long Chen would at least have a quiet place to cultivate. Looking at everything around him, Long Chen felt like he was in a dream. It could be seen that the relationship between the six of them was very good. They were truly worthy of being brothers and sisters. Very quickly, night fell, and Qi Ying returned. In order to celebrate Long Chen's arrival, they decided to hold a bonfire party. What made Long Chen admire was that Jian Chen and Lei Zhen's culinary skills were actually very good. Jian Chen was good at making rather exquisite delicacies, while Lei Zhen was good at roasting meat. Under their enthusiastic reception, Long Chen also quickly let go of his hands and feet. He had always thought that cultivation was all about killing and bitter cultivation, but from them, Long Chen saw another realm, and that was freedom and freedom. Every single one of their personalities yearned for freedom, which was why they would clash with the Wushu Alliance's control. However, the feeling of them gathering together and wielding their swords in the martial world was actually quite good. Very quickly, Long Chen became familiar with them. He was the youngest, so when he called others, he would use the word brother. Of course, Lan Ling was Big Sister Lan. This form of address made Lan Ling happy for a long time. After all, she had always been the youngest, and now there was finally a Long Chen. The six of them were sworn brothers, and Long Chen was only staying here temporarily. Long Chen, in life, there are many calamities and dangers, but as long as there are a few brothers and sisters who fight side by side, we are all very satisfied, don't you think? After drinking a little wine, Jiang Wuya laughed. The others all agreed. Cultivation, killing, they are all boring. How can we make it not boring? Same old rules, show off your talents. You're new today, so we'll let you show off in the end. If you don't do well, Big Sister Lan won't let you go. After drinking a little, Lan Ling's face was a little red, which made her look extremely beautiful. Ling don't make things difficult for him. Let's begin. Third brother, to celebrate Long Chen's arrival, let's play a zither and flute together. How about that? Jiang Wuya smiled. Of course. The white-haired Jian Chen revealed a rare smile. Very soon, Jiang Wuya sat under the moonlight, playing the zither while Jian Chen stood and played the flute. In this aspect, the two were absolute masters. Long Chen and the others listened to them with great pleasure. The zither and flute played together. In the beginning, the sound was soft, as if one was sleep-talking. Halfway through, it immediately became high-pitched, as if it was a battlefield of 10,000 people. At this time, the red figure casually plucked a leaf from a tree and said, "I'll do it too." Then, under Long Chen's amazed gaze, he actually used the leaf to play a beautiful melody. Such beautiful music, how can we not dance? Lan Ling laughed gently and walked in front of Long Chen. Her body quickly began to dance to the music. Long Chen had mingled in the Playboy world for a long time and had seen many beautiful dances. However, Lan Ling was like a blue butterfly in the middle of a huge wave. She swayed and danced gracefully. Her dance was definitely the most beautiful that Long Chen had ever seen. All of them have their own talents. That big guy Lei Zhen probably doesn't have any. Long Chen helplessly thought to himself. And at this time, Lei Zhen actually let out a hearty laugh and rushed into the arena. He laughed and said, "Since all of you are here, how can I miss out on the Northern War Tribe dance?" After he finished speaking, his body quickly moved. This so-called War Tribe dance, his movements were intense, but it was filled with a wild and unyielding beauty. Coupled with Lei Zhen's wild appearance and the passionate and high-pitched music, it was full of visual impact. Compared to the beautiful butterflies beside him, he was more like a ferocious beast. Finally, everything came to an end. The five of them looked at the dumbfounded Long Chen. Lan Ling said, "Little brother, you watched our performance for free. What about you? If you don't pass, Sister Lan will peel off your skin and let you freeze in the lake for 3 days and 3 nights. The others were also laughing gloatingly at his misfortune. Long Chen finally saw their true colors. In general, the dragons were a group of powerful villains who had the playfulness of a child. However, Long Chen liked it here. Chapter 530. Long Chen was really a blank. From the day he obtained the Dragon Jade, he had been learning how to kill people. As for these things, he had long forgotten them. Therefore, he had been living in the midst of killing. Compared to their freedom, Long Chen felt that he was much inferior. His cultivation was on the right path, but in terms of mentality, it had taken a detour. In particular, the mystique of blood refinement had completely plunged him into the abyss of blood and killing. "I really don't know anything." Long Chen waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "No, then Sister Lan will fulfill what she said just now and strip you naked." Lan Ling threatened. "Ling that's enough. Don't scare him. Moreover, you are a virgin. You take advantage of other people's mouths every day. If I really asked you to take it off, would you dare to take it off?" Lan Ling was embarrassed and angry by his words. "However, Long Chen, you can't just watch without performing. We will give you a mission. If you complete it, we won't force you," Jiang Wuya said. "What mission?" Long Chen asked. "If you can invite you out, we will spare you," Jiang Wuya said. Long Chen was puzzled. The five of them were having so much fun here. Why didn't Long Yu come out? Big sister has always been like this. She is too hardworking. She never pays attention to us when we play. Therefore, I said, if you can invite big sister out, we won't make things difficult for you, Lan Ling added. Alright, I will try my best. Seeing that they were all unwilling to let him go, Long Chen could only stand up and walk towards Long Yu's wooden hut. Perhaps because she liked peace and quiet, her wooden hut was a little far from the others. Looking back, they were playing again. They were still like this at their age. Long Chen was quite speechless. Long Yu's wooden hut was silent. After Long Chen walked to the door, he was about to knock when someone said, "Come in." It was Long Yu's voice. Long Chen pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he opened the door, Long Chen was stunned. At this moment, he saw a woman dressed in loose silk clothes. Her hair was tied up and she was practicing a fist technique. It looked ordinary, but in her hands, it gave off a mysterious feeling. Long Chen's eyes were instantly sucked in. He quickly forgot his purpose of coming here and quietly immersed himself in Long Yu's fist technique. Every punch seemed to be connected to Long Chen's heart. He opened his eyes wide, and the scene in front of him became incomparably wide. In his eyes, Long Yu seemed to be standing in the center of the earth. Every punch of hers could cause the pulse of the earth to surge violently, or it could be said that although every punch of hers was ordinary, it was closely connected to the pulse of the earth. It was as if she had become the center of the earth, and her movements caused the surrounding ground to tremble. Time and time again, profound trajectories flashed before Long Chen's eyes, and many indescribable feelings appeared in Long Chen's mind. He was sure that no matter how much strength he used, he would not be able to unleash such a punch. This was not a matter of strength. Long Yu used very little strength, and did not even make a sound. Such a small amount of strength is able to cause the pulse of the earth. This should not be related to strength, but rather to the heart, to the soul. Just as Long Chen realized this, Long Yu slowly retracted her fist. Only then did Long Chen recover from the shock of her opponent's fist technique. At this moment, Long Yu was no longer wearing her tight armor. She had tied her long hair into a ponytail and was wearing soft white clothes. She looked even more gentle. Long Yu's appearance was not inferior to Lan Ling Er's. Lan Ling Er was like a coquettish little woman, while Long Yu had a dignified temperament. Her eyes were filled with a might that made people not dare to look at her directly. The aura around her body made people who stood beside her feel their hair stand on end. At this moment, she looked at Long Chen and said, "Did you feel anything from the fist technique just now? I'm confused, I don't really understand." In front of her, Long Chen did not dare to display his slight skill in front of an expert, so he said doubtfully. Long Yu changed the topic and said, "I heard that when you were in the Heaven Ascension realm, your cultivation speed was very fast. In just 1 or 2 months, you have soared a lot." "Yes." Long Chen nodded. He did not know why she asked this question. "I bet that with your cultivation in the 3 great martial realms, you will definitely not be able to break through at such a speed." Long Chen said straightforwardly. "Why?" Long Chen still did not understand. He knew that by refining blood into qi, he would be able to quickly improve no matter what realm he was in. "It seems that you do not understand the 3 great martial realms at all. The 3 great martial realms are different from the 4 great basic realms. The 4 great basic realms are purely about the improvement of one's true qi and the opening of the meridians and apertures in the body. However, the 3 great martial realms are different. It can be said that only by stepping into the 3 great martial realms can one be called a true warrior and be worthy of the word martial." "Why do you say that?" Long Yu's words had completely overturned Long Chen's understanding. In the 4 great basic realms, only the foundation will not be too bad. Refining some elixirs and improving one's true qi will eventually open the first heaven aperture and reach the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm. But why are there so many people who are stuck at the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm and are unable to reach the 3 great martial realms for the rest of their lives? That is because they do not understand what martial arts are and what the martial realms are. Long Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Long Chen. What she meant was that if Long Chen did not know, it would be very difficult for him to break through to the martial realm. Long Yu was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Earth martial realm. She had enough authority to teach him. Long Chen knew that since she had said it, she had the intention of pointing him in the right direction. Thus, he quickly said, "Sister Long Yu, please explain to me in detail what the martial realm is." Seeing that he would not persist in his own opinion and was instead asking for advice, Long Yu secretly nodded her head and said, "The most important thing for you now is to get rid of your internal injuries. Then, use the Emperor Flame Bead and advance to the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm on the day of simultaneous birth of the 9 suns in 8 days. At that time, I will teach you what the martial realm is." Long Chen knew the principle of being impatient and not eating hot tofu. Thus, he nodded his head and said, "Thank you." This Long Yu was indeed a woman with a very strong character. She was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Long Chen would not suffer any losses by being on good terms with her. "You don't have to thank me. You and I share the same bloodline. When you become stronger, you will be able to leave more bloodlines for my clan. This is also my dream," Long Yu said. Even if she was not surrounded by armor, when she spoke, there was no expression on her face. "The spiritual medicine is ready. Since you're here, I'll start treating your injuries. You used the method of squeezing out your potential, so I can't help you recover the lost potential. However, in terms of your body, I can make you as good as new. You must remember that you absolutely can't use that method again. From her cold words, Long Chen could hear the hidden concern in her voice. He knew that this Long Yu, because of their bloodline, still took good care of him. Are we starting now? They are all waiting for me outside. Long Chen said a little awkwardly. For some reason, in front of Long Yu, Long Chen felt like a little brother. He was afraid that if he did not perform well, the sister in front of him would be dissatisfied. Ignore those idiots, Long Yu said directly. Following that, Long Yu brought Long Chen to his residence. Your injuries need to be nurtured internally and externally. It will take at least 3 days and 3 nights to be completely healed. I have prepared a lot of elixirs for you. Only by combining them will there be an effect. One of them is a low-level king-level elixir, the sacred snow heart lotus. Long Chen only nodded his head. As for the matter of healing, he would let Long Yu handle it himself. She should have been prepared a long time ago. She took out a huge rock from her cosmos sack. There was a smooth pit on the rock that could accommodate Long Chen's body. This pit. Long Chen was a little surprised. You can guess it. Not bad. I made it. A trace of admiration appeared in Long Yu's eyes. Long Chen was extremely surprised. The deep pit on the rock was so bright, as if it had been formed over a long period of time. Long Yu actually said that she had used her fist to create it. The martial realm is used to this extent. Long Chen was speechless. Immediately after, under her orders, Long Chen entered the deep pit in the rock. Under Long Yu's control, the prepared medicinal liquid began to flow into the deep pit. Long Chen's body was quickly surrounded by the medicinal liquid, and the essence of the spirit medicine was currently seeping into his body, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. Immediately after, Long Yu consumed the sacred snow heart lotus. This must be her so-called internal and external recuperation. Long Chen thought to himself. With the king-level spirit medicine, the sacred snow heart lotus, and the precious medicinal liquid outside, under this kind of recuperation, for 3 days and 3 nights, the hidden injuries on his body caused by the 3 stages of blood sacrifice would be cured. After everything was done, Long Yu warned him for a while before leaving. Bathing in the spirit medicine, feeling that his body was gradually getting better, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief, and then he began to think about his current situation. I've finally survived, and I've even obtained the Emperor Flame Bead. Although the process was complicated, the result is more or less what I expected. Now that I've already left the ancient demon realm, I'll decide where to go after I reach the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm in 8 days. After having a goal in mind, Long Chen's mind was also much clearer. It seems that I still have to follow them for a while. Otherwise, it won't be easy for me to reach the so-called martial realm by myself, and Long Yu obviously has plans to teach me. The Divine Wushu Sage Dynasty is the world of the Wushu Alliance, and it can be seen that the Wushu Alliance has a very strong control over the Divine Wushu Sage Dynasty. If I go out, I'll definitely be wanted, and I won't even know how I died. Being with them is indeed not bad, at least my life is guaranteed, and they are indeed a group of interesting people. Chapter 531. The struggle along the way was quite dangerous. With the existence of a force like the Martial Union, the Divine Martial Sacred Dynasty was definitely a dangerous place. Long Chen was someone who refused to be controlled by others. How could he not start a conflict with such a force when he was threatened by them? Big brother, Fat Cat told me some good news. While Long Chen was recuperating, Little Wolf, who was in the great virtual realm, suddenly said excitedly. What good news? Asked Long Chen quickly. Have you seen a king-level beast? asked Xiao Lang. Of course not. There were no king-level beasts in the entire ancient demon region. Fat Cat said that monstrous beasts above the king grade have the ability to transform into human form, and the stronger they are, the more powerful their fighting strength is. However, when monstrous beasts transform into human form, their fighting strength is basically not that strong, but compared to their beast form, when they reach the emperor grade, or even the god grade, even in human form, they will be able to display powerful fighting strength. But no matter what, I have a chance to start over. What? Long Chen was so excited that he almost jumped out of the rock. For him, Xiao Lang had lost his body and become a sun-devouring wolf. It was a great regret. But today, Xiao Lang had a chance to take human form. Even if he did not have much fighting power, it did not matter. The key was to take human form. Who would feel comfortable living in the form of a beast? In the Shenwu sacred dynasty, as long as you are a martial artist, you basically know that a king-tier demonic beast can transform into a human. What's so strange about that? I can't believe I'm with you two ignorant country bumpkins. This is really degrading. Kitten sighed. Shut up. Long Chen laughed and scolded him. Then he said to Xiao Lang, this is indeed good news. When the 9 suns coexisting day is over, I will try my best to find you a fire attribute treasure to help you break through to the king level. I am looking forward to seeing what will happen when the sun-devouring wolf becomes a king-level beast. Big brother, thank you. Xiao Lang was also very excited. We are brothers, thank you my ass. In the ancient demon area, Long Chen had never heard of any king-level demonic beasts, nor had he inquired about them. Therefore, this sudden news really surprised him. This was the happiest thing that had happened since he had left the ancient demon region. The wolf cub had left its home to follow him. It was his brother for life. He knew that in the wolf cub's heart, he had turned into a demonic beast and lost his human form. This was the biggest knot in his heart. Although he was still a demonic beast after turning into a human, at least he could live a human life. The sun-devouring wolf was only a rank 1 earth rank beast, but it had such a heaven-defying devouring talent. Long Chen knew how terrifying Xiao Lang would be when he grew up. Among the various life forms on the dragon sacrificial continent, the primordial divine dragon was of course the highest level. They were born as super experts. Long Chen didn't know about other life forms, but for the beasts and humans, there were strong and weak beasts, but the strong and the weak were destined. Of course, apart from the abnormal sun-devouring wolf, the sun-devouring wolf was more like a human because it could improve. Humans were the weakest species, but they were very malleable and had high intelligence. They could create cultivation methods to improve their strength. If it wasn't for cultivation, the dragon sacrificial continent would have long been the world of beasts. How could humans have the qualifications to survive and dominate the continent? Long Chen secretly decided that no matter what, he would make Xiao Lang stronger as soon as possible. He was a human. Even if he was a beast, he had to live like a human. 3 days and 3 nights passed by quickly. On this day, Long Chen finally walked out of the wooden house. The medicine prepared by Long Yu had been completely absorbed by Long Chen. Long Yu was naturally reliable, so Long Chen had completely recovered from the injuries caused by the triple blood sacrifice. As for the damage to his foundation, Long Chen's foundation was originally much stronger than others. This resulted in his superb comprehension and cultivation speed. He had absorbed 1% of the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. When he obtained the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence again, these small damages would soon be completely repaired. Long Chen still remembered that when he absorbed all the blood essence, he would transform into a real primordial blood spirit dragon. Of course, it would only be a baby among babies and would need countless years to grow. But what was certain was that at that time, he would be able to take away Lingxi openly. The gloomy future not long ago was now glowing again. Long Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His body was filled with his own strength again. The ordeal in the ancient demon territory didn't knock him down. Everything will wait for the 9 suns coexisting day in 5 days. 9 suns suspended in the sky, all of which were the remnant souls of the Golden Crow. What kind of grand event would happen then? When he had the power of the Golden Crow in his body, he would be able to exert super strong strength even if he was in the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. Kitten had said that the sun only contained the remnant souls of the Golden Crow, and what he could obtain was only a trace of the remnant souls. However, the divine bird, the Golden Crow, was so powerful according to Kitten's bragging. It shouldn't be weak. Long Chen had a premonition that it would be a strong support for him in future battles. The next step was to wait for the 9 suns coexisting day. Long Chen looked around and didn't see anyone. He used the soul-devouring demon eyes and found that the others were in the wooden huts. They should be cultivating. Only Lan Ling's room was empty. Long Chen was wondering where Lan Ling had gone. Suddenly, a strong force came and pushed Long Chen into the calm lake. Long Chen got up helplessly. Lan Ling was laughing so hard that she was convulsing with laughter. "You've been a drowned rat for 3 days. I didn't expect you to be a drowned rat the moment you come out." Lan Ling laughed as she covered her full chest. Long Chen couldn't stand this girl. She was already in her 20s, but she was still so playful. He got up quietly and dried his clothes. "Long Chen, you're recuperating while they're cultivating. It's been so boring these few days. You have to accompany me for a walk." Lan Ling stood in front of Long Chen and her eyes flashed with a crafty light. "Would Sister Long Yu allow you to go out by yourself?" Long Chen asked. Of course she would. "I, Lan Ling, am not a 3-year-old child. My disguise is 10,000 times better than yours. I'll take that as a yes. Wait for me." With that said, she disappeared in front of Long Chen like a blue whirlwind. When she reappeared in front of Long Chen was stunned. This was because the person who appeared in front of him was clearly an elegant youth. At this moment, this handsome youth walked a few rounds in front of Long Chen and said, "How is it, Brother Long? Can you still recognize me now?" Her voice was a little shrill, but it was very different from the softness from before. This shrill voice was something that most youths would have. It could be said that Lan Ling was indeed the demon girl of 100 faces. From her current face, one could only vaguely see the shadow of her original self. As for her height, everything else had changed. She was nearly 10 centimeters taller than before. She was a completely different person. "Sister Lan, I'm impressed." Long Chen couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Wrong. You should call me Brother Lan." Lan Ling corrected herself. Then, without another word, she directly grabbed Long Chen's hand and dragged Long Chen away. Long Chen only felt the wind whistling past him. He vaguely felt that he was being dragged through the forest by Lan Ling. I have to say, the power of the earth martial arts realm is really terrifying. Back then, I was able to kill the Red Ghost King because of luck. At that time, his power was naturally great. However, it was also because the Red Ghost King looked down on him, which led to the tragedy in the end. Otherwise, if he used all his strength, Long Chen might not be his match. Lan Ling must have escaped. When she left the area of the spirit stream, her speed decreased a lot. Long Chen could basically see the surrounding scenery clearly. When they were almost out of the forest, Lan Ling basically told Long Chen to hurry on by himself. Seeing Long Chen's serious face, Lan Ling grabbed the corner of his clothes and said coquettishly, "My good brother, what are you so nervous about? It's just that it's too boring in the spirit stream. I'm just taking you out to play." Long Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, just play. Do you think I'm afraid of you? That's more like a man. Lan Ling giggled when she got her way. At this time, Long Chen felt the aura of many people around them. They should be above the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. These people are 5th brother's subordinates, the killers of Scarlet Soul. Because of the pressure from the Wushu Alliance, Scarlet Soul didn't take on any more killer missions. However, Scarlet Soul's intelligence network is very strong. We can find out anything that happens in the Wushu Sage's dynasty in a short time. For example, we can find out where precious treasures have appeared. Lan Ling's face was full of pride. This wasn't the first time that Long Chen had seen how powerful they were. You have to work harder. When you get their approval and become my 7th brother, we'll become sworn brothers again. Who knows, 5th brother might get a few subordinates for you to enjoy being a leader, Lan Ling said. Become sworn brothers with them? Long Chen thought about it and felt that it might be a good choice. I'll work hard, Long Chen said with a smile. Lan Ling nodded and continued her journey with Long Chen. When they left the forest, a city that wasn't inferior to Huangwu City appeared in front of them. Lan Ling turned around and looked at the vast forest. She said, "Little brother, there are many Scarlet Soul killers in this forest. If anyone wants to kill you in the future, we'll be able to come out as soon as you enter this forest and protect you. Of course, if you can stay with us, that'll be even better." Got it. Long Chen took note of Lan Ling's words. Lan Ling implied that Scarlet Soul had already taken over this forest. Let's go to Liangwu City. In front of them was a rugged mountain. Liangwu City was on the other side of the mountain. Chapter 532. The spiritual qi of the earth veins soared into the sky. Although Liangwu City seemed very close, it was actually very far away. After a while, Long Chen and Lan Ling arrived at the outskirts of Liangwu City. Liangwu City was a city similar to Yellow Marshal City, and it was the closest city to the spirit stream. Lan Ling had been here many times, but she had always come by herself. Now, with Long Chen, she could force him to come here. You don't have to worry. Although Liangwu City is under the control of the Wushu Alliance, there is only one warrior at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm in the entire city. His strength is not even as good as mine. There will be no problem for us to go in. Lan Ling saw Long Chen's cautious look and quickly explained to him. The city gate is surrounded by the guards of the Wushu Alliance. How are we going to get in? Long Chen asked. Idiot, of course we'll sneak in from somewhere else. Who can stop a city wall? Lan Ling knocked on Long Chen's forehead and then led Long Chen around Liangwu City. They came to a relatively secluded area under the city wall. She opened her bright eyes and said to Long Chen, "When we go in, remember to call me Brother Lan." Long Chen smiled and nodded. Lan Ling quickly led him into the city. Of course, no one could see that they had sneaked in. After all, Lan Ling was an expert of the earth martial arts realm. Why did you come to Liangwu City? Long Chen asked curiously. To play, of course. This colorful world is so exciting. They all like to stay in the spirit stream, but I don't like that place. It's too quiet. I prefer lively places. Let's go. Accompany me for a walk. Lan Ling led Long Chen away. Soon, they arrived at a bustling street. Lan Ling stared at some female decorations and didn't realize that she had disguised herself as a man. Long Chen could only follow him helplessly. Liangwu City had a population of several 100,000 people, but there weren't many high-level warriors. Long Chen looked around and found that most of the warriors were at the Heavenly River or Divine Core realm, and most of them were kids. Of course, there were also some ordinary people who couldn't cultivate. After accompanying Lan Ling, and fooling around for half a day, Long Chen deeply understood how terrifying women could be. As long as they took a fancy to something, they would use all their might to get it. After half a day, Lan Ling finally felt a little satisfied. Long Chen was just about to suggest going back when there seemed to be a commotion ahead. When Lan Ling heard the noise, she quickly pulled Long Chen and said, "Brother Long, let's go and take a look." Long Chen was speechless. After arriving, Long Chen saw a luxurious restaurant in front of him. It was called the Martial Liang Restaurant. For it to have such a name, it must be the largest restaurant in Martial Liang City. Under this restaurant, someone had built a wide red arena. It looked very festive. There were many people watching, and most of them were men. With the strength of the earth martial realm, Lan Ling quickly led Long Chen to the front. She quickly grabbed a warrior and asked, "Brother, what's going on? You don't know? The daughter of the manager of Liang Wu restaurant is holding a martial arts competition for a spouse today. Anyone who is below the age of 22 and is stronger than his daughter can become his son-in-law. Let me tell you, the manager of Liang Wu restaurant is the city lord's younger brother, and he is very wealthy. If you can become his son-in-law, you will be able to enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth." Son-in-law. Lan Ling's eyes lit up. "Sister Lan, stop fooling around. Our identities are sensitive. It's not good to make too much noise," Long Chen said hurriedly when he saw that she was eager to go up and cause a scene. "I'm just going to take a look. There won't be any problems. Don't worry about it. Also, don't forget what you should call me," Lan Ling said, pretending to be fierce. At that moment, in the Liang Wu restaurant, there were 3 middle-aged men looking at the grand occasion below through the window. Among the 3 men, one was short and fat, another was ferocious, and the last one was wearing a solemn yellow robe with a huge Wu character on his chest. The short and fat one was the manager of Liang Wu restaurant, and the one who was full of power was naturally the city lord of Liang Wu city, who was in the earth martial arts realm. At this time, the city lord of Liang Wu city said to the yellow-clothed man, "King Qin Wu, my niece came up with such an idea to recruit geniuses." The man called King Qin Wuwang said with a smile, "Not at all. Yu is only 18 years old, but she has already reached the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. She can be considered a genius even in the Wuxia alliance. If you can really defeat her, you will be able to become the son-in-law of the Liang clan. As long as you find out who that person is, it won't be a loss." Of course. We must find out who that person is. We can't let anyone with evil intentions or who is against the Wuxia alliance sneak in," the city lord of Liang Wu restaurant said hurriedly. "In that case, let's watch carefully. Let's see what kind of genius Liang Wu city has," King Qin Wuwang said with a smile. At this time, the main character of the martial arts competition for a spouse, the girl called Yu appeared. Long Chen took a look at her and found that she was indeed pretty. She was at the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. In the ancient demon realm, she could be considered a top genius in the king's palace. The girl emphasized that whoever defeated her would become the son-in-law of the Liang clan. Then the martial arts competition for a spouse officially began. Long Chen hadn't expected that Liang Wu city would also have something that a small place like the Cangyang kingdom, such as Baiyang town. However, for Lan Ling, this martial arts competition for a spouse was quite novel. She was extremely excited. This could be considered a grand event in Liang Wu city. More and more people gathered. However, only a few dared to go onto the stage. After all, this young lady was the #1 genius in Liang Wu city. Several reaching heaven state level 7 experts had gone up to the stage, but all of them had returned empty-handed. Time passed quickly. In the end, there were fewer and fewer people who dared to go onto the stage. After all, although this young lady was pretty and attractive, everyone knew their own strength, so they didn't want to embarrass themselves. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Liangwu City. Is there not a single man who can defeat me? The young lady called you, looked down at the crowd, her face full of mockery. Lan Ling said angrily, "Damn it, how dare you look down on me? I'll show you what a real man is like." As she spoke, she rushed onto the stage and stood in front of the young lady. She's just a prostitute. What kind of man is she? Long Chen was speechless. He and Lan Ling had come here to keep a low profile. However, Lan Ling was too mischievous. Before Long Chen could hold her back, she had already rushed onto the stage. Lan Ling's words caused a huge cheer. She smiled and raised her hand to silence the crowd. Then, she said loudly, "Gentlemen, I didn't intend to come up. However, this young lady dared to look down on us. I'm here to uphold justice for all of you. Not only will I punish this young lady on the stage, but I'll also punish her on our wedding night. Only then will I be able to appease the hatred in my heart." Lan Ling's words caused an earth-shattering cheer. Long Chen was petrified. This Lan Ling was really a weirdo. "Scoundrel, you're talking nonsense. You're courting death." The young lady blushed at Lan Ling's words. She hurriedly attacked Lan Ling. To everyone's surprise, Lan Ling subdued her with a casual move. Everyone gasped in surprise. Long Chen frowned. It seemed like he had caused too much of a commotion. Hence, he had no choice but to say loudly, "Brother Lan, it's time to leave. If you don't, I'll leave first." Lan Ling knew that she had gone too far when she saw that Long Chen was a little angry. She smiled sheepishly and let go of the young lady. Just as she was about to walk over to Long Chen, an explosion suddenly occurred at the top of Liangwu restaurant. Two middle-aged men appeared and stood in the air. They looked at Lan Ling with glittering eyes. City Lord Liangwu said coldly, "Young man, you have to respect my rules just because you defeated my niece. Are you trying to leave?" Lan Ling's gaze instantly turned cold. She quickly shifted her gaze from City Lord Liangwu to the other man. At that moment, the man was also looking at Lan Ling. Suddenly, he glared at her. "Lan Ling, I didn't expect it to be you. I was wondering why there would be such a young expert in the earth martial arts realm. Only you, the 100 Faces demon, can turn yourself into a man. We've really worn out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find you by chance. Brother Liangwu, we're going to make a great contribution today," King Wu Wang said excitedly. The crowd sensed the smell of gunpowder and hurriedly fled. They knew that one of them was City Lord Liangwu, and the other was on equal footing with the City Lord. How could he be simple? They looked at Lan Ling as if they were facing a great enemy. How could Lan Ling be simple? If they were to fight, there would definitely be a lot of casualties. An expert in the earth martial arts realm. He's an expert in the martial king realm from the Wushu alliance. Lan Ling's expression immediately changed. She was alone while the other party had two people. If they attacked her together, she would definitely be no match for them. She had only come out to play. She hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Lan Ling's mind raced. After they came out, she had been thinking of a way to deal with them. Suddenly, she had an idea. Her figure instantly changed and she grabbed the girl called Yu. She strangled her. With Lan Ling's strength, if the other two people attacked her, she would be able to kill the girl in an instant. At that moment, the fat manager of the Liangwu restaurant said in a panic, "Big brother, she has captured my daughter." City Lord Liangwu frowned. At that moment, King Wu Wang, who was next to him, actually rushed toward Long Chen without saying anything. City Lord Liangwu did not notice what Long Chen had said to Lan Ling, but King Wuwang had. Since Lan Ling had captured you, why couldn't he, King Wuwang, capture Long Chen? The original contest for a spouse had suddenly turned into such a situation. No one had expected it. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.